pa lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabutuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB!
Four teams will battle for a spot in Paris, France. Is it bonjour or is it au revoir?
Lors de vérificazione, il thème de réaliser votre rêve, il thème de faire vos preuves. It's the hour of reckoning, bipolar. It's time to make your dream. It's time to prove yourself.
And it's time for us to continue the battles of these four teams. It's Execration and as well as, FERVID as well as Team Stallions and Virtus.pro gunning it for that EW spot and the last spots in our podium finish. This is the CROSSFIRE Masters Summer 2026 and I am Bipolar together with El, your panel for today. El, the battle will continue and it will continue very, very brutally. Tuloy-tuloy ang labanan natin dito and guess what? It's just gonna get exciting at every moment. Every round now counts for these four teams.
Yes, it's also very, very proper for the occasion. Ito yung pinaka-importanting araw para sa apat na teams na to. Ito yung qualification natin para sa Paris for EWC and it looks like we're dressed for the occasion. We're wearing denim jackets, jean jackets. We're wearing French brands, all dressed to the nines. And I feel like our teams are prepared in doing so to make their dreams come true. Pero tandaan mo, Polar, dreams will come true and some dreams will also shatter.
Yeah, and these dreams are very much in the run. El, simulan natin yan by looking at our recap for what happened yesterday or for what happened in the recent battles dito sa ating CROSSFIRE Masters kung saan may kita natin dito first set or first series of the day kahapon. It was Acceptance versus FERVID wherein pantay naman ang ating dalawang sets pero pagdating dun sa port talagang dinomina dito ng FERVID yung port na sinasabing tahanan natin ni Heck pero it was a clean 3-0 or first 3-0 of yesterday's series.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the preparation, no? Dito para sa FERVID, they look like a team that capitalized on the promises, no, that they wanted to deliver at the start of the season with A7J still at the helm, Lance, D, Dracifer, and of course, MZ. Cannot forget about his, yung mga ambag niya, no, dito sa team na to. Pero si Haj talaga, it feels like to me that extra firepower was all they needed to make sure that these strategies, whatever that A7J was cooking up, manages to, come through dito sa laruan natin. And makita mo nga naman dito, yung laro natin kahapon, sagasa, upon sagasa, upon sagasa. Nagtataka tayo kung kaya ba tapatan nito ni Acceptance, no, nila Heck, nila Dre, nila Silent, nila Ajax. Yung galawan dito ng FERVID, well, they can, but they cannot do so in a winning fashion, no? All three sets, it was domination from FERVID. Yes, pumapalag ang Acceptance, pero kapag nakita mo yung mga plays na ganito, no, when it comes down to like specific people, nasabi ko na kahapon, FERVID can go from 70 to 90, while itong si Acceptance, they range from 30 to 100. And the minor variances dito for FERVID is just what makes them consistent, and everyone was online indeed.
Yeah, FERVID online and looking towards getting that, final spot and as well as ang ating EWC spot. But here on our second recap of the day, guess what? It's gonna be CBF and as well as ang ating STS. Team Stallions not breaking dito sa ating quarterfinals pagdating dito sa ating playoffs and they want that semifinals up against Virtus.pro. Pero tignan mo naman, dominating fashion. It's just perfection, El, itong 3 sets natin sa series na to.
Yeah, I mean, comeback has 8 letters and 8 actually coincides with the 8 rounds. 8 rounds only ang nakuha dito ng comeback, friends, versus Team Stallions in 3 sets, mga kaibigan. 30-8, ganun kalala, ganun kadominante ang Stallions ngayon. Yes, it was an applaudable effort dito para sa side ng CBF. Narinig nga natin yung comms dito pagdating ng new compound, no? Pagdating sa third set natin, kaya natin to. Uttered by the words of the members dito ng ating CBF, pero mukhang hindi nila kinaya, no? Nakakatakot, Bipolar, na makakita ng gantong Team Stallions na, yes, we have been seeing them dominate the PH scene, the Rosea scene as well, no? The whole C scene dito sa atin. And they did it so sa spring almost perfectly. They had a bit of bumps here dito sa summer. They had revenge in, but with KLP in top form, no, talagang the master has taught the ways dito sa ating student, and I feel like with the revamped version dito, or rather identity ni KLP, he just delivered off the wins for the team. Not to mention, of course, as always, the golden boy Kano. Golden in every stat line, even to the headshots, pare. Talagang wala tayong magagawa kapag online siya, online si KLP, online lahat, hindi nagkulang ang STS, at nakakatakot yan para sa Virtus.pro, pero knowing their opponent, they have no fear, and I should hope, no, na they have none of that coming to the semis, because there's only one way, or only one team that can go to Paris in that semi-final slot.
Yun ang ano, I mean, STS just really gunning it every round doon sa atin up against CBF, and we were glazing itong si Tetsu's mind, no? Pero parang yung naisip niyang strat dito was already failed bago pa sila magsimula dito sa series ito. And again, congratulations towards STS claiming that semi-final spot. But now, looking at our, possible next ones here, meron tayong mga team highlights na pwede ipakita dito sa ating mga viewers. Top 5 highlights, by the way, para makita naman natin kung ano nga ba yung mga big highlights kahapon. Simulan natin yan dito with Silence 3K. It's a triple headshot by Silent by just using the USP, no? At up against FERVID pa to. Yes, sinabi natin kay ni nakatapat naman dito ang acceptance shot in a winning fashion, pero look at these coming in from Silent.
Yeah, talagang it's not the usual acceptance setup dito ng support. Usually, we're gonna know them to just set up, magsusunod ng oras, pero the call from Heck, no, with Silent of the charge, bringing out the USP, secondary pa nga lang, with the first headshot, the second, and the third. I don't even know if that is a collateral because of how fast the USP was clicking. Silent delivered 3K and at least gave some hope dito sa acceptance on their second set.
Yeah, it was a good start, pero syempre, it's just Silent being Silent, talagang trying to give a little bit more hope pagdating dito sa acceptance. But now, looking at it, doon naman tayo dito, pumunta naman tayo dito kay Tetsu with his own 4K, trying to go for a B retake.
Yeah, dito naging competitive, no, at least in Eagle Eye si Tetsu with the retake nila dito sa B natin. It was a 2v2 rather, and I feel like with the amount of time and the amount of space that Tetsu had in this retake, na clear niya muna yung buong mapa and then just capitalize on the information na okay, nasa site A lang to, maybe nasa bunker, maybe nasa room A, at nahanap niya nga dito yung first kill. I think that was on KLP, leaving feel like JJ alone with him trying to find an equalizer. Nahanap siya ni Tetsu, hindi siya nakakuha ng magandang shots, and the USP finish it off, at least, no, giving hope sa CBF. Pero as we see in the series, that hope was not enough. Is the hope that kills you, but at least, no, Tetsu had some highlights for his own.
Yeah, and still, heavy fraggers pa rin naman dito ating players for CBF, and Tetsu being one of them as the IGL rolled in, really gave them a lot of big chances, pero talagang it was very much a short play. Just look at this, no, coming from Tetsu, all the way from mid, all the way towards long A. But now, looking at it, we also have something coming in from the comeback of KLP as he clears off the hallway, going into the B site. He claims a 4K.
Yeah, this one was a treat to watch, Usually, KLP would either not press mouse 1 to confirm the kill, would either just rescope and then just hit the USP quickly without landing any shots, but we did not see any single one of those mistakes. It was like as if Revenge took over this kid, and what do you know? Revenge actually took over this kid, taught him the tricks, taught him the trade of the TRG. And this is what it looks like. KLP in 100% form, and I am just excited for that semi-finals matchup versus Cetra. The quick flicker versus the monster that is taught by the hatred of Revenge. Not the player, no, the emotion. He wants that comeback. He wants to prove himself, and he did so with that 4K.
Yeah, amazing coming from KLP as he comes back to the games. But now looking at our number 2 spot here on our daily highlights, look at Dre as he explodes to get a 4K.
Yeah, dito naman si Dre, it's the same map, different spot kung saan namatay yung mga kalaban ni KLP. Dito naman pumatay si Dre, holding steady with that HK47 or 417 rather. And it seems like yung HK na yun, no, headshot per kill para dito kay Dre as he got them shots onto the head. Just managing to hold steady. Naglalaro lang siya sa 2F. Spotting out sa may passage. Look at the flick. Silver headshot. Looking back dito sa LR. Will not get the headshot but just clean cut dito para kay Lons. And the rest was just history. Flicking, tracking all over the place and swapping the angles dito, no. Dre, he's holding his own and he's comfortable with that 4K.
Man, Dre is such a young player, but with unstoppable power, I feel like he can be very much, unstoppable in the next coming tournaments as well. So big ups to him. But now for our top number 1, if we're talking about unstoppable, let's look at the unstoppable captain coming in from STS. It's KLB as he becomes very much a great force on each side.
Yeah, ito naman, I feel like medyo, sabihin natin nakakatakot makita si KLB sa base, sa site na kanyang tinotokahan kapag siya AGR, pero he's going to be on that BL side. And hindi Kobe ang sinasabi niya, kundi KLB dito, once he threw that HE and got a kill, and he just finished off Aldrin, kinapian lang ng onte, and then went for the headshot with an EBR. Of all things, no, we know him to like that HK, but with the EBR, it's no different, no, it's the same headshot machine. It's not the gun, it's the player, Bipolar.
Yeah, he can wield any gun and he can wield any kind of battle. Tingnan mo naman to. Pushing just like someone I know coming in from Impact, pero with multiple forms, no, with multiple efforts. Look at this. Just awareness, and for him to spot out Yaba all the way towards CR, he is really unstoppable. The El Capitan of STS looking to be, unstoppable going into EWC. Just, man. KLB,
Grabe.
itong si best friend natin, man. Kung ganito lang din yung ginagawa niya ngayon, well, let's see kung ano nga ba ipapanggol ka dito pagdating sa semifinals. But that's it. That's our top 5 daily highlights para sa ating mga series kahapon. But now, let's look at our player performance going in. It is gonna be KLB, but look at that, from match number 1 up until their match number 9, lahat ng pinapakita dito ni KLB is always in the positive. The only things that he had a little bit of parang falter was up against matches, was up against acceptance, pero everything else, this is a prime example of an IGL that can really outperform anybody in the server. From Execration all the way up to Taring Bobby, pinakitaan dito tayo ni KLB kung paano maglaro ang isang fragger na IGL na rin. And even in Virtus.pro, no, kahit na pantay yung ating labanan, KLB, never absent, always present.
Yeah, even if sabihin natin, yung last stretch of the 3 matches dito was below 1, he was still fragging out. He's still in the top of the game dito, no, in terms of the stats, golden in the survival rating. The rest is pretty good. And if you want an IGL that is capable of fragging, surviving, and just calling out and maneuvering itong mga kalaban natin, KLB will perform, and he needs to perform right now.
Yun ang KLB is gonna be something to look forward to mamaya, no? That's the second series of the day. Pero syempre, simulan natin ang araw ngayon by looking at our team highlights, kung ano nga ba ang mga pinakita magaganda ng ating mga teams ka.
Yeah, unang-una dito, no, Fervid versus Acceptance. I feel like Bipolar, itong pinili ni Sneaky Frog, napagandang example to para sa Fervid.
Yeah, just look at this, no? Push towards MR, push towards second mid, lahat presa dito ng FERVID, kung saan they had good MR spawns dahil may good MR spawn sila, or may good spawn sila dire-diretso sa MR, pati dito sa may outer, and full on contact play. Ang sabi dito ng FERVID, wag natin pa set upin ang buong Acceptance, let's choke them at their own corner of the map. And this team play is #aim and give pain, kasi look at this, no? Sneaky Frog said it quite clearly na parang sobrang ganda ng ginawa nila. It didn't look like a team highlight, it didn't look very complicated, pero pinakita nila kung paano nga ba dumumina sa isang mapa that Acceptance know very, very well. With D going out of this position, di na actually siya nag-push doon sa may lababo eh. Nag-umangat na lang agad siya papunta sa may stairway, pick out pair sa outer, tapos nandito na si Kuya agad, going in for that second killing spree and that domination on the GR side. Imagine that, El. On the GR side, sila pa yung namukhang BL just because of sheer power, and they know they can aim, so yun yung ginamit nila. Dre, also a good player, but what can you do? Mag-isa ka na lang sa warehouse pa mismo.
Everything is earned, no, not given. And as well as this one, next one from STS versus CBF, it's the same map, no? And when I say everything is earned and not given by Polar, I feel like you do not give STS a base.
Yeah, just look at this, man. In a 4-2 scoreline, sabi dito ng STS, let's push towards Woods. Let's sell out na may pressure tayo dito, na present tayo dito sa may Woods area, pati sa may luwag, nade spams, gunfires, magpaparinig dito ang STS, and they just hold out for a little bit. Magse-set up dito ang placement for STS. They put Loy in a single maneuver dito sa may MR. Iiwan yan ng lahat ng plays nila, and every other player of STS will go towards second mid. Look at this. Hindi makalabas ang CBF, hindi makacheck ng luwag, hindi rin makacheck ng MRN passage because of this map pressure. And here comes yung sinasabi nating nade spams, and as well as parang setup play ng STS. They will push towards second mid. Walang nakabantay. It's only Aiden in the corner. Pero sabi dito ni KLB, wait lang. Diretso ako dito. JJ, mag-hold ka dyan kasi mag-widespread yan. Aiden confirms the first kill, and he does go in for the bait and switch na nabati doon, and napakain doon ng bullets mula dito si Aiden mula kay JJ. After that, nag-aarap na ng conversion dito si Aldrin, looking for any kind of backstab, pero sabi ni Lloyd, I am already here. And Tetsu, aware naman siya, kailangan niya makuha ulit yung second mid mula sa CR.
Aray.
Pero guess what? STS is just holding. This second mid control is big. Kailangan sana labanan ng CBF, pero at the end of the day, umagat. Walang mali. Talagang nahirapan lang talaga dito ang CBF with that second mid pressure, with that hold mula sa STS. They don't even need to plant the bomb. They just dominated. Round number 7, or round number 8, round number 7 up. 4, 5, 6, 7 nga. Round number 7 dito sa subbase.
Yeah, I mean, kahit gawin mo yung ginagawa mo dito sa base na from CBF is okay. Okay is not enough. You need to be perfect. But you are versus the perfect team dito sa sub-base.
Yeah.
And that round is an exact capsulation of what perfection is for sub-base.
Yeah, I mean, kung isipin mo, no, it was like the human form of CBF and godlike form mula dito sa STS, no, na parang what can you do? You're held out dito sa ating mga sides, and what can just CBF giving some fights but not really winning at the end of the day. Now,
Yes.
STS going in for VP, and guess what? Sa VP natin, meron din tayong star player dyan. It's gonna be Cetre, and let's look at his statistics from the past tournament of spring season hanggang ngayon sa summer. Lahat yan umangat.
Yeah, and it just encapsulates, no, yung importance dito ni Cetra in Virtus.pro. Yes, his stats might have increased, but it's not just any increase na hindi, gumaling lang siya individually. No, the team revolved more around him. Yes, yung HK niya bumaba, pero who gives a damn dito, no, sa HK ng isang sniper player? Dapat nga umangat pa yan kasi ang dami niyang one tap with the Colt when he whiffs, no, and when he barely whiffs dito with the TRG. The survival rating increased, he clutches more, his skill per death ratio increased, his skill per round increased as well, no, by Polo. This just means that he is more intact, he is more involved, no, with the plays that Virtus.pro is making, and that is just making this Virtus.pro form deadlier, no. I feel like Cetra, he's one to watch out for dito sa Virtus.pro, lalo na si KLP bumalik, lalo na nandiyan si Kano, pero with him and his team on this level of play, I feel like it's a 50-50 at any given moment.
Ayun nga, no, Cetra now has 263 kills with only deaths of 174. Imagine that, Cetra has an entire good KD sa buong 312 rounds na nilaro niya for the entirety of group stage up until the playoffs. Now, everybody, kung kayo nakakita kayo ng mas magandang highs, may nakita rin kayo magandang plays, well, you can also join in our giveaway. Like and follow lang yung page ng CROSSFIRE Philippines, and as well ang ating YouTube pages. I-like and share yung featured highlight post publicly, and insert nyo na sa caption nyo kung bakit nga ba deserving itong top 1 play of the week. Just include everything that is needed there. I-scan nyo na rin yung QR ko sa bottom right ng ating screen right now, and well, guess what? Pwede kayo sumali. Pwede kayo manalo ng e-coin, and you can be involved. It's also a way for us to give back to you guys, and for you to showcase kung sino nga ba para sa inyo ang pinakamagaling at that week.
Kung pwede lang kami sumali dyan, sumali lang kami, no? Pero ang bawal
Everyday
namin
meron
salihan, ang bawal namin salihan, yung caster giveaway namin, no? Meron din kaming giveaway, guys. May week number 5, possible final week na namin. Di nga namin alam kung matutuloy pa to next week, no? So, sali na rin kayo sa mga giveaways ng ating casters. 500 e-coin for the first place.
Wow!
Konti na ponte. Pero, syempre, everyone gets a chance, my brother.
Yeah, everyone gets a chance. Again, guys, we have caster giveaways and we have also play of the week giveaways. Check nyo na ating CROSSFIRE page, check na yung YouTube pages natin, and just scan the QR code. It's for you na rin naman, no? And for you to give a big shoutout na rin sa favorite players nyo. But right now, tingnan natin ang bracket natin ngayon on the playoffs, and let's see kung paano nga ba, or let's go for a little bit of a throwback kung ano nga ba nangyari kahapon.
Nangyari kahapon, may naglabas ng walis, no? At ang naglabas ng walis yung mga Cebuano, sa kapwa Cebuano at sa isang, Luzon-based team. Yun lang sasabihin ko. 3-0, Fervid towards acceptance, 3-0. And I mean 3-0. Na talagang malupit na 3-0 yung Team Stallions. So there's levels to it. Kung sa Fervid, pumapalag pa acceptance, comeback friends, well, they can't even make a comeback whatsoever. And yeah, that is going to be our quarters. No, going into the semis natin, it's the matchup of the brothers, Execration versus Fervid, Virtus.pro versus Team Stallions. Sinasabi namin kahapon, no, isang hayop lang ang kasya sa eroplano. It's either the bear or the horse. And we will find out kung sino ang bibigyan ng passport dito ngayong araw with our schedule.
Ito na, no? Siraan na ng pangarap, tulad ng sinabi mo, dreams will be shattered. Execration and Fervid. You have A7J trying it for the 4th time ever kung kaya niya nga ba makapasok dito sa finals, and now he has an EWC slot awaiting for him. Execration, Fall X, can we see him in an international stage right now at 2026, or will we also see Virtus.pro and Stallions not giving any life to each other? Magkikita naman tayo dyan later on pag nag-start na tayo sa ating mga games. But now, look at this. Simulan na natin to, It's Execration muna with Fervid. And any thoughts bago tayo dumango mismo sa mga team stats natin?
Yeah, I feel like it really is the battle of the brothers dito, no? Bipolar. Pero meron tayong sasabihing ano dito, no? May sasabihin tayong pabor for Execration once you introduce them for us, Bipolar.
I mean, let's talk about Execration, no? As we continue the conversation. We have the likes of NBA, CBN, Yotib, and as well as itong si Justin, pati si Folex. Man, just look at that. Very scary stat lines and KDs kasi lahat yan angat. Even itong si Yotib, last time I believe it was 0.98 or 0.87. Pero ngayon, as he gets more into the fights, as he gets more involved, 1.01 na. This team is very, very scary.
Yeah, they are very, very scary. And the one thing na sinasabi ko kanina, no, bago ko binigay sa'yo, is this team already has those glimpses of international appearance, no? You know, Justin, you know, MVA, even Folex, no? He represented our country for an international tournament. And they got a taste of that. They're gonna want the whole meal, no? They're gonna want to go to Paris. Execration proved us that when they got the first seed, when they have 5 maps, total 100% win rate, no? 5 maps out of 7, 100% win rate nila. And I feel like with them beating STS, with them beating VP, no? And also beating tong Fervid natin, nakamatchup nila ngayon, yung Fervid pa yung naging 2-1 at dun tayo medyo nagka-question mark, no? Medyo alanganin lang sila sa matches, pero of course, if you want to be good, you have to lose din, no? Of course, matches, an acceptable loss, pero nakikita mo yung clean sweep nila. Yes, there are 2-1s there are 2-0s, pero convincingly enough, maganda yung pinapakita nila sa atin, and it's going to be such a shame, no? In a non-biased perspective for my side, to see them waste this best chance that they have to reaching that international.
I mean, we haven't seen Execration choke yet. If they do right now, well, that's the biggest of them all. If papakita pa ulit yung Execration. But man, I feel like that mentality of Execration being that kind of team, wala na yan. Because we have Yotib on the board. And I feel like Yotib in Paris is such a good phrase to say every time. Kasi tinanong natin siya last time, playoffs bound. What can you say about your journey so far this summer? Being top 1 is one of the best results that happened in our team this season. Good luck, have fun na lang ang sabi dito ni Yotib para sa side ng Fervid.
Yeah, parang masarap itanong sa kanya mamaya, no, if ever sila yung manalo. Yotib, sino yung nasa Paris? Sasabihin niya ako. Pero hindi pa natin sure yan, no? Yun yung mga aspirations ng team. Yun yung mga gusto nila mangyayari. And I feel like Yotib, being the guy that defeated Execration, going into Execration, and then achieving number 1, parang it's a master stroke of roster picking dito for whoever decided upon picking this sniper, no? This Yotib guy, no? Sino nga ba yan? Nilagay sa Execration, nag-top 1, pwede na mag-international? Matitingnan natin.
Titignan natin, no? Kasi that team has two big headshot killers, no? You have Folex and CBN garnering 200 kills. Pero sa kabilang side naman ng mundo, we also have a player that has immediately topped the rankings pagdating sa headshot as well. A total of 229 headshots on D, and D is on Fervid. Fervid, man, we have A7J, D, Drace for Luns, and even now Haj. Lahat to lumakas ng todo. Lahat to naging preparado, and now that they have an attacker like Haj, na lahat na palaging good for 2 or good for 1, I feel like everything is falling into place para makapasok na ng finals si A7J.
Yeah, and to convince you guys, no, otherwise if you're not convinced, ang MVP natin for all 3 sets kahapon is si D, si A7J, and si Haj, no. The new guy got the set MVP for the final map. If that does not say anything to you, well, I don't know how to convince you that Haj just brings more firepower dito sa Fervid. Maybe the route with MZ was not the one that they were comfortable with, or maybe they wanted to be comfortable with it, pero natatalo sila sa barilan, pinasok si Haj, and boom, 1.29 KD. It's a small sample size, yes, but when that sample size is playoffs, that means something, no? It doesn't really matter kung ano pa yung ibang nilaruan niya. It matters that he performed in the stage where the tickets are needed to be gotten, no? And with them just showing us absolute cinema kay D at ito sa A7J pumupuso. Well, brother, saka mo na kami pusuan kapag pumunta ka na sa City of Love. Pare, no?
Yes.
Antayin mo na lang yung chance mo, and your chance, well, you don't really need to wait. Your chances now, and it's time to prove us that you deserve this international spot na gustong-gusto mong makuha. Ang tagal na yan, bipolar, no?
Yeah, sobrang tagal na. He tried multiple times, but I feel like this might just be it. They have a great chance here, lalo at pinakataan tayo dito ng ating group stage performance kung saan they have 5 wins and 4 losses only. By winning up against Atras and by winning up against Veteran, they secured the spot. And now you can definitely say na Fervid is not just an impact team. Fervid is not just a group stage team, but Fervid is now a playoffs team and looking for that redemption arc. May kita rin natin dito from our questions from Lance wherein we said, playoffs bound in, what can you say about your journey so far this summer? He said, our journey has been tough but rewarding and we're ready to give our best in the playoffs. And this is now, ngayon yan mangyayari, sabi dito ni Lance.
Yeah, technically, no, if you are going to be talking about statistics, Lance is technically the top 3 sniper in our league. Number 1 and number 2 rather being Cetra and KLP since he's come back to form. You can debate all you want on that, but the solid top 3 would be Lance. There is a challenger in town though in the name of Yotib. And ang proper nga, no, bipolar na yung player interview natin, or player of quote, is both our snipers, and that's just going to be a battle, no, that we have to witness for this slot talaga.
I mean, kung matatanong din tayo dito, no, kung sino nga ba ang kailangan nating abangan or sino nga ba ang dalawang players na kailangan natin tingnan dito sa ating dalawang teams, well, let's look at our head-to-head para makita natin yung comparison ng ating dalawang top-tier snipers. It's Yotib and Lance on the head-to-head.
Yeah, sinabi ko nga, no, this is the top 3 sniper for a reason, and Yotib, even though he has carried this team time and time again, from defeating them to carrying them all the way dito sa group stage natin, he's going to be tested by a perennial sniper ng Pilipinas. It's Lance Yotib. KD's not too far, kills per round, not too far, headshots per kill, doesn't matter. What I'm needing to see is that survival rating, no? 0.33 versus 0.36. That means Lance survives more dito sa mga laruan natin, and he has the potential to clutch. But if you're talking about clutching, Yotib, he does that at the start of the round by getting you the important picks, no? So it's quite the contrary dito kay Lance na he closes off rounds, whereas Yotib starts them off, and I really want to see how they battle out. Kapag may napita sa isa, of course masisira yung tempo and yung galawan ng team nila. And I feel like it really comes down to the sentimental value of being the sniper player. You get one shot, and that one shot is enough to, you know, kill your opponent. And this is the killing blow for both of the teams. One shot to Paris, one shot with the TRG. Who's gonna be better, Lance or Yotib?
I mean, we love those two snipers, man, pero kailangan natin abangan, no? Kasi these two players are almost gunning it for the total of 300 kills. Dito na ata nila mapapakita yung lalo tong si Lance already out o like parang 16 kills na lang siya bago makakuha ng 300 kills for the entirety of Masters Summer. Let's see kung sino nga ba makakuha ng one shot to claim that one dream. But now, it's time for our map veto. Kung ano nga ba ang lalaroan ng ating dalawang teams pagdating dito sa best of 5 series na ito. Eagle Eye banned out mula sa FERVID at sabi ng Execration, ayaw namin gawin nyo yung ginawa nyo sa acceptance on sa base. We're starting off at new compound, going in towards port, going into Ankara, Black Widow at lahat yan magtatapos sa Aaribang, New Mexico.
And the funny thing is, no, bipolar, like someone asked me this when we were streaming the other day. Ano daw yung mga possible map veto dito sa Execration FERVID? Sinabi ko, FERVID should ban Eagle Eye because that's the map where they have the worst stats. They did. At sinabi ko naman for Execration, they should ban Subbase because that is their more 50-50 map because they play Ankara more even if their win rate there is not really good. So, sumakto yung prediction ko and we got new compound first. That is a FERVID Classic. Port for Execration, not too seen, pero once they show it, it's really, really good with a 77 round win rate, no? And I feel like for Ankara, they just managed to pick this one for Vid because, of course, it's not really a good showing for Execration. 4 maps lost, 3 maps won, so there is going to be an argument there. Black Widow, of course, they don't like Black Widow for Vid. No? They don't pick. Black Widow is the second to the lowest pick rate dito sa liga natin. And who's the first lowest pick rate? The most banned map? New Mexico, kung saan last time we saw it, well, FERVID got destroyed sa mapa na to. There's no way to cover that up. And I like the way that this veto sums itself up, no? If it has to go down to the war, it goes down to the map where anything can get hectic. Pero new compound muna tayo.
Yung compound toss, wala natin yan with our map data kung sino nga ba ang talagang may parang alas na agad pagdating dito. FERVID has played it 4 times, meanwhile Execration has only played it twice, pero sa ganda ng dalawang place dito na ating Execration, they won it with 100%. I believe one of these maps were up against STS.
Yes.
So that is very much, parang pwede nga natin gawin yan 120%, pero for FERVID, 4 times played, isang beses lang natalo, and that win probability is very, very high on FERVID side.
Yeah, but still, no, is to give some leeway dito para sa Execration. 40-60, not bad. I was expecting more, kung sasabihin mong FERVID side ito, 70-30. But 40-60 gives us glimpses of hope para sa Execration, knowing that they have an okay BL side and an even better GR side. Kumbaga, nakaka-counter nila yung weak side dito ng FERVID at nakaka-counter ng FERVID yung weak side dito ng Execration. I really like the way that we're starting off this game, this series, where in new compound, it's a map where you really need to think slow and you really need to think fast at the same time, and no better way to showcase it than our two teams who excel at it, Execration and FERVID.
Yeah, these two teams now trying to get that EWC spot at titignan natin yan. Very fair, no? Yung map veto natin and very similar place na rin yung nakikita natin for these two teams. So, it is gonna be an interesting fight kung sino nga ba talaga ang mananalo dito, or will we go to map 5 or will it be a clean sweep again? Will it be a 3-1? We still don't know. Pero syempre, with that said, with those numbers said, tingnan na natin ang prediction ng ating panel and as well as casters for our series number 1. With the predictions going favored, papunta dito sa ating Execration, everyone going for a 3-1. FERVID naman, no, parang di naman natin sila maka-count out. There's a possibility, a big possibility actually na makuha nila itong series na to by just cleaning up Execration. But parang imposible kasi right now, just from the stats itself, Execration has a better performance.
Yeah, and to continue yung usapan na galing sa stream ko, no, why is it the 3-1 for me and for you guys? Well, I'm going to just read your minds. You guys think Ankara is the only map that Execration is gonna lose. That is 100%. New compound, tested for Execration but undefeated, and for FERVID, well, they got demolished by Virtus.pro. Execration is a smart team. Folex is a smart guy, so is MVA, so is ZYK, even though sometimes he acts like a you know what, no? Pero when it comes down to business, when it comes down to something serious, when it comes down to internationals, they are really good. And I feel like Ankara, yes, Execration can give it, but when it comes to Black Widow, that's where the spider will deliver its venomous bite.
And you know what? Fervid, prove us wrong, no? And prove the community wrong as well kasi titingnan natin ngayon kung ano nga bang pulso ng ating community with them also saying the same. 62% dito sa Execration and Fervid with 38%. It's gonna be intense, L. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be great. Yan ang ipapakita ng ating dalawang teams. And with that said, oras na ata para ipakita natin dito ang ating casters, ang ating duo for our first series of the day. Let's welcome on the panel itong si Salvatore, pati na rin si Sneaky Frog. Ang tangkad ni Salvatore. Parang nag-vitamin siya bago ngayong araw na to. Pero Sneaky Frog, as Salvatore checks on something, what do you think is gonna happen here? Meron ka bang inaabangan? Meron ba tayong kailangan tutukan?
Honestly, this is one of the better storylines, no? Papunta ka dito sa 2026 that doesn't really involve itong STS at itong VP natin. Execration, obviously, on the road to redemption, no? I think naalala naman natin, Polar, nung the time that Execration actually lost very heavily dito sa group stage with their old roster. Pero ngayon, they have revamped it. You know, pumasok sila ng mga ibang Pacific Macta players dito, and at the same time, got some, pwede nating sabihin mercenaries, no? In the name of CBN, FallX, and itong si Yotib, pare. And with the coaching of ZYK, yun nga, no, medyo nakakita na tayo na, I wouldn't say final form yet dito na Execration, pare, pero pakaramdam ko papunta na sila doon. And this is one of the teams na masasabi natin na, yun nga, no, this is definitely international ready so far yung nilalaro nilang level. Pero para naman dito sa Fervid, no, this is a very interesting team considering na, yun nga, no, they played with MZ the entire season, and I had the assumption, pare, na, MZ was the reason why kung bakit ang lakas ni D dun sa mga times na yun with him providing space para dito kay D na gumawa ng mga plays. Pero yun nga, no, with Hadges coming in, it seems like the solution was just, okay, A7J, kunin mo na lang yung role dito ng MZ. We just needed that bit of firepower galing dito kay Hadge with his very good anchoring, no, especially pagdating dito sa mapa ng Ankara, pare, which is very impressive. So, ayun nga, it is gonna be a clash of two very familiar teams considering, pare, Tracifer, A7J, and also itong si D were also wearing the blue and black at one point, pare. So, this is them kind of proving na, okay, we can still be strong on another team.
Yeah, very much great yung ating mga storylines. So these two teams have known each other for a very long time. Tulad nga nito ni A7J pati ni Dino, nagkita na sila last time on the Execution side. Now, they're in different forms. But now, as well as Salvatore, no, do you feel like these two teams are gonna be going into map number 5? Aabot ba tayo dito ng set number 5? Because very similar, no? Tama ba itong dalawang teams natin?
That is absolute, bipolar, no? That is going to be the prophecy. Lahat talaga ng mga laban nga natin ngayon, including the one right now, is going to reach map 5 talaga, no? Kasi it will really, really measure kung gaano talaga kataas yung preparation ng Execration at ng Fervid, no? Mali mo nga naman, magnakawan lang sila ng map pick nga dito at magsettle tayo sa loob nga ng New Mexico. I feel like now with playoffs, inbound tayo ngayon, no, bipolar. Nakita mo naman kahapon with Fervid's performance, I feel like they are playoffs ready, but so far, ngayon pa lang natin makikita yung performance talaga ng Execration. It was proven, no, na sa playoffs medyo nagkakarambol nga sila, but I feel like group stage gave us a bit of hope kung ano nga ba yung pwede nating subaybayan. So with that kind of leverage na meron ng Exe, pati kung saan nakita natin sa Fervid kahapon, there is bound to be a New Mexico dito sa ating series.
Yeah, New Mexico might really be in the town right now para sa ating dalawang teams na ito. Pero syempre, this team coming in from Execration now has a centerpiece. Meron na silang alas and they have one player that is named Yotib to be the one to give them the number 1 spot. Who can Yotib defeat for Vid with this kind of form, lalo na silang nasa other side?
I mean, let's give you a quick little story dito kay Yotib. No? Natandaan natin dito sa ating spring, he defeated Execration, but then he lost to Fervid in that third place match, no? And that just started the run for Yotib dito towards Exe, wherein, yes, they were dominating up until they met Fervid, where they had a hard time, pero they took them to 3 maps, no? And that final map was a map na, sabi natin, medyo not really bearing in terms of strategy. This time, it's going to be him again versus Fervid. He has something against Fervid, and I feel like he just wants to prove not only kay Lance but to the squad dito ng ating Fervid, to the whole of Cebu, na yes, he's Cebuano, but why is he not in a Cebuano team? Well, there are reasons, no? Now he's found himself a home, he's found himself a place where he can really do his job. I feel like mapapansin nyo to si Yotib, usually he doesn't show emotions, and I feel like if he gets his win versus Fervid, gets that slot towards Paris, he can get those emotions out, and the catharsis must truly feel good.
And with Yotib man being a crucial part para dito sa Execration to claim their EW spot and the first spot pagdating dito sa finals, well, he needs to be performing at his best game ever. But of course, meron naman ditong final reckoning ang ating players mula sa FERVID for a Paris spot. Can FERVID avenge themselves up against Execration?
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely possible, no? Pakiramdam ko, granted, yung predictions natin kind of were skewed towards the 3-1 side, but at the same time, that doesn't really mean na, FERVID's expectations are gonna be a lot lower para nga sa kanila dito. Just like what El said, we do see, a certain level of FERVID every single time na pumapasok tayo dito sa server, and guaranteed that we are gonna see them at a high level, especially knowing yung stakes dito sa ating isang series na to, no? This is the one series that can finally give, sa kagaya nga ng sinabi dito ni El Catharsis naman, pare, para dito kay A7J, ang tagal niya nang nag-aantay, men, para lang makalipad, para lang mapunta nga dito sa ating international stage. Just to give numbers to it, pare, halos 2 or 3.5 years na rin na siya nag-a-attempt dito na pumunta dito sa ating world stage. And I feel like with this kind of squad na, granted na it is now MZ out and then Hadj in, pakiramdam ko this is the best shot that he has had so far sa buong career niya na mag-international siya, pare.
Yeah, very, very possible na makita natin dito ang FERVID for that international spot. Pero kailangan talagang magbanat ng boto dito ng FERVID, especially coming in from the Phenom of Cebu. It's the Demonic Phenom coming in from D versus a super team kung saan every one of Execration's player is a star player. Pero kaya ba to ni D na madomina itong scene natin ngayon?
Well, makikita natin, no, bipolar. The question kasi is just too tough to answer right now considering na D has been a very, very mechanical player, no, from Master Spring ever since he stepped foot into Master Spring. Nakita natin yung full potential na player na to, na he's a headshot machine and he has mechanics to back up with it, no. Pero kasi yung the mere fact na kaya talaga siya i-expose ng mga teams, yun yung kaya gawin ng Execration, 5 gifted players with all shot calling ability. Grabe nga naman, no, kung patadalin nga talaga ng Demonic Phenom dito yung Cebu laban dito sa super team na alam mo talaga matalino from start to finish, it could be the death of the demon inside of FERVID. Pero malay mo nga naman, makita natin talaga yung true form na yun, bipolar, because this guy has potential. Pero sana yun yung makita natin, no? Yung fullest of potential, yung pinakamalakas na gun freaks ng FERVID, no? Kasi it's going to be that vital. Yun yung pinakamahalagang bagay na makikita natin for FERVID is the full activation of D na marunong makapag mid-round, decision making, and mechanics to back up with it. So, makikita natin mamaya, it's going to be a fun-filled match for D, but the pressure is on para i-maintain yung forma niya.
I mean, let's see if this is now the final form for D for him to claim that spot and to go into that plane in towards Paris. Pero for us in the panel, it's time for us to give it to our casters, Sneaky Frog and Salvatore. It's showtime.
Thanks so much dyan sa ating bipolar NL as we now welcome you guys to the battlefield. Ang unang plane ticket, sinong magbabounce, sinong pupunta, Execration versus FERVID. Sneaky, habang nagsusuntukan at nagbabawian ng buhay ang Virtus.pro Team Stallions sa harapan natin, meanwhile in the background, ito pala, may rivalry pa tayong kailangan na pagtuusan ng pansin. We have FERVID and then Execration. Ever since Master Spring, nakikipagdiktikan na nga sila for the touted number 3 spot, pero ngayon, apparently, FERVID medyo napag-iwanan. They're still in the podium, way behind Execration as they secured number 1 during groups. But will you think that will be something na of a factor na is Execration truly the number 1 team or may mangyayaring upset?
Pakiramdam ko, an upset is still definitely in the cards para dito sa FERVID, no? Especially knowing how the last series went. It wasn't, as much as nakita naman natin yung New Mexico, but, the first 2 maps actually was a bit competitive galing nga dito sa side ng FERVID. And I would like to see that version of FERVID, no? Yung hindi yung nakita natin na, I think it was up against Team Acceptance, no? If I'm not mistaken, dito sa group stage na hindi na sila gumagalaw dito sa mapa, hindi sila active whatsoever, because that does not play into the playstyle nga ng mga players natin, especially for Dina. I feel like you should really keep him as active as possible dito sa mga mapa natin, pare. Pero para sa Execration, they only have really 2 win conditions para dito sa ating mapa, which is to neutralize itong si D and at the same time ruin the momentum dito ng FERVID, pare. Kasi FERVID, granted that they are a top 4 caliber team dito sa labanan natin, pare, that doesn't mean na hindi sila tilt prone. Kumbaga, we have seen them crumble time and time again dito sa mga more one-sided matches natin, pare, and hindi na pwede yung ganun na crumbling kasi pag natalo ka ng mapa, you're down 0-1 and all of a sudden, you're at home crying na hindi ka nakapunta ng Paris, pare.
Nothing is guaranteed, no, kumbaga, Sneaky, kasi despite no Fervid having that kind of potential in them, you know, the glass ceiling is right there, babasagin na nga lang talaga, no. Pero bago tayo magsimula, let's take a listen sa ating comms ng Fervid and Execration.
Ako sa left.
Wala ko diya.
Bilang.
I-check sa CE bay.
Bumba mida. Duha ka bumba, wala guro.
Nyo tibingit ka, Ali. Bomba na, Ali.
Bumba dito.
Really engages now on Store A dito, no. Medyo alanganin na nga si Yote with 55 HP. Pero I feel like it was just a check from Fervid, no, Sneaky, para ma-pressure siguro itong position ni Yote. So far, Execration has been doing a very passive round na very unorthodox of them. No? Usually, may challenge kagad sila sa BCB or pillars, but right now, they want to keep it safe.
Yun nga, baka pinaparamdaman muna siguro no, kung anong gagawin dito ng Fervid dito sa mapa, as I feel like Execration really has, you know, no idea what the default at least looks like para nga dito sa Fervid. But it is the standard 1-3-1, and then you send 3 players dito sa Store A, pupunta kayo ng 3 player dito sa Store B as well to go for the full clear. At malay mo, mahanap po dito sa CBN. That's a big piece of the defense gone potentially, pare.
Then, it's part of the game. Hindi down. Pero naman yun eh, no? Shot machines. Wala na nga ngayon for Fervid and Execration as the setup will now be imminent now for Fervid, knowing na ilang segundo na nga lang natitira, Sneaks, no? Good coverage para sa Store A. Probably an anti-lurk now on mid-side, pero yung C4 may iwan muna sa CA. I feel like it's a good attempt, no? Para sa Fervid na unti-untiin nga yung round na to. May mga times kasi na maiinap ang Execration, eh, no? But the thing is, this is compound, which is kind of similar to what Port is in terms of having GR advantage. Polex now, isang madalang position dito lang sa may curve, could get exposed. 32 seconds left, Fervid still yet to execute.
Yun nga, and this is the benefit, no, of playing yung 1-3-1 na setup natin. 3-man clearing itong Store A, 3-man clearing itong Store B. Medyo na-weaken yung mid-control dito ng Execration, and it only forces itong si Polex to do and make some decisions here. What a nice opening para dito kay Hans. Tapaan na ka si Yotib. MVA, Justin getting 2 in return, pero hindi pa yan yung full push ng Fervid. It is actually going into the B site. Nahanap na si MVA. Di nakalaban, di nakatira dito ang kanyang TRG. Justin though with his HK417. Nakita na si Lance at si A7J spotted as well. Really good, stable round para dito sa Execration, pare. Walang overextensions and everything was played to perfection, pare.
Grabe men, eh, no? Napatagal talaga ni MVA yung B-hold na yun. And definitely, nung pumasok nga si Hudson sa may A, good hold para din kay Yotib and as well as kay Justin. Well played, no? Nothing really special para sa side ng Execration. It was good reactions moving forward, heading into the 10-second mark ng round na yun. Ano convinced na parating na tayo sa part na A7J will be able to play batteries very well. Pero kasi pag hindi ka nakaalis kagad ng batteries, it's such an obvious spot. Lalaroan ka lang ng patentero ng mga players nga dyan, and with the fact na may elevated space dito sila Justin, it would be really good. Di nakapasok nga kagad ng EA nang wala man lang pakundangan. Walang ka doorbell. Justin now, good rotation para sa umiikot na A7J. And there goes the plant instantaneously. Kaso may nakabantay sa curve as Justin gets picked.
Yun lang, this is the cost of giving mid-control dito, Salvatore. No? Nabigyan mo ng paraan yung Fervid na baka pasok ng EA agad-agaran dito. And Folex to BTT spotted on C1. MVA, nakita na ka dito sa 2. FCBN trying to run in, tapping away, pero hindi niya makikita si Dina nasa loob na smoke. Yotib na lang natitira. I mean, he's a miracle worker, pare, but how many miracles can you produce? It has to be 3. 13 seconds left, not much time to defuse. Napakalayo ng C4 sa kanya. D-spotting him from the C1 spot. Quick scope, hindi tatama. Fervid with a round on the board. Pero yun yung sinasabi ko sa Alvi. You cannot give mid-control up against itong Fervid, pare, kasi nabibigyan mo sila ng entrance agad sa harap na mga sites natin. And Fervid, pag hindi sila nakakuha ng pick, they're gonna get map control and they can win off of that map control, pare. Gugulatin talaga kayo niyan.
Thanks for getting the patented Fervid rush na naman eh, no? Pag di talaga gumana yung execute nga natin, it's just ruin itong depensa ng kalaban eh. From what we saw from the Acceptance series yesterday, it was a very passive Fervid from the start. Pero nakailang rounds muna yung Acceptance bago nga nila i-activate yun. Here comes the double Arctic setup ngayon for Execration to try and punish any rushes from the LAs and LBs of Fervid. Yung mga naman nag-i-stack na sila for now. 3-man stack here on LB. C4 nasa may RS pa din. This is just a playing for pick na Fervid, which could really go bad anytime soon. Pag may nagpa-flash dito mula sa Execration, they have the info mula dito kay NVA. But as Execration, knowing that every single round is that important during the playoffs, they do not want to take that risk. Good hold by CBN, who is having a time of his life sa paghawak dito ng LB. An EBR para kay CBN na rare occasion, pero pag binigay nga naman, papaldo si CBN. A7J rushing in, gets the clear on both NBA and Justin. Body system, baka mo wala na para sa Store B. Folex all alone.
Di na-cover ng maayos dito si MVA, no? Dito sa may window side, pare. That would have been an easy kill. But A7J somehow, some way, time and time again, creating situations out of nowhere para sa kanya, pare. Pero Folex, all too familiar with the moves dito ni A7J, pare. Will be trying to stay at the bottom side ng ating B side, no? Which is the best position that you can stand in, especially pag 1 versus 2 namin. And you can kinda walk around dito sa mga servers natin, pare. But he is gonna decide to go all the way back in mid. Pero this is the hesitation galing dito sa Fervid. Medyo naaanig na rin dito si Paul X sa kaantay. Pero spotted na nga siya dito sa EB. Kinda out in the open. A7J papalik sa store and will be going for the pre-fire papuntang EB at tatama yan sakto dito kay Folex. Tama na yung ginawa dito ng Execration, Salvi. Tama yung double sniper dito ni MVA, pero nangyari si A7J, pare.
Grabe nga naman no? X-Factor dun sa ginawang play ng Execration was the value of A7J inside of the fight. Very boastful push para dito kay Justin. Umambisyoso na nga ngayon ng Execration na kaya nga nila makipagsabayan ng dueling dito. Dracifer struggling now, gets the repossession to get the headshot over to CBN. Taking a page out of the Fervid playbook, no? For Execration na hyper-aggression yung Conmid, pati yung CB. To try and get some action in for Fervid. Baka sakaling salubungin nga nila yung mga nag-iinit na members and players of Fervid. Very bad call. Kita mo nga naman yung naging trade doon, hindi po pabor para sa X. And now Fervid could do anything at this point. Wag lang talaga sila magpahuli sa scope ni Yotib.
Uy, spotted si Lon. Uy. Lucky kid na he gets away in time with that one. Pero tignan mo naman yung Fervid, hindi sila nag-hesitate pagdating sa pag-ikot sa mapa. Pero Yotib, napakaganda ng kanyang tira dito kay Haj. But there is another player coming from the long side, A7J. Using the death cam ng kanyang kakampi. Pero Yotib also well aware na pwede may dumaan dito ng LA. Now that is impact from the sniper of Execrations all the sudden. 2 versus 2 na naman tayo dito, pare. B-site ang gustong kunin ng Fervid. And they will be acquiring it. Honestly, at the start of the round, pakaramdam ko Execration, they wanted to play strong side, weak side, pare. Kaso yung strong side nila nasagasaan dito pero nasalba naman ni Yotib.
Sabi ko nga pre, huwag sila magpapahuli dito kay Yotib because he has that potential of a one-shot, one kill. Lalo't umaasinta na nga ngayon si Yotib. Now Lons, good position para dito kay Fall X. Now, can he get the adjustment? Misses the first shot. Buti na nga lang may adjustment na magagawa for him to get the kill in. Lons, playing frame. Kailangan tumingin. Tracifer now on B-wall. Tumatama sa bakal, pre. Now gets it. Ewan, naging 1v1 pa nga to. 10 seconds left. Post-plant advantage para dito kay Lance. But he will be playing through the smoke. 7 seconds in. There goes the flash. Yotib, nasa loob pa rin na smoke. Can he get the stick? And Lance has an angle. Kahit sa loob pa ng usok. They get the post-plant. Fervid, amazing mid-round.
Yun, napakasayang rin ng nagawa dito ni Yotib sa A-site. Hindi nila na-capitalize dito sa BS. There was no cover in that position. Pero grabe yung ginawa dito ng Fervid. I think medyo na-pressure rin yung mga exit players natin from the CB side, no? Especially considering na si A7J na panalo na yung kanyang con mid fight. And it all just fell apart para sa kanila, pare. Pero nice try galing dito kay Yotib. Almost. Pero hindi yan enough, pare.
1 minute and 55 already. Rinig na rinig mo na yung mga paa ng Fervid dito na sa BLB. CB and once again on the EBR position. Tumatama naman kahit papano, but Lance with a huge trade para ma-even out ng atong position ng Execration, which have been doing the numerous amounts of times, no? Itong layering ng B defense nga nila. Pero with the rotation now for the member of Execration, feeling ko pre, they might be playing for retake instead, giving the site para may mas maganda silang angle. Not the case already. Para may establish siguro yung mabilisang rotation dito ni Justin. Para makatulong siya kaagad eh. No? Kung nandun siya sa may curve, pwede nga siya makatulong. Now Folex, meanwhile, dito na siya sa may exit. Hindi niya kailangan umalis dyan. I feel like he's in a position to get at least 2. Pero one will always be good enough. The 1-for-1 trade is that absolute para nga sa kanya. Kita mo nga naman, Fervid, multiple adjustments. Pineke na nga nila yung B, pineke pa nila yung A, babalik pa sila ng B. Now the mind games being played in here by Fervid, Execration. Isa lang ang tao sa loob ng site.
They play compound like it is base pare, no? Tamang control lang dito sa Woods, tamang control lang sa MR. Same goes for Store A and itong Store B dito sa ating mapa. Pero Tracifer and D deciding to go the other way instead. I think the only reason kung bakit bumalik sila dito sa Store B, no, was to check if there is still a player inside. And ngayon, Fervid gonna be deciding to go on the long A route once again. This is already the second time na tinry nila to pare. Pero ngayon, tatlo na sila ang papasok na naandito sa site. The only player stopping them realistically is Yotib. And itong si Folex on the 2 position. HK not hitting at the right place at the right time. Tamang takbo lang dito kay Tracifer papunta C1. Luns will be getting Folex, and it's a good clear galing dito sa Fervid. Usually, may hirapan yung mga teams natin na lumabas galing dito sa LA, Salvi, pero hindi pala sa Fervid.
There goes the angle. Huling-huli talaga. My God, Fervid. We were not familiar with your compound game. Ibang-iba yung naging pinakita nyo sa laban ng Virtus.pro ngayon sa playoffs.
Gising.
And now, timeout now, calling for execution. Akalain mo nga naman si Mr. Sixthman, tumatayo-tayo na, nagpapakita na sa camera, no? Kasi
Seryoso na, pre.
gusto sumami. Diba?
Gusto sumama,
Gusto
pre.
rin sumami.
Ano yung included dun sa flight? So, player, 6-man, coach, manager. So, kailangan niya talagang maging maging coach this time, let's just say. And I feel like also, no, parang maganda yung kanyang presence na he's actually there right behind the team kasi Fervid, so far, hard to figure out despite yung default nila sa Alvin. Napaka-obvious naman. Tamang 1-3-1, clear natin yung store A, clear natin tong store B. Kung wala tayong mahanap, let's go LA, I guess. Pero it is crazy to me, no, na 6-5 itong si CBN from that position. Usually, don't really extract that much value galing dito sa harap ng store B, no? Pero nagagawa niya ng paraan dito na execution kasi realistically, hindi mo pwedeng iiwan yung store B, eh. Kasi pag binigay mo sa kalaban yung store B, you're allowing them to have access to lineups na pwede pang smoke dito ng EB, pwede na kayo mag-setup papunta ka dito sa B site. So, tama yung ginagawa ng execution that they're fighting the extremities, pare, pero napapaikot sila dito ng Fervid, eh.
Pero kasi pre, no, execution is that deep inside of LB na parang napapadali na lang sa Fervid, eh, no? Where a lot of teams really do bank on yung store B natin na dun sila dun sa may secret and sa may taas nung pagkapasok ng store B, di ba? Like, dun sila dumidiskarte. Pero si CBN talaga umaanggulo para sa pillars, which is very, very execration kasi alam mo talaga when you have that innate skill na tulad ni CBN, he will be able to do that. No? It's not even a CBN na may kasamang MVA. No? It's an MVA na inaantay kung mamamatay si CBN tsaka siya magsiswing. So yun yung nakikita kong bagay dito, no, for the side of execration na na-expose na ilang rounds ng Fervid pero inuulit pa rin talaga ni Exe. Hanggat ba hindi gumagana, di tayo gagawa ng panibagong paraan because CBN has been playing that angle. Although he's getting some kills, yung trades naman pumapabor para dito sa Fervid. The second attempt, di rin naman naging ganun kagandahan at ngayon, kaka-hold nga nila ng B site, di mo alam kung saan mag-rotate si Justin. They got an A split na nagulat na lang ng Exe na nawala na si Folex, nawala na yung nag-aabang ng C3. Yotib and Justin just having very bad timings, I feel like.
Ooh, that is one way to kind of prevent yung usual stuff na nangyayari natin going into the last round. Nice shot dito kay D. And din yung pakay dito ng double sniper no Salvi to try and cancel out yung mga early picks na ginagawa nga dito ng Fervid. Granted, MVA has been doing a nice job with it, pero yun nga, no, hindi nakaka-capitalize dito ng execution ng kanyang mga openings dito as they're always good for one itong Fervid natin. Pero ngayon, they have to operate without the demon, pare. And Fervid, kailangan nila maging creative dito, men. Parang kailangan nila mag 4-man pick kahit saan, pare? Or setup na ba to?
BA. Don't need to be aggressive. Sino naman. It's B stack here. CBN on B wall. A lot of players now stacking para dito sa side ng Fervid. The setup is that absolute EB smoke. Folex, medyo mahihirapan mag-rotate nga dito. So it's all down to CBN.
Floor flash.
And as well as MVA. para makuha nga nila yung mga magagandang angulo nga dito, no? 52 seconds left on the clock. Pack flash, there goes in. Pero parang wala naman nangyari dito kay CBN. He still gets the headshot out. ㍍Raissifer trapped. NBA getting the kill. CBN now on the double. Look at the two-man defense laban sa apat. Sneaky, that was so impressive. Bawing-bawi na lahat ng ginawa ni Execration. FERVID could not convert the timeout.
Yeah, ina-expect yata ng FERVID, no, na walang naglalaro ng corner na yun para considering kanina pa tinitignan dito ni Lance. But look at Execration with their own aggression this time. A7J down, Justin taking 2! Meron pang lalabas ng CA Hadges. A bit desperate for the trade pero nawalan na rin siya na ulo dito. CBN finally back on his home gun. HK 417. Kanina pa siya hindi umuulo dito sa EBR pare. Tamang palit lang galing sa kanya to get those stats right back up. And ㍍Raissifer, the last two left alive. Do not doubt the last two players. Pero Fall X nakita na ang C4. Papunta na kasa sa aris ng kalaban. ㍍Raissifer actually acquiring it. Pero si Fall X makakita sa kanyang brother doon pare. The last one left alive. And he is spotted just falling down on tower. Execration. Turning up the gears to 6 pare. Kaya nila yun.
Kino-coin flip na nila no, kung anong klaseng playstyle yung ilalabas nila sa round. From the prior round na nakuha nila yung 2v4, ngayon binomba na nila yung coin flip. Pre, pati nga yung mga angulo ni CBN, alam mo talagang panlason kasi hindi naman siya safe dun kung may mga nasa spawn. Wala sa FERVID. Execration, sumasabay na ka talaga sila sa tutok. It could be really good now for Execration to make it a compound na alam mo talagang pwede pa rin pumabor para nga sa kanila. Man, we went from 3-1 to now an Execration na inuunti-unti na nga yung lamang ng FERVID. Tinan mo pre, nilalaliman nga nila na sobra-sobra. Now they have a crossfire setup sa may EA at Curve. Hindi natin to makita kanina kasi sobrang focus sila doon sa LB at LA na dapat may nakukuha silang multi-kills doon. Now this could be a good read for retake. Pero kung ibibigay nga nila yung LA at LB, it could be really dangerous. Kasi once again, they have to risk the potential 2v3 or 2v4. Nang yung rotation dito ng mga members sa Execration, pwedeng makat ni A7J o kaya ni Lance kung makita sila sa tower or even sa CA man lang. That's the bad sign here for the EA and Curve Crossfire. Then again, Execration is Execration. Kompleto pa naman yung mga utils nga nila. The delay, should that be important para sa B-hold na to?
Paramdam ko nga, Salvi, if they actually ran back the strat last round, it would work. Kasi yung mga bulag na yun, men, pang floor A or floor B rather, tapos yung nakatayo dun sa may big box on the left side of the site, and bulag na bulag yung dalawa na yun, pare. The only person that is not blinded the entire time was yung spot nga ni CBN on that corner. So, if FERVID pulled the trigger on that execute earlier, might have gotten something going dito sa mapa natin, pare. Pero FERVID, once again, signature map movement para sa kanila pare, pero Execration now changing it up, especially on the mid side. Yote, but a good first kill dito kay Hads. Masadong makulit dito sa may mid side. Justin blinded, flicks back around and gets ㍍Raissifer. Oh my goodness, Justin! That is absolutely disgusting pare. Pero tignan mo yung B site natin. A7J Lons still wanting to get into this B site pero hindi na i-allow ni Justin at ni CBN. USP's out and they've gotten the last kill. Worth it na worth it yung timeout, Salvatore. Pero nakita mo yun from Justin? That was insane.
Grabe, men. FERVID had the right mind. Pero kung kanina nila ginawa yun, baka nakuha pa nila yung round. Pero ito yung Execration na nakapag-timeout na pre. Naisip na nga nila, okay, this is how FERVID functions. Now they have the chance to take itong first half nga natin. Olex with an amazing transfer dito kay D. Haj left. Dito lang sa may B site. Wants to cut the rotation ngayon ni MVA. Nakapasok na kasi nilalaro yung batteries. But there goes the high-low. Hindi alam ni CBN. CBN gets sprayed down. Naging 2v2 pa nga to. Kahit nag-init na si Folex kanina. It's now Yotib alongside the attacker of Execration for the retake. C4 on hand para kay E7J all the time in the world para laro-laruin muna yung position nila Folex at Yotib with no intentions of trying to lurk papuntang CB Sneaks. Gusto nila laruin tong EB na lang to.
Yotib has a lineup papunta sa store B entrance from there. That is absolutely crazy. Pero hindi nila nagamit masyado pare. They're just letting the smoke dissipate, especially knowing napaka-delikado no kung pinush nila to ngayon. Could be the bait and switch positioning. Storby also binabantayan dito dahil nga medyo matagal ang pagpasok ng Execration papunta nga dito sa loob ng ating site. Yotib. Uy, good bait. Galing dito kay Folex. Now spotting where Lance is. Meron ng onting distance para sa mga players natin on Execration to get to the side. A7J peeking! But headshot! Galing kay Folex! And Yote bobbing and weaving in between yung mga servers natin. Finally got to the defuse. What a 2v2 retake from Execration. Holy.
Yun, pre. Nabali na yung kamay ko doon. Nabali din yung leeg ko Kung paano mo talaga pinaling yung kamay mo, Folex, to get a 7J skull. Sa sobrang hirap ng tamaan si Lance, napadali na lang yung kay A7J. Ganun ba yun, pre? Grabe naman, Execration after being down by a lot. Sa simula nga natin no? Slow start doesn't mean a guaranteed loss. Tinan mo naman, nabawi yung lahat ng Execration with carefully placed timing sa loob ng B at A site. Playing for retakes, playing for headshots, playing for kills. No, for Execration, tapos na sila tumingin ng LB at LA. Pre, nirerekta na lang sa mukha Wait lang, pamilyar ata ako yun. Parang ginawa ata ng Fervid yun, pre.
Yun nga They're kind of, getting into each other's moves dito sa labanan pare. And low-key in-expect natin to Salvi kasi, ayun nga, Execration, Fervid. Already shared many players in the past and of course, Yotib, having proximity dito sa mga Cebuanos natin probably has picked up a thing or two from the other players. Pero Execration, man, making it very interesting. One timeout, man, galing kay Aljon na bago yung buong ihip ng hangin dito sa compound. And suddenly, we have Execration back on top dito sa ating labanan. Pero Fervid, depensa naman ang kanilang pakay dito, Salvatore. I feel like Fervid definitely kanilang pumawi, especially on this second half. And they're gonna need a very convincing round off of it, pare. Lance, kailangan na uminit kasi ba init na rin dito si Yotib.
Wait. Tinan mo, pre, Kano kainit sa A7J, pre? Sa aran ko lang nakikita to. But there goes yung bomba ng Conmid. Ayun lang na defuse ni Justin. Who's been having a very, very stellar new compound. Nice read para kay Folex. Feel like A7J wanted to be the bait para sa mga nagro-rotate papuntang CA, pre. Kaso nabasa kagad ng Execration. Now it's all down to the dueling of Fervid. Kung kaya nga ba nilang resolbahan ano nangyari in the early round. 1 minute and 49. Already 4 dead inside of compound. A lot of damage being brought out here by Execration and Fervid. Ganun talaga sila kadesidido, no? Sneaks na aggressiveness is the way to go para sa laban na to.
I think they were looking for the opening pick dito, pare, or at least a 4 versus 3, pero I don't know, ang hilito, that was not the time to pull out the USP, pare. Maybe it is time to, cold secondary. I'm just saying, it's kind of getting back in the fray, pare. Pero Execration kind of getting into yung B-site natin. D, gonna be spotting the crosses. Look at the headshot. TBTT galing kay Justin. Nag-iinit to siya, pare. Sa kanyang HK417. Tracifer stuck on the EB side. At hindi siya makapasok. Hindi siya makalaban. Smoke agad papunta dito sa EB. And that is a tremendous amount of delay na pwede niya makuha, pare. Kakalapag lang yan. And Justin on the store B entrance side. Flash grenade papuntang site. USP sa kamay dito ni Tracifer. Justin with the spam. Spotting the box player already. Lance napapasok at napalabas dito ng ating EB side. Hindi na siya makakapasok, man. May player dito sa ilalim. And it's a 6-4 from Execration. Great map movement para sa kanila, pare.
Sabi pre, wala nang nagpasibi sa Fervid. Masyado nang mahirap yung retake na yun. And Execration went inside of that site. No smokes, no flashes whatsoever. Not even a lineup para sa B site, pre, no? Like talagang inasa na lang sa Execration. Marunong naman ako mag-mouse one Doon ko na lang iaasa. And better yet, the moment na nakuha na nga nila si Tracifer, I feel like doon lang pumasok yung mga smoke. Doon lang nila naisip na daliin lang natin na onti, pahirapan natin yung pagpwesto ng RS ng Fervid. And that was the punishing round for Execration. Not even the most optimal one, pero nakita mo paano nga sila naging confident heading into that mid to post plant. 1 minute and 52 now on the clock. So far, Fervid. Ang naiisip pa lang nila dito, no, is to just let it fly dito sa loob ng B site. A good player from A7J could really use some help sa kanyang magiging ikot ng laro to. Pero malay mo nga naman, there is that potential na maguguluhan yung yung position niya. Kasi feel like now, lalo't nandyan si CBN, he might go for curve. Wala namang umaangulo dito para kay Lance at Haj. The lurk could work para dito kay Folex or even kay CBN para sasama si CBN. Instead, Folex will be the one to lurk sa may CB.
Yeah, are they just gonna send it, pare? Or iiwan lang nila dito si Yotib papuntang store B just to check if may dumadaan dito sa EB side. I think ito yung disadvantage no ng ganitong depensa, Salvatore, pagdating nga dito sa B side na pareho kayong floor A naglalaro. Yung EB player is kind of in danger and you have to have someone peeking dito sa may frame constantly, no? Kasi pag nabigay mo talaga tong frame, that is almost half of the site na ibibigay mo, pare. So, Fervid playing hide and seek with the players of Execration bago sila pumasok dito sa side. Tracifer on the bottom side. Yo, tip, yan ang sinasabi ko. The frame control has to be contained and si Tracifer will only get 2. Yo, tip once again. Nakakuha na naman ng isa, pare. Hads, the last one left alive outside looking in dito sa B site. And Hads, may magagawa ka pa ba, pare? Yo-tip tagged up sa frame pero napakahirap tamaan yan, pare, especially knowing na meron ng smoke. And that's the third para dito kay Yo-tip. Yan ang sinasabi ko, Salvatore. The disadvantage of playing dual floor A is EB is wide open. And yung frame, mahirap yung bantayan, especially from that angle. And Yo-tip took full advantage, pare.
You do not give the angle to Yotib talaga, pre. You do not give that kind of leeway para malaro ni Yotib yung frame na yun. Grabe, man. Execration, they just went aggressive, no, sa entry na yun. And there's nothing really much Fervid can do, eh. Kasi kailangan na talaga nila idaan sa tutok, pre. Like, nakapasok na yung exit. The next thing na kailangan isipin ng Fervid is how would we be able to stop them. Pero sa sobrang namangha ata yung Fervid, nanlamig sila. And they got a 2-4-3 exchange. Yes, nakuha nila yung dalawa, but that is given for the attacker side ng Execration. Kita mo nga naman, Sneaks, a very slow GR start. Pero nung nakita na nga nila yung paraan para maibabawi lahat ng naging pagbabagal nga nila sa first half, binawi nila dito. Doon na natin nakita sa ating second half kasi it's not really effective for a team to be that aggressive inside of new compound, which is heavily punishable pag alam mo yung kalaban mo may kalakasan mag-artic, which is si Lance at si A7J na marunong magbasa ng kalaban, di ba? But it's working, which is miraculously something na kailangan talaga isipin ng Execration na, okay, we should bank off of this. Let's just play aggressive every single round. Pag nahanap na ng Fervid yung timpla kung paano nila i-stackan tong B-site, let's just play calm, no? Kakapain na natin kung ano yung nilabas na playbook ng Fervid. Pero man, constant reads from A7J despite it being that, 80% right at the time, dun sila nagkakatalo kung paano nga nila tututukan yung Exe.
Alam mo, men, na napukpok na yung sistema dito sa ulo ni Yotib, dito sa Execration, pare, kasi parang di siya nahihirapan, eh. You know what I mean? Parang wala man lang nervyos na, yun nga, no, this is the possibility na pupunta siyang Paris, pare. It seems like he knows exactly what to do in this system. And feeling ko, it's probably the experience dito ni MVA at ni Justin kind of guiding him with these kinds of systems na, yun nga, no, siguro dito sa QRD, it is, I wouldn't say fully na walang sistema nga dito. Nakita naman natin na nagawa ni Vincent, no, dito sa last season and how he maximized itong si Yotib, pare. Pero Execration, it kind of just seems like they've unlocked another level. Parang nga dito kay Yotib, pare. And I feel like he's too comfortable. Masyadong komportable, kumbaga, sa kanyang posisyon at the moment. That is why I was saying, Lance, you need to step up right now. Kasi pag naging masyadong komportable itong si Yotib, pare, that is his most dangerous form. And especially in a map like New Compound, a map na hindi natin masasabi na, it's a full sniper map. There's a lot of corners, there's a lot of angles, pero nagagawa niya naman ng paraan dito, pare. And look at this, Execration, fully trusting ang kanilang sniper na naka-cover dito sa EB. Diretso lang sila sa site, pare.
Execration, they are the one they fear, no? Parang you just give them that one opening na alam mo talagang ikaaangat ng kumpiyansa nga nila. All goes haywire and south para sa kalaban. With Fervid not being able to show their presence sa depensa, nakita na lang na Execration yung pagkakataon, eh. And they actually paid off itong pagkabagal nga nila on the first now. Duel inside of LB. Nice trades by Yotib. Alay ang buhay ni MVA. Pero ang kawal niya naman ang babawi para ituloy ang legacy. 4v2. Lance and Haj. They just wanted to hold itong A site. Pero nawala na lahat ng depensa ng Fervid sa B. And that is Execration at its finest. Setting up the bait and switch for Execration ngayon. Next step, paano sila atake ngayon?
Yun nga, we were just talking about Yotib, no, pare, and gaano siya ka-komportable dito, man. That was the 2 easiest shots para sa kanya, pare, habang dinidistract na lang or habang distracted yung mga players dito ng Fervid up against dito kay MVA and kay Justin. Or CBN rather. Pero grabe naman yan, pare. I mean, you're just getting free shots in the backline, just making sure na mafe-finish ka ng fights dito ng Execration, or at least on the B side of the map. If it does end up a 3 versus 2, that is pretty much fine para sa kanila dito. Pero it ended up being a bigger lead para sa kanila. Pero CBN taking Lance's head off, and Hadges will be up next. Folex will be getting him. Paano yan, pare? Online ng sniper ng Execration. Both headhunters are also online. Fervid are drowning dito sa new compound, pare.
Grabe, pre. Submerged na ang Fervid. Basang-basa na yung libro nila, pre. Hindi na nila mabasa ng maayos. Di mo na alam kung ano ng kondisyon ngayon ng Fervid, pre. Mga nakaswero na sila sa loob ng new compound. Look at these plays na binabato ng Execration. Mapapawat the hell ka na lang talaga, pre. Crossfire rocks, kumbaga. Look at the angles na kinukuha ng Execration. It's not optimal, no? Kung ano yung pagkalala talaga ng depensa kanila, ano, dun sila bumawi sa pagiging BL nila. And now for Vid, they have the chance to make it an aggressive pacing. Kasi yun yung pinapakita ng Execration, tila sila naman yung nagiging passive. Natakot ata sila na marunong tumutok ang Execration. Nade bomb, grabe! Piso si Haj and Dracifer, what a way to clear itong curve natin. And just like that, Execration has an amazing opportunity. Naisikuhin na lang tong ano na to. Tong curve at EA.
You have to peek. Yotib, almost gets his head taken off, but there's an HE that hits, pare. And then there's an HE that kills. Dracifer will be getting itong si Yotib, pare. But Dracifer and Haj still, hindi mo talaga mai-ignore, pare, na 1 HP na lang sila dito. And an ABR can definitely take them out in an instant. Pero mapapabalik dito yung Execration. They lose a member in the name of Yotib, pare. But how are they gonna adjust about this? Lalabanan na lang nila yung mid? Definitely a possibility. Hands is nasa loob or nasa harap ng kanyang smoke flash grenade papunta sa kanya. That's a one tap galing dito kay Folex. Papunta dito kay Dracifer. Hadge will get Folex in return, but it's an easy trade para sa Exe through the smokes and through the tracers. Pero tignan mo yung Execration na instant back papunta dito sa CB. They really do trust yung kanilang B-execute dito, pare.
Oh, mid-round adjustment. Lance, grabe naman, pre. The whole 1 minute and 30 ng round na to, na doon pa rin siya sa taas ng EA, A7J. Now with the help of D, can they get the defense in? Walang tumama ni isa! Buo pa rin ang buhay ng lahat ng members! And CBN, niratolan lang si D. Lance, na walang visa yung pinwesto niya kanina sa loob ng EA. Now he has to go 1v3. Just in peace, so NBA kalahati. He could get the high priority target, pero wala pa rin talaga. They set the whole firing squad para sa nag-iisang Lance. Execration, a flawless second half.
Grabe, man. Not a single round drop para sa kanila dito, pare. Even on the 4 versus 5 disadvantage, na hanapan pa nila ng paraan para pumasok dito sa B, and that map movement that I was just talking about, Salvatore, napaka-elite galing sa kanila, pare. And Fervid, granted, they are the team na pwede natin sabihin, malakas sila mag-freestyle dito, pare. Malakas sila mag-mid-round, malakas sila sa ganito-ganyan. Pero pagdating dito sa ating playoffs, it just seems like Execration, they're just a bit more ready kumpara ka dito sa Fervid. Pero grabe naman yung init dito ni Folex, CBN, and itong ni Yotib, pare. How are you able to just enter a site just like that? Pero D, he's just shooting ghosts at this point. D, seeing stuff that he's not supposed to see. And MVA, the ghost of MVA, haunting itong si D, pare. He is shooting at nothing dito sa B-site natin, man. Dracifer tempted to peek, but he peeks into the Devil's Pit. Yotib, nakita na nga ang tunay na demonyo dito sa Store B, pare. Dracifer, scared out of his mind, pero A7J gusto niyang kunin ang pagiging hero dito sa ating B-site. Pero tignan mo yung Execration na palipat pabalik dito ng A, and look at the amount of defense na meron dito sa A-site. Na palipat na si Lance papuntang curve. This A-site's wide open, pare.
The demon has been slain. The second caller is now out. Tatlo na lang nakakailangan para makuha na ng Execration ng set number 1. Imagine stealing your opponent's map pick sa loob ng playoffs, pre. Grabe naman kung magnakaw. Paano pa to si Polex na gusto makalibre? Kaso si Yotib naanggula na sa tower. What an entry! Execration! Wala man lang isang round ang Fervid sa second half. Execration declares domination. Set 1 pa lang.
There was a bit of doubt dito sa first half natin, Salvatore. It was more of a back and forth, no? In between dito sa Execration at dito sa Fervid. Pero may nag-iba bigla, Salvi. May nag-iba bigla kasi merong certain na all-star coach na nag-time out dito, pare. And after that timeout, nag-iba yung anyo dito ng Execration, man. It just felt like an entirely different team ever since that happened, pare.
Man, I am just in awe. Kasi pre, parang tila hindi lang yung Fervid yung nanlamig doon, kundi lahat na nanonood na mangha. Kasi man, how could you not score as the strong side of the map? No? Paano mo masasabi sa sarili mo na hindi ka man lang nakaisa sa mapa na alam mong design para sa GR? Fervid could not do anything. Rotation mula kay Lance. Ikot para kay Drace for early engages ni D. Hindi pa rin sapat na trade yun. Kasi nakukuha palagi ng Execration yung mid-round. Pre, akalain mo naman, pre, may lineup sila para tanggalin lahat ng opensa sa curve. At napisuhan nila si A7J at Hudge. And for Execration to have those angles intact para hindi na nga sila maghiwa-hiwalay pa. Execration is not overthinking anything, no? That they have to play within their individual skills. Kaya natin sinabi kanina, Sneaks, no, na it is going to be the battle of a super team laban kay D. Kasi si D, may expose yan if Execration has the right mid-rounding. And what did we see? Yun talaga yung nangyari, pre. They did not let D play within his own strengths at nakuha ng Execration yung pinakamadaling second half ng buong playoffs na to.
Yun nga, man, and Execration as well, no? Ang ganda ng kanilang map movement dito, pare, going in from LA, going in from the mid side, and going in from the B side, no? And it just kind of feels like they're at the precipice of just itong bursting dito sa mga sites natin, pare. Pero nababait pa loob itong Fervid. Ayun nga, Execration is just too good, pare. In a nutshell.
Grabe, man, no? Too good, no? And I feel like there's just only a fitting room para dito sa mga teams na too good, no? You feel like Execration fits that narrative, no? Pero ano ba masasabi ng ating fan dyan? Feeling ko na mahandid sila sa mga nakita nga nilang malaobra na laruan ng Execration. May bawi pa ba dyan? Nadagdagan nyo lang yung sinasabi namin dyan. Mochi tuloy. Sorry na sanay. Bipolar and L, kamusta kayo dyan?
Let's keep the fire burning and welcome to our panel. My name is Bipolar, not Mochi. Pero kasama ko ngayon si L, hindi po si ibang player. Pero yun na nga, no, going back to our game, iba ang bakbakan ng ating teams. Fervid had a great start pagdating dito sa kanilang BL side. Pero nung nasa GR side na sila, it was just very clear na hindi mag-i-excite ang players natin for Execration because they wanted to avoid Lance at all costs. Kasi kailangan dito ng Fervid makapit si Lance. They always put them on A. Pero alam, dito ng Execration from that one crucial time at dito ni CYK, pumasok ba naman ng bootcamp? Akala ko nasa PTEX pa rin siya, pero sabi niya dito, Execration, tapusin na natin to second half agad.
With the 9 straight wins dito, no, Bipolar. Isa lang naman masasabi ko dyan para dito sa Execration, no. C'est toujours le premier coup qui reste le plus grave dans le mémoire. The first strike will always be remembered. That is going to be very, very tough para dito sa Fervid. Bakit? Yeah. Kasi kung napanalo nila yung new compound, kung nakuha nila yung first set win, it would have been a different story if they go out dito as the winner, di ba? Napakalala na pinakita na dito ng Execration and the first time actually, you know, to see Coach ZYK in action. So, a lot has been proven dito by Execration na okay, the first time that we've met, medyo alanganin pa kami, medyo petics pa kami ote, pero this time, alam namin yung nakasalalay dito and we're not going to hold back.
Yeah, you know what? Big shout out sa ating Execration family that is watching this entire series right now. And they are already one step forward going to that EW spot para makuha ang ating pinakaunang susi from CROSSFIRE Philippines. But man, look at this. No? Fervid, great start. Talagang aggression lang. Talang harapan natin dito ang ating players. And we saw it very clearly na Fervid was working. Pero on that GR side, they did not do it. We saw Execration spamming B side every time. Alam nila gagana ng gagana yan. because they have lineups, they have good pressure. With CBN entering the fights, hindi makakapalag dito ang Fervid man. It's just so, it's very sad to see already. First set pa lang natin dito, the demonic phenom of the not really working out. Kinakailangan dito mo overextend ni A7J on the GR side as well para makuha ng early conversion. Pero it was a surprise attack mula sa Execration na hindi kayo makakapuntos on this second half. Fully straight 9 rounds mula dito sa ating Execration to close out new compound, and I feel like kailangan dito mag-reset ng ating plays for Fervid, because if they still play stubborn, if they still play their same old defaults, it will be a very fast down slope or downhill para sa kanila. But now, looking at our statistics, a total of 14 rounds at 10 ang napunta sa Execration.
Napakahirap isipin na from 1-4 to 10-4. Talagang sinabi na Execration, no, 10-4. Over and out with the statistics dito ni Justin at ni CBN. Justin, he's high-key, low-key.
Yeah.
No, he's very, very low-key dito sa ating Execration squad. Usually, masasabi natin si Folex, si CBN, si Yotib. Pero once he pops off, and contributing to this performance sa Execration with 100% rating, talagang everyone is going to be amazed. And everyone is online dito sa Execration side. Fervid though, I mean, you can say that Lance truly was he was the right pick to be put dito sa head-to-head natin. And he tried to carry his team, pero kinapos, when D shut down, when A7J tries to catch D falling off, that's when the rest doesn't have function anymore. Dracifer, susubukan niya, pero he's gonna get shut down. Si Hodge, he's really new here, so he's gonna try to just shoot as well, pero wala rin siya magagawa. I feel like ang lala lang ng ginawa ng Execration dito sa new compound. Mapick ng Fervid, of course, set MVP natin is going to be the low-key boy na Execration, Justin.
I'm telling you, man, Justin is the unsung hero of Execration, all the way from all the way from Swiss stage up until the group stage, up until the playoffs. Justin is the unsung hero. 100% rating, man. Mas marami pa siyang headshots dito, or napantay niya pa headshot dito ni CBN as well as ni Fall X, and he had a great survival rating of 57. 2.7 in terms of KD, and that kill per round that is always secured para sa ating Execration given by Justin. What a start para dito sa Execration, and that key is now slowly going towards their hands. Pero syempre, alam natin yan. The players coming for Fervid, and with the help of Aris, Boss Nice Katol, makakuha pa nila dito ang ating second map. But let's see kung ano nga bang ibibigay ba sa atin ng ating dalawang teams na after a little bit of a break. Magbabalik po ang ating CFS PH Summer Masters 2026 after this.
Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya. Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Namaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Fervid Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Patungo na tayo sa ating set number 2 which will be held on port. And these two teams now has a very great port. Tama ba, Elno? Kasi win percentage para sa ating dalawang teams has been at an all-time high. FERVID knows this pretty much. Ginamit nila ito nung impact stage pa lang. Lance knows this a lot. Pero we know to be a very formidable force ditong Execration.
Yeah, 100% win rate here in 4 maps for the Execration side. Meanwhile, for FERVID, well, 50% in 4 maps, no? Makita naman natin sa map data. Ba't ko pa sinasabi yan? Well, I'm going to be giving you context why. Because dito sa GRBL side dito, Execration is better. 78%, 76%. If walang VP sa liga, sila yung pinakamagaling sa port, no? Pero well, nandiyan yung VP and mamaya natin sila pag-usapan. Focus tayo dito sa Exe at FERVID. Win probability, I would say, it's, you can throw that out the window because FERVID, as much as they might have been having a hard time dito on the map, di ba? Sa matches and on some other teams, it feels like they can solve it, no? They just lack firepower kasi yung mga nakakalaban nila puro sagasa, pero Execration is not gonna be that team that will just run you over. They're gonna try to pry you one by one, and I feel like if you're thinking of how this will play out stylistically, FERVID, well, they will try to do crazy stuff, while tong sa Execration, they will just take it step by step, and it will start from the first pick from UTIB, from Folex, or from CBN. Anyone can do it, and I feel like the SX shot has to strike for this 2-0 if they want to really stake their claim towards Paris.
You know what, El, nakita rin natin dito, no, from new compound, iniiwasan ng Execration ng ating player na si Lance coming in to that game. Pero ngayon, di na nila maiwasan yan. The top 8 position will be an at all-time high para sa ating Execration squad in mabilisan ng rotations dito, lalo na sa GR side ng ating FERVID. So Execration needs to be wary of these like sniper angles na pwede makuha ni Lance for them to get clear entry sa ating side. Pero let's see, no, these two teams now will about to commence. Pagdating dito sa port, oras na para ibato ito para sa ating caster, Sneaky Frog, and as well as Salvatore. It's showtime.
Game na tayo para sa ating set number 2 inside of port is Execration. Early on sa ating map dito, pinprioritize nga ito no? Kita mo nga naman, FERVID, no, struggling inside of new compound, pero if there's anything we can take away from this, no, FERVID, alalahanin nyo lang kung anong ginawa nyo sa loob ng acceptance, no, inside of that port game. Could be a very good material laban dito sa Execration na kanina pa aggressive, no, Sneaky.
Yun nga pare, a really funny statistic is yun nga, the PL side is higher than the GR side para nga dito sa FERVID, no? Which is not really common pagdating nga sa mapa ng port, which is, you know, as is most port maps, it is GR sided pare, and it just so happens na FERVID will be playing the GR side first, which is pretty happy para nga sa kanila dito. But at the same time, hindi natin may ignore yung mga galawan nga dito ng Execration when it comes to the BL side of this map. I mean, halos magkatabi na nga lang dito yung kanilang win rate on both sides of the map at 78 and 76. So you do know that they can pull it off on either side, no? And making priority siguro dito ng FERVID is really trying to keep CA and Z under control dito sa mapa natin para kasi once again, Execration, if you give Folex CA control or binigyan mo tong si CBN ng CA control pare, there is an opportunity para, you know, umikot or at least cause a distraction on the other side of the map while the whole team pushes on the other, no pare? So FERVID really needs to cut off kung ano man opening plays nga dito na Exe, which is gonna be very hard kasi hindi mo alam kung mag-push agad yung Exe dito pare.
Never can para sa Execration. What kind of Execration na makikita ka natin? Second listen sa comms muna.
Katugapon. Di po ito yung ato.
Ayos, smoke ya. Bay, init na yung kamot, bay.
Ingat room Yote ba?
Hawak ko Elay.
Is this.
Nasa room ako kaya. Namat.
Is din na ako. Yeah. Wala ya.
There it is. Tamang opening lang pare. Nothing too complicated, no? Para nga dito sa Execration, they are just gonna hold back as much as possible. I think aware naman sila dito sa habits ng FERVID of kind of going forward pagdating sa mapa na to, men. So they're trying to avoid that.
Pero ba, slow pace ngayon for Execration, no? Ito naman yung nakita natin mula sa kanilang BL side ng new compound. Less action na nga muna pag nahanap na nila yung pinakamagandang timpla ng kanilang offense at saka sila atake. Pero CA control para dito kay ㍍Rcifer. Justin waiting for that perfect opportunity. Na pag nag-swing nga si ㍍Rcifer para i-check yung BR ng GR, could be really good, no? Justin now being hyper-aggressive kaso pwede siya mahuli dito ni ㍍Rcifer. That's bad call and an information. Guaranteed naman na para sa deathcam ni Justin, pero syempre ayaw nga nilang laruin yung site na 4 lang ang papasok. Look at the time, Sneaky. Very crucial na nga ngayon. Any movement now for Execration is a build-up para makapag-opensa nga sila. 55 seconds left. What a swing by NBA. Nakapasok nga ng Z. And there goes the clear. Pero may trade na magaganap pala dito kay A7JD. Good counter lurk at naharap na kagad si Folex. Now ㍍Rcifer bumunga na ngayong kakantay niya na CA. Nice kills for FERVID. 4v2 na tayo.
And that really laid into the hands nga dito ng FERVID pare. The fight has already started and nakuhang angulo nga dito ni A7J is that very small hole towards dito nga sa curve. And the reduction of numbers nga dito ng Execration, it all happened in one fell swoop. And the fact na hindi pa nakuha ni Justin itong si ㍍Rcifer who should die in that position 100% pare. And now, they're stuck in a bad situation. Para tignan mo naman si D already on the backline. 14 seconds left. Whether or not he gets a kill or not is still quite a ways way of delay para sa kanya. D will be getting Yotib. ㍍Rcifer with the USP making it easy para sa kanya pare. And that will be the first round para sa FERVID na successfully nagulat nila dito yung Execration pare.
Okay pre, no? So, was a good move para sa FERVID na every single member ng Execration nung nagalit nga sila, they wanted to make a push. FERVID now also made a very deep angle para matrade nga kaagad din. No? Pero si Justin ang mauuna na CA kasi si ㍍Rcifer hindi na-guarantee yung pag-akit na nga. No? And ㍍Rcifer pwedeng maghulat and there goes Justin finally avenging himself. Pagkatapos nga ng alitan sa loob ng CA kanina, now going back no Sneaky. Like I said, Execration wanted to be, you know, the one to start off the play. You know, especially from NBA na gusto kunin yung A-sign dito. And that Z-swing really paved the way for FERVID to play for trades. Isang maganda rin na ginawa dito ni D was to counteract Folex. Grabe, you know, that was the tracking of information. Tagang pumabor para sa FERVID. Now, a new round awaits. Etong Execration already a kill over to ㍍Rcifer and a low health Hodge.
Uy!
Oh my God! Lance! Amazing crouch peek dito kay Yotib. At really, you know, the play na kailangan mong gawin pero pinalampas na nga lang din. May mga nakakalampas na nga ng basura dito. No sneaks and now Justin with an entry. Lance now left all alone sa may top. AD and Hodge. Sila na nga lang ang natitira at sila 3v2. Potential kill over to Justin to make it an even game. D crossing. Nakita na nga bumaba. Nagpa-ninja. Folex now gets the low HP Hodge and still left all alone. Na-track nga siya ni Folex. Kaya doon na nakaabang si CB. And what a headshot by CBN at Execration. 1-1.
Yeah, really good return to form galing dito sa Exe, no? Na-avoid nila dito yung 2 or 3 swing papunta nga sa may mid-side. But at the same time, malaking benefit talaga yun. Nauna nga dito si tropang Justin on the CA side. Kasi nga CA is one of the more important spots dito sa mapa natin. Granted na there was some trading going on, no? Na somehow napantayan pa nga dito ng FERVID pagdating sa map control. Pero at the end of the day, Execration, kumalat sila dito sa CA, Lance, still was hitting his shots, pero napakahirap na ng angulo na yan, pare, na ganun na sila kalalim dito sa A-site natin. And FERVID could not contain them whatsoever, man. Sayang yun.
Funny ㍍Rcifer kung kailan. Wala nagko-contest dito ng CA, tsaka nawalat nga ng kalaban, but this is still, you know, good position para kunin ni ㍍Rcifer, no? 1 minute and 34 left on the clock so far. The deepest angle na nakuha pala ng Execration is itong BR nga nila para makita din ang BR ng kalaban. Feel like pre, yung presence talaga na meron sila sa ST. I feel like it's a good touch. Problema lang kasi dito, may tao sa CA eh. And that's all the angles na pwedeng makuha ng FERVID. Nang makita nga talaga nila yung RS mismo o kaya yung court. Now, D and Hodge, a bit of a high-low. Crossfire, napakalital nga nito. If the util is bad, then this is bad for Execration. D now with the spray. Yotib gets the kill. Paano nila nakuha yung Z-player? Pero dalawang low health na nga to. Folex inching closer sa loob nga ng B-side. Cut 10 HP na nga lang siya. ㍍Rcifer can get the clear now. Folex, hindi tatama. Now Lance gets the headshot. 1v3 CB and cornered. Wala nang matakbuhan. FERVID gets the defense. Pagkatapos i-cancel ng Execration yung high-low, grabe yung bawi ng FERVID.
Yun nga, men. And that was supposed to be an execration round. 100% pa rin. Nalagpasan na nila dito yung LB. Nakuha na nila yung HP pare. Pero that one flash galing kay A7J and him just rotating in time papunta ka dito sa baba really did a number on them. Pero Folex will be punishing D4's over-aggression dito sa LB. I think FERVID trying to increase yung kanyang confidence dito pare. Pero yun nga, you kinda lose your best player in the process. So FERVID having to operate without their best player. And A7J spotted na yata sa mid pare, namula yata yung crosshair ng mga isa sa mga players dito. So they are fully aware that there is a player in this spot and that's a good clear galing kay Justin pare.
Then good kill. Honestly, no, parang we kinda expected na magiging 1-4 nothing na yun. You know, Execration, a team that is now open to take risks sa loob nga ng port. Feels menacing to see, no, na Execration is willing to go through lengths. Makuha lang talaga nila yung dominating numbers, no, Sneaks. Now, a bit of a push now on C8. Tracer nandito. Folex is the best bet na mahuli nga. Pero nakatatlo naman si Dracifer. Si Folex lang ang gusto. And now, the 2-4 nothing trade kanina, Sneaks. Wala na. It has now run its course. Dracifer could get another one, but MVA gets the clear. Teka lang, Haj nakaltokan. Now suddenly it's a 2v2. Kasi MVA nakaltokan nga din. Pero makakapasok ka ba dito ang Execration? The answer is yes, but the C4 na stranded dito sa lang sa may mid.
I think di yata aware dito yung FERVID na na-drop dito yung C4 sa mid. Oh, never mind. They're fully well aware. Lance is staring right at it, pare. Is it gonna be a full swing galing kay MVA, a jump peak? Yotib yata, kailangan umaksyon muna dito sa top A, no? Para makahanap ng mga picks dito sa mapa natin. But he's gonna have to tap walk all the way into exit. Pero spotted na kasi Yotib just in time. And MVA, nakatakas pa ka just in time as well. 1 HP on him. At barag pa nga dito si Lance. Ninja para sa kanya. Spotted, Hadges, 1 HP. Pero nilabas ang USP pare to get exactly what he wants, which is that kill, which is this round as well. Para sa FERVID, bumabawi na sila sa GR side, pare.
Grabe yung bawi, no? Pero FERVID, this is another example of them being able to utilize yung mga malalakas na angulo, no? Knowing na GR nga sila. And this is a team na merong 48% win rate sa GR, pero ang laking bawi nga na nakikita natin wala nga sa kanila. 1-4-2 exchange. Actually, Yotib getting the kill. Now D takes him down. 3v3. Tinatanggal mo ni Dracifer yung bulag sa bata ni MVA. Gets the headshot angle. Now Folex comes into the fray. 2v1 D. Can the Demon do it? Hindi talaga pre, because Folex is now inside of the server pre. Folex saves Execration from eternal peril ng demonyo.
Grabe, they need him especially to perform in this one, no pare, considering he's either the first or second or the third player in para nga dito sa mga labanan natin. And it just seems like FERVID, they kind of forgot to not snowball dito nga sa ating B-side. Has kept on fighting and fighting and fighting. But speaking of fighting, Yotib taking down 2. Hads and D is now down. FERVID trying to provide another fast opening para sa kanila pare, para makuha nila ang 4 versus 5. Pero sila pa ngayon na aksidente dun pare.
5v3. A7J and Dracifer do have respective posts para depensahan nga yung mga kanya-kanyang angulo. No? A7J not on the TRG. Nakapagtaka, no? What is stopping FERVID from going for the double sniper setup? I feel like na talagang mas papapabor para sa FERVID na i-retake na lang yung mga rounds or even just get the picks. Pero I feel like a double sniper could really work for both Lance and A7J. Pero not really on the top A position. Ladder box nga lang siya. 1 minute and 80 now on the clock. Dracifer setting up the delay. Pero since kompletos recados pa nga dito ang Execration, they do have the chance to make this a lurk play. Pwedeng magkasalubungan. Couldn't get the second. Si Lance na bigyan pa ng pangalawang pagkakataon. Mali ako ng sinabi, pre. Yotib, binoga si Lance na pwedeng ikaresulta ng pagtanggal niya sa laro kasi cheater lang gumagawa ng ganun. A7J cornered. And my God, F11 nyo si Yotib sa lobby. Ano yun?
Grabe man, clearing out the 2 players on the SD side of the map pare. Lumipat siya ng bridge, nakakuha pa rin siya ng 2. Talk about the impact galing dito kay Yotib. Granted, is not much of an opener, but he's goddamn close to being one of the best closers dito sa ating liga pare. And oh my goodness me, that is the type of sniping that Execration needs in order to dominate dito sa ating series. USP sa kamay dito ni Tracifer. Nakuha na yung CA control pero mapapabalik siya papuntang site. CA will still be given dito sa Execration but it did cost them a singular player. Pero MBA, napakalapit, napakabilis, hindi nakatingin. Itong si Tracifer, launch goes down instantly as well. A7J spotted sa bridge, dinaanan ni CBN. Headshot drive-by para sa kanya. Nagmamadali na rin, pero di ka nakatingin sa likod mo, boy. Naandun si Yotib sa tower. CBN will be getting the last kill, and it is a headshot, of course. Execration with a resounding comeback dito sa ating labanan, pare.
Six, we doubted CBN. Dapat HK lang siya, pero this man is using HK tactics sa pag-EBR. Paano mo niraratulan yung tao sa bodega, tas headshot pa?
Justin.
Ito na, Justin nakalampas. Grabe nga naman magbalakit bahay. Dito si Justin nakakalampas na nga sila. FERVID getting countered by their own play. Pero 4v3 na nga lang to. They have to calm down. Polex now trying to elevate any sort of offense. Kasi nga medyo nagda-die down yung Execration. Polex gets the 180. Still 9 HP. MVA, nakasalalay sa'yo ang round na to, pre. Now, MVA, 100 HP. Pag nahuli ni Haji, alanganin na nga ba, MVA survives! 1 HP! Execration! Back-to-back aggressive rounds!
Nakita na natin to sa Alvin, nakita na natin to sa new compound. Execration randomly pushed con mid in this exact position. Pero si Justin naman ang nag-ninja all the way into bridge and covered siya dito ng initial bridge lineup. And oh my goodness me, Execration also pumping the pace dito sa mapa natin. Instant CA take, but at the same time, a really good recovery galing dito kay MBA, no? Despite na nawalan sila ng player dito, pare. Why? Let's go in. Nakuha na natin yung CA control. Ako na bahala mag-entry dito, pare. And oh my goodness me, Execration on more than a roll dito sa mapa natin, pare. They are stomping itong FERVID natin, pare. Jesus.
Bit of luck on the side. For FERVID siguro, no? Para mabawi na nga nila lahat ng minalas nila dito, pre. Kasi FERVID, 2 rounds. Pinakita na Execration na pwede namin idaan sa barilan. Walang pahirap-hirap. 7J gets a spray. MVA full blinded. What an amazing buff flash dito lang sa may mid. Wala pang bawi so far Execration in terms of trading, but Folex inunti-unti na nga yung posisyon, gets the angle, walang tumatama. Haj still alive from the barrage of attacks mula dito kay Folex. CBN gets a spray kasi hindi kakansilan nga kagad lahat. And now a 4v1 for Yotib. At least itong port na to, dikit nga naman talaga. There is still some hope and life for FERVID. Yotib couldn't get the 180 and we see a 5-4 half once again. Execration, maximize naman nila yung pag-atake nila sa port.
Finally, men, nagawa na ng FERVID yung kailangan pa, kanina pa nilang gustong gawin, no? Which is yung itong mid-pop na nakita natin. Pero comms muna.
Tapos ko eh.
Alis natin.
Alis
Bomba
ako. Bobomba ako.
Lalason na.
Ay, mamaya na. Pag
Lalason na
nagbibigay
kaya.
smoke sa mid.
Ikaw ninja pre.
Wala pa naman eh.
Ayun nga. Calm, cool, collected ang comms natin on the side of Execration. FERVID also just as the same. Alam naman nila na isang point lang yung pagitan ng dalawang teams sa to, pare. Pero reality is, Salvi, PL side na dito yung FERVID. Execration on the side of the map that is desirable dito, pare.
Okay, pre, bomba. Dito lang sa may top. Yotib, di man lang naapektuhan. CBN, hindi nyo na-clear. Yotib, napakabilis ang mga sa may top, pre. And A7J still alive sa may baba ng CA. Can Yotib get the reposition now? 7 bullets in the chamber still. Pero isa lang ang kailangan. Episode sa A7J. Still gonna get the kill over to MVA. Yotib now pushing. Gets the wall bang sa USP. Now, Folex, hinahanap na nga si Lance. I feel like he has an idea. Lance re-engaging. But Folex, di man lang nakita si Lance. Pero napatay niya gamit ang wallbang. Execration, GR na't lahat ayaw pa rin tumigil.
Grabe, man. CBN with the perfect cover para dito kay Yotib na nasa top lane na nagwawala lang, pare, and instantly he switches to the LB side. Lance, mahanap na kaya? Balikat! Nagkatamaan sila dito, pare. But Yotib will be getting out with 100 HP. Luns with 60. I think tinamaan yan right through the box. So it is only 40 damage, pare. Pero Yotib, tignan mo naman. Instant lipat. Pabalik dito ng A-side, pare. Hindi na papabayaan yun. Was it all a bait?
Ang Hodge D layering themselves. Pero teka lang, CBN alanganin nga ito. Nakatingin pa rin sa may CA, pre. There goes the one half of the high-low ng LA ngayon. Huling-huli sa camera, pre. CBN caught lacking. Wanted to clear yung CA. But I feel like Fervid wanted to play the sound cue. Pero eto na nga, nakita na natin to sa laban nila ng Taring Bobby. Execration with no B defense. Wala sa kalaban. They now know how to punish. Folex gets the kill. And now the court push. Suddenly na delay ng Fervid. Execration could really do something about this, pre, para mas lalo pang mapunish ang Fervid, but they're still holding themselves inside of the spawn. FBA insane check over to Lance. Wala nang artik ngayon ng Fervid.
Grabe, man. You really are standing in front of one of the most wall-bangable positions sa buong mapa natin up against one of the most tenured players dito sa ating liga. Alam niya na lahat ng angulo ng wallbang dito sa mapa na to, pare. And Lance is gonna get a painful lesson because of it. Folex na andito na nga sa B-side will be spotting his brother Dracifer right around the corner. Pero tamang bantay lang muna si Dre. Ayaw niya masyadong isagad dito yung Godbox. Maybe just trying to catch itong si Justin. Mid-rotation. Justin hindi pa siya nag-post. Parang may nararamdaman yata dito sa B-side. Justin, tamang wallbang lang with his friend Folex. Folex will be falling because of Hatch. Pero nawala na ka ng dalawa dito yung Fervid. Has the only one left alive. Nakaltukan pa nga dito sa ating B-side. Justin will be falling. Hads will be falling shortly as well. Onting delay lang galing dito sa Execration, and this just looks all too familiar. Salvatore hindi makascore ang Fervid sa second half.
Grabe naman, pre. History once again. Inuulit ng mga teams. Pigang-piga na ang Fervid, pero kailangan pa rin nilang kumilos sa kanilang pangarap. Justin once again on a wallbang angle. Strongest side of the map. Pero si A7J may bawi nga din ngayon. And here comes A7J trying to get a second kill possibly, but Justin still playing passive on platform. 4v4 still. Execration got what they wanted. They got Hodge. Out of all the players, it was Hodge who was moving forward, acting as bait and sentry para sa Fervid. Now Execration. Wala silang kailangan isipin dito, pre. Knowing na they have to play defense, wala na silang kailangan kilusin pa dito.
Kahit makaisa lang dito si Justin, no? Dito sa B-side, even if he just allows the players in dito sa top B mismo, pare, as long as nasa kanila yung control dito sa bottom B, that is gonna be a retake incoming. Either way. So, tamang hold lang muna galing sa Execration. I really like it na ni-reinforce nila dito yung mid kasi yun lang talaga yung butas na pwede magpa-ruin sa buong B-side defense nila dito. And having two players in that position is gonna be enough. Justin just playing delay para sa kanyang team. Here comes the flash. Here comes his flash as well. Pero may kita pa nga siya dito sa bottom B. D trying to go on forward pero hindi makunan ng control ng Fervid ang ilalim dito ng B-side. D will be getting Justin. That's Yotib getting his own kill dito sa may mid-side. CBN will be getting Lance, and D saving the B-side take pero hindi pa to safe, pare. Meron pang Yotib na nag-aantay. Meron pang Yotib na may EBR na ngayon, pare.
One spray down from Yotib. Low HP.
Parang
A 1v2 that is hella winnable para sa kalidad na meron si Yotib. Waiting for that smoke.
Good angle.
Wala nang pwedeng i-layer pa dito. Si Dracifer, there goes the flash. D denying it on a very good crossfire setup nga ngayon. Masyado alanganin yung pwesto ka ni Yotib.
Oh!
Yotib gets the clutch! Oh my God! Yotib! Welcome! Welcome to Master Summer! Rookie season ni Yotib! Ang lala mo kung mag-clutch!
And oh my goodness me, Yotib. I mean, we were kind of expecting it, no? Salvatore, we were low-key looking for it. Yung kanyang 1 versus 2 clutch, he's very good on the EBR as well. Maganda na yung ginawa dito ng Fervid to create a crossfire in that situation. Pero Yotib with enough HP to tank both of the players in that situation. The fact na pareho pang headshot yun, which is absolutely insane to me. Grabe naman yun, Yotib. Even as the sniper can work it with the M14 EBR. And with a player like that, Execration, hindi kaya wala silang takot na pumasok dito, men, kasi alam naman nila na naandun si Yotib pare to save them every single time. And Execration, obviously, napakaganda na kanilang reaction to that initial aggression dito sa House B. Tamang adjustment lang dito sa bottom B instead, just not overcommitting, no, and creating a very bad situation para dito sa Fervid. Despite the advantage, may kita mo na yun nga, mataas pa yung chance na matatalo pa sila dun, pare.
Grabe, men, no? Strongest crossfire you could ever ask for. First contact dun si ㍍Raizifer, pero ang bilis din naman kung makapag-react ni Yotib na tingnan kaagad yung gate. Oh my God, pre. In the rookie season of Yotib, he's
First year,
one
by the way.
series away. He's one series away para makalipad. And Yotib is doing all of this. No? What more pa kaya pag binigyan natin siya ng prime? Diba? He will have a lengthy season dito sa tournament na to. My God, we are just getting started sa series nga na to, no? Pangalawang set pa lang tayo, pero grabe ng Execration. They are releasing all the handcuffs right now. Sningin ang makulong na ang Fervid inside of port. They are repeating what was done sa loob nga ng new compound, no? Call it a repeat offender kasi nga Execration. My God, these are just insane plays para kundinahin nyo yung ginagawa dito ng Fervid. The same series in the second half. Wala pa rin magawa dito ang Fervid, pre. Even after the timeouts were called in the respective maps, wala pa rin talaga.
Grabe ka na, Execration. I think they're trying to dissuade any doubts, no, dito sa Salvatore na hindi sila ready for this international, pero it seems like they are more than dito sa ating mapa ng Port Fervid. Nothing that they can do, and they will try to do it a bit raw, do it a bit contact, pero tignan mo naman si Justin, even through the wall, makukuha na yun, Folex dropping down from the Godbox side. Nakuha na sila ng dalawa dito, pare, pero A7J nakuha na si Justin, but still, bottom B control is not yet acquired dito ng ating Fervid. That will be won by NBA. Folex coming out at the right time, at si Lance na lang natitira. 1 versus 2, Yotib still well alive, and it really is a sinking feeling para sa'yo, Folex. Now spotting kung nasaan si Lance. Yotib just in time, getting it. And despite Folex falling, Yotib props him up on the 1 versus 1. 9-4, Execration once again. Yotib na naman, pare.
Yotib na naman ang tatapos. Si Yotib ang nagsimula. Siyempre, kay Yotib din iikot ang larong to. He is absolute. Naku nga naman, Execration. What kind of form we are seeing right now? Ito na ba yung forma na pwede naming makita pa nag-international nga kayo, pero wala pang seremonyas, not just yet. Para dito sa Execration, as there is now 2 picks for MVA and Folex. Now 3v5 already. CBN closing on LAD. Pwede nga mahuli. CBN! There goes the fire. Huling-huli. Now on the 4v3, unti-unti lang napagpitas para sa Execration. Sa loob lang din ng gubat ngayon kung dumipensa. ㍍Raizifer.
He got that?
Putting in the hurt dito kay Justin. ㍍Raizifer with the double kill. And once again, we meet a 1v3 from Yotib. ㍍Raizifer gets taken down. Kakalmahan lang muna ng konti nila, Haj. Alam nila kung anong pinapasok nga nila ngayon. Ang den ni Yotib, potentially in the clutch once again.
Yun nga, EBR na naman ang kanyang weapon of choice dito sa kanyang 1 versus 2. Yotib. Touch of a lifetime para sa kanya, pare. Quick reload lang to get the full 35 mag para sa kanya, pare. He's not intending to go for a reload anytime soon. Pero si Lance nakabantay sa tamang lugar. Pero wallbang right through the stairs. Had it spotted, and Lance with the repick. All that hype for nothing. Pero Fervid, of course, still realistically down by a lot dito sa mapa natin, pare. And with that kind of round galing sa Exe, medyo patapon yan galing sa kanila, pare. Maybe just to check if aware pa ba ang Fervid dito sa ating port map. Pero 4-man swing on the long side. Yotib, opportunity for a highlight play. Pero ㍍Raizifer nakita na si CBN. Patience has to be para Yotib na hindi siya matay agad dito. D-spotting him on the top A side, trying to go for the full bait. A7 down! And the third para kay Yotib! Can he get the fourth? Yes, he can! And that's the Execration shot! Dito sa Fervid Port is gonna be their ownership sa kanila ang barko, sa kanila ang panalo. Execration putting it up 2-0.
Pre, 1 series away. Execration. Nasisimoy na nila ang hangin ng pares, Nikki. Oh my God. It's now time, no, for Execration, pre. The long-awaited international venture dito kay Folex, Justin and MVA. Unti na lang, pre. Makakabalik na nga sila sa itinakda nga para sa kanila during their Pacific Macta days. And what a debut season para dito kay Yotib. His only second playoff appearance rather, no? And I just speechless, no, pre. Every word is mumbled right now. Every feeling is that confused para sa mga tao. How is Yotib pulling every single thing dito sa ating second half? Of course, kay Yotib nagsimula lahat ng ating pagsisigaw no? Kay Yotib din matatapos lahat ng mga pagsigaw din ng mga players dito sa loob nga ng laron to. My God, this is just insane of a series. Not even for Fervid, but for Execration, kasi we're seeing a different kind of Execration. Yung hirap makatapos ng series during groups, pero ngayon parang kaya na ata nila gawin lahat, Sneaky.
Yeah, man, it's just maximum confidence galing sa kanila, pare, and that is just the belief na kahit ano mangyari talaga, pare, Yotib will be catching etong Execration every single time, and the fact na they don't even have to, or he doesn't even have to catch them every single time, pare, kasi kay Folex at kay CBN pa lang, you know, you can already see the struggle galing dito sa Fervid to really peek into their angles dito sa ating mapa. But at the same time, there also is that random factor, no, galing nga dito kay CBN or maybe dito kay Folex, no, from time to time. Baka may mag-peek dito sa ST bigla, baka may mag-peek dito sa LB bigla, and that really puts the fear in you kung kayo yung Fervid, pare, kasi kailangan nyo na maging extra careful sa pag-check ng mga corners natin, especially when it comes to LB, especially when it comes to SD, and the patience na dinisplay dito ng Execration as well on some of the more passive rounds is nothing short of amazing, pare. Sabihin ko na, Salvatore, pwede na to, men, pwede na pang international.
Pero ikaw na mismo nagsabi, what more pa kaya pag buong Philippines na nagsabi na Execration is that international ready. Pero wala pa, pre, kailangan pa natin dumako ng ating set number 3 para talaga sure na talaga yung plane ticket na Execration. Can Fervid pull off a miracle, a reverse sweep na hindi pa natin nakikita in a best of 5 setting dito lang sa C-Masters? Tignan nga natin as we continue the series, pero ibabato na natin dyan sa ating panel. Bipolar and L for more further breakdown dito sa ating laban. Bipolar and L, kamusta kayo dyan?
Oh, it's been pretty good here sa ating panel just because we're seeing a great series now for Fervid and as well as Execration. Man, I feel like lahat ng bala dito sa ating mga mags ng ating players for Execration, puro exec yung laman. Kasi they're just executing every player coming for Fervid with the CBN and Yotib combination.
Sorry kung nakatitig lang ako, Bipolar. Tinatry ko kasi i-imagine kung paano maglaro si Yotib. Kasi bonjour! No, Yotib, bonjour! Good morning sa'yo. Dilat na dilat ang tropa natin dito sa Execration. Ang lakas niya mag-arctic. Talagang he spots out everyone, pare. And I mean that in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, parang mapapasabi ka na lang, parang animal dito si Yotib because he is wild, he is insane coming into these matches. He is getting headshots every time and he is getting sniper shots at the plenty. Man, isipin mo yun, Fervid had a somewhat good start pagdating dito sa ating GR side nila, pero when they were on the BL side, hindi nila mapita si Yotib on that top A position, which means hindi sila makapag-move forward dito sa A side. It means na makaka-cancel out sana dito A execution ng ating Fervid, which means they will try to go to B. Pero even if they go B, there's still Yotib going in for that clutch as long as he has something in his bag. Tatama yan. Sinasabi ko dalawang araw ng puyat tong si Yotib kaka-FFA na hindi naka-sniper. Naka-HP yan pati M14. So man, kung dilat na dilat dito si Yotib, gising na gising din siya kasi hindi pa nakakatulog yung batang to. But Fervid, man, you had good rounds kung saan they were just forcing fights already. Pero when it was up to defaulting, minamamaw lang sila ng Execration, which is pretty crazy to see. Kasi maganda naman hold out dito ng Fervid, especially when Lance tries to go for that proactive play. Iikot siya ng ikot, which means maraming angles ang maka-shutdown for Execration. Man, this is Execration at their international level right now. And feeling ko tama yung sinabi ni Sneaky Frog na okay na to. Pwede na to sa international.
Pwede na to, no? Shoutout din pala kay Jacob dun sa sinabi niya kay Yotib na without this performance from him, no, it would really be a great differential dito sa scoreline natin. Tingnan mo, sasabihin ko din yung sinabi ko kahapon dun sa CBF versus STS, no? Isa lang yung nadagdag sa rounds dito ng Fervid. From 10-4 to 10-5, it just means that Yotib with that 100% rating, with 19 kills and only 9 deaths, and managing to even get 5 headshots, no, without this performance from Lionel, no? Parang may something talaga sa mga magagaling na sniper and the word or the syllable L, no? Talagang ang galing talaga nila mag-perform. Pero yeah, I feel like Port, you put the best sniper here. That's why Virtus.pro is good, and that's why Execration is great as well, no? Of course, nandiyan din si Folex, nandiyan din si MVA, nandiyan si CBN, pero man, you expect them to come alive. But Yotib, he's not just consistent, he's great. Fervid, they will try, no? Lance with the head-to-head, still trying to match, pero when it comes down to star power, the set, MVP will prove you all wrong that this is the guy that beat them in the first place. Now, he's taking them to greater heights, Bipolar.
Man, Yotib, you are one hell of a player. You might just be possibly Execration's finest. You are having a 100% rating, 22.11 na KD, a 1.27 na kill per round, and the clutches, man. Even if we're talking about Lance having that clutch gene in himself, nandyan din naman si Yotib to pop off at the right times. And just the survival rating from this guy really does speak out for itself, man. This is just our set number 2. Aabot pa tayo sa set number 3 kung saan maglalaban-laban na naman ang ating mga players, but it feels like the fuel para sa Execration hindi pa matatapos yan.
Yung Exa shot natin dito, well, nasa TRG pala yung tinatawag nating Exa shot, and Yotib delivering the second blow dito sa Fervid. Only one map stands between them and their flight to Paris, no? Execration versus Fervid. Final map, possible Ankara, Bipolar, what are your thoughts?
I mean, Ankara is a map with 50-50, but I feel like Fervid can bounce back here. I feel like also Mochi is missing out of a lot of these fights, but big shout outs to you, Moch. But now, we go into a break. Magbabalik po ang CFS.PH Summer Masters 2026, and we'll be right back.
Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Are you ready for more Ankara matchups pagdating dito sa ating CFSPH Masters, wherein dito naman pupunta ang ating Execration and FERVID. Right now, 2-0 ang ating Execration versus FERVID. Can FERVID bounce back? I feel like they can. Bakit nga ba yun?
Yeah, because Ankara is the only glaring weakness dito besides sa base which is banned out by Execration. Why is Ankara yung sabihin natin butas na Execration? Let's look at our statistics dito sa ating screen, no, bipolar. I feel like with the 7 maps played and a 43% win rate, surprise, no, the win rate actually speaks better towards FERVID.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Execration, they only won 3, they lost 4, and you look at their side win rates, no, 48% on BL and 44% on GR. Yes, the win probability is 50-50. And that is possibly the best chance that FERVID can take in terms of a map that FERVID can prove us right in a sense in terms of our predictions or even prove us wrong, no? Maybe this is the start of their comeback. Maybe it's Ankara, it's Black Widow. It's the maps wherein they might be tested or not, but they still can prove it out through the games, no? Baka New Mexico talaga yung pupuntahan natin. The last time nakita natin tong dalawang teams natin, yung New Mexico, dun napagod yung FERVID na Execration, hindi na sila nag-isip, hindi na sila naging mautak, hindi na katulad nung previous 2 games natin dito sa set na to or sa match na to, kung saan sabihin natin Execration, they had the strategy, they had the firepower, and of course, the star power. Pero of course, no, sinabi ko din na itong FERVID na to, the star power is there. Kailangan lang natin makita yung pieces nila fall into play. You have Lance, no? And as much as na-outshine siya dito ni Yotib, he can still deliver when it matters. You have D, who can get shut down, pero kaya pa rin niya makabounce back, kaya mambigla. And of course, you can never forget, no? I feel like this is one for you, Bipo. You can never forget A7J and his tactics.
Yeah, yun na nga, no? I was about to talk about it kasi this might really be just the start of something new para sa FERVID, wherein nakita natin to, impact stage pa lang, Aris knows how to play itong ating Ankara. Combine that with A7J's mindset, combine that with A7J's calling, kayang-kaya nila to. Plus, they also have Dracifer in the mix. Malalaman nila kung nasan nga ba itong mga players na for Execration. Plus, very readable ang GR side dito ng Execration since dun sila magsisimula. And BL side pa dito, magsisimula ang ating FERVID. But, the crazy thing is, last time nakalaban ng Execration ng FERVID, they had MZ on the board. Ngayon, they have a little bit of a mix-up. We will see A7J possibly lurking. We might possibly see a big flank up mula kay A7J. Tapos si Hatch lang gagawa dito ng second entry. Sasamahan niya dito si Lance pati si D for this like TB execution. So parang ang puwersa dito ngayon ng ating FERVID for their BL side is already 100%. If they go out with only 6 rounds, okay na yun. Kasi their GR side is also surprising. They can whip up the double TRG. Mas mapapagana dito yung lakas natin ng FERVID because mapapadali pa lalo dito yung buhay natin ni Dracifer, D at ni Hatch. Man, FERVID is gonna be scary in this map. Kung kanina hindi sila makakapuntos, expect that they can win this set fully. Pero syempre, oras na para ibato natin to sa ating cast because it's time for another show. It's time for Salvatore and as well as Sneaky Frog.
Maraming salamat dyan sa ating panel for an amazing breakdown of the match. No, Ankara is indeed a map na feeling mo, Sneaks, may taning dito ang Execration. And I feel like that has been the main course of a lot of games during itong group stage ka natin. Baka mali mo nga naman, eto na yung part ng FERVID na papabugbog sa una, pero sa punong dulo sila nga magwawagi. All roads lead to Ankara para makuha ng FERVID at least yung panalong yan.
Ayun nga pare, no? This was actually the map na the struggle was the most evident para ka dito sa Execration, no pare. And obvious naman yung nakita natin when they went up against matches, when they went up against itong Team Stallions. This was actually the one map that they lost dun sa series na naipanalo nila up against itong STS. And at the same time, gusto ko i-compare dito yung laban ng STS with FERVID, no? Na FERVID actually gaining a lot more distance up against itong Team Stallions natin in week number 2. So, yun nga, in terms of yung level natin on Ankara, there is a bit of doubt on the side of Execration, especially knowing na, you know, they usually crumble pagdating nga dito sa ating PL side. And I would want to see them kind of rewrite the narrative, no? Kasi napaka-importante ng Ankara, pare, especially in the international stage since naandito na tayo sa usapan natin, Salvatore, na international, no? Ankara is gonna be making a hell of an appearance, especially sa EWC, pare.
Yeah, especially in a region like China as well as Brazil who really loves their
love
Ankara.
that,
Pero
right?
bago nga tayo dumako ng laro, no, pinapashoutout ko nga pala ang pinakagwapong, pinaka-pogi na manager nga pala ni Dre ng Acceptance, Boss Tempus. No? Pinapashoutout ko nga pala ng bata mo, no, Boss Dre. Maraming salamat sa panonood. Keep it up dyan sa pagsuporta ng mga paborito mong teams. Pero yun, ready ko na nga lang magsisimula na nga tayo para sa ating laban as Execration and Fervid enters Ankara.
Question din ako, Lance. Ang EA.
Ibumba lang, ibumba.
Pabenta ko ya.
Okay. To, nag-bypass.
Wala pong bumamba dito ah. Babaril lang.
Yung TP, di alam.
Balik na.
Hindi yun. Calm start sa dalawang teams natin sa Andy. Walang nagmamadali sa mid, walang nagmamadali dito sa hotel, walang nagmamadali papunta dito na LA, pare. Everybody is on their toes dito sa mapa natin, men.
Everyone is reading from Execration mula sa TV, sa pagtawag ng bomba dito for Fervid. Not even a call para sa mga potential TV players ng Execration. All of which really lead up to possible defensive play ng Execration.
this adjustment.
Pinakamalalim na sa mapa is definitely CBN, which is his role nga naman. Pero instead of A7J, it's Haj. It's Haj. Ito nagbabasa ng bypass, no, pre? Not even a double Arctic setup. Pwede nga nilang boban dito kagad si CBN. And CBN might get overwhelmed, but let's see how will he manage to get these 2 kills. And now CBN swings, gets the first and the second. Double lurk, walang-wala para kay CBN. They cancel it out.
Yun nga, that is why CBN is the perfect player for that spot. And hindi na alam si Yotib na andito pala sa vents on the A site. At pwede na siya maiwan dito ng fully, pare. Full concentration on the B in terms of the defense. Volex trying to spot kung meron tao dito sa TB. But at the same time, CBN, he also has that itchy trigger finger, no? Pagdating dito sa hotel side natin. And we do need that from time to time, as is evident dito kay Loy. Pero si Lance, quick scope dito kay Fall X. Pero CBN looking for another player dito sa hotel. And it seems like the doorman does not want to let anyone in sa loob ng kanyang establishment, pare. Lance natitira with 4 HP. May magagawa pa ba siya dito, pare? Spray to the smoke. Drop shot lang galing kay Justin, pare. That is just all too easy para sa X, especially para kay CBN.
Well played, Execration, no? Kind of wondering still, bakit nga ba in-smoke nila yung sarili niya? Was he blocking off his own path? Feel like that was the sign na bumigay na nga talaga siya. Good picks naman para dito kay Lance. But man, CBN's 3 kills inside of that round. That was just insane. Kita mo nga naman how lethal it is for Execration to play around the passive sides of the map. Pag hindi nyo nga talaga binobahan yung mga angles, no, Sneaks, for Fervid's expected push, grabe talaga yung dueling prowess na meron dito ang Execration in terms of their individual strengths. Ito mo nga naman, you have CBN, you have Folex. CBN can really hold itong sabon nga natin na walang kahirap-hirap. Folex, pwede mo nga ibigay sa kanya yung bets nang walang pag-aalinlangan. Ano kaya ibigay mo lang sa kanya yung buong room, eh. Babigyan kanya pa ng mga ilang rounds na hindi lang isa. So that is what puts Execration on top of Ankara among everybody else. Yes, given na mababa nga yung win rate nga nila, pero you still have to give them the benefit of the doubt kung gaano nga ba talaga sila kasolid kung maglaro ng GR. Ngayon, hindi na nagmamatter yung mga numbers. Xctn naman, 2 rounds already. Execration, 2 first bloods.
Bilis ng reaction doon kay Justin. Nung nakita na lang yung balikat dito ni Lance and he went for the instant wallbang dito sa my spawn. And A7J, even he gets hit dito sa CA side natin, pare. Wala na siyang utility, so there is only gonna be bullets coming out of him. Pag tumaan siya dito ng HM, A7J now tempted. Pero tignan mo naman yung flash dito sa B-side. Justin very well aware na pwede may madumaan sa mid. A7J nagtago ulit. Pero hindi niya makukuha si Justin. Very good coverage. Papunta ng HM and here comes the crossfire. CBN. Tracifer will be falling as well. Grabe. Once again, it's just a setup. Winning dito sa mapa natin, Salvatore. Kada pasok dito ng Fervid, it just seems like they're dipping their hand too deep into the cookie jar, pare. At nasa stuck yung kanilang kamay dito.
This is what Acceptance felt, no, Sneaks? Parang bumalik na kagad dito. Ang multo na naranasan ng Acceptance kahapon, ngayon, Fervid naman. ang nababarang sa lahat na nangyayari. What is this push? Justin CA, siya lang mag-isa. No pop flash. Walang util, walang smoke. Harap-harapan lang binabastos ng Execration. Ang timing ng Fervid. A7J gets the kill. Pero tatlo na ang nasa yellow nga ngayon. A7J has hold of the C4. But what was that round by Execration? Kompletong-kompleto pa ang braso at binti ng Execration para lumaban.
Sobrang disrespectful nun, Salvi. Parang sinasabi dito ng Execration, gumagana naman yung strat nyo, men. Pero pag kami gumagawa. And oh my goodness me, Fervid. Run over, run amok dito sa ating mapa. Yotip, he needs a bit of help kasi he's kind of beefing with A7J at the moment and NBA will be getting it. Justin will be falling. But at the same time, in Execration, every single round na ine-enter mo dito, parang you have to expect that that is a possibility that can happen. Alam mo yung psycho pa dun, Salvi? Round number 2, they ran back the exact same defense, thinking, ito yung Fervid, no, probably thinking na, okay, nag-adjust na dito, baka lumipat na sa kabilang side na mapa, pero hindi man eh. Ganun pa rin talaga yung default dito ng Execration. They really have not changed anything dito sa buong mapa natin in terms of the first 3 rounds, and I really love this adjustment, specifically on the side of Execration, na si Yotib na lang ilagay dito sa vents kasi pakaramdam ko si Folex nahihirapan siya medyo na yun nga masyado siyang mainit dito sa vents, nag-forward siya masyado, he pulls the trigger a bit too early on the lurk, and feeling ko Yotib, he's a really good stable piece dito sa mapa natin. He knows when to back off immediately, especially knowing he has the sniper, and nagkakaroon ng opportunity na si Folex na magkaroon ng impact sa kabilang side ng mapa, pare. Kasi last time na nakita natin tong Exe, ayun nga, Folex was just sitting in vents the entire time, waiting for the inevitable, pare. Pero ngayon, si Yotib na ang nilagay sa posisyon na yun. Folex can now help dito sa B side, help dito sa mid side, help dito sa CA, help dito sa TB. He's a lot more available para dito sa Exe, pare.
And what possessed, no? Na from defaults of having, tamang anchor lang sa may hotel, getting second mid, may tao lang sa bench. What possessed the timing of Execration? Tas pumabor pa, no? That timing what I'm talking about, yung diretso lang ni Justin yung CA pre. Usually may tao sa bypass, usually may tao sa arco para abangan yun, pero wala men. That was like the most off-round ng Fervid na gawin talaga yung CA rush. Siguro kung di lang ginawa ni Justin, it would be really good. Pero napapangit kasi nga, Justin just chose violence and NBA got the kills. Every single follow-up na binoto ng Execration sa round na yun, napakaganda nga talaga. And the one thing that would be absolutely tilting sneaky para sa Fervid is they had to waste a timeout as early as first half. No? Yun yung pinakamahirap doon. And for them to have to, stabilize themselves heading into the second half where Execration will now go BL. Sana talaga may milagrong mangyari dito for Fervid for them to crawl back. But here comes the rush now on second mid. Folex nakabantay pa rin. And there goes a major pick para dito kay D. Hatch nakabantay. Still priming himself para dito kay CBN. Technically, it's a 1v5 kung makukuha nga ba ito ni CBN. Couldn't get the shot in. Tracyfer will be getting the kill over down to Justin as Hatch now takes CBN from the hotel player. MBA na nga lang nakabantay.
Dangerous rotation para dito kay MBA. Pare, nakadaan pa nga siya dito papuntang mid, but MBA, impact can definitely be done. Smoke para dito maharangan yung mga second mid players natin, but NBA, he needs some help on the battery side. Will not be getting Tracifer in that one. Yotib on the backside of Spawn. Nakakuha ng dalawa. Teka lang. Nakita natin to kanina, pare. Yotib, 2 low players and an ABR. And can it be a case of deja vu para dito sa Exe para makuha nila yung pang-4 na puntos dito, pare? Yotib nakaikot na ng TB. Medyo maingay ang kanyang top walk, pero okay pa lang naman. Papunta nga siya dito sa B site. Will be
rinig na.
Bit of jumping on his side. Parang di pa yata, men. They really have no idea of where
nagpa-exit
Yotib is at all dito sa mapa. Pero tignan mo yung tingin dito ni Tracifer. Nakatingin sa baba. Hindi siya nakatingin sa taas. Here comes Yotib! Almost on the double spray. Nakakatakot yun, men. Nakakatakot yun para dito sa Fervid. Luminya pa sila, pare. For that last situation, buti na lang umulo yung isa doon.
Diki, no, kahit hindi niyo mga kamag-anak no, mga nangangarag na yung puso, dinadaga na kasi alam mo talaga gaano kataas yung antas ng CROSSFIRE na nakikita natin ngayon. Teka lang, Yotib, ayun, binomba ng sangkaterbang bala sa katawan. At kung hindi kaya ng isa, ipadala natin yung 4, sabi dito ng Fervid. Pero with all that bodies inside of LA, si CBN nakalampas na nga ng hotel pagkatapos isumpong. And there goes a 7J. Slowly but surely getting the kill over to CBN, his former teammate. Now 3v5, all of a sudden, Execration hindi na makalakap ng first blood.
They're trying to take over. Dito sa LA natin, Salvi, gusto nila lang kunin yung position dito ni Hadges. At least kind of shape the numbers up a bit. Good shot galing kay Folex and another one para sa kanya, pare. 3 versus 3. Really good play galing dito sa Execration na i-retake na lang tong LA B-site. Wag na yan, pare. At least we can secure one side of the map and hindi lang yun na-secure nila, pare. Nakuha na rin nila yung C4. Folex will be getting Tracifer. Folex going crazy in this round. And Lance, the only semblance of hope para dito sa Fervid na makuha nila ulit yung C4, pero 15 HP na lang siya. Binoga na dito si Folex. But still, HP bars out of commission. A7J umakyat, namatay, bumaba agad. Lance on 15 HP at kailangan niya pahunin dito yung C4. Justin, pabalik na ng boxes at napakahirap i-clear to Salvatore. It has to be a USP. Or a sniper. Lance spotted. Di siya pwedeng lumaban dito sa Albi.
Bakit, pre? Laso na yun na pwesto para kay A7J. Kaso nanguna yung galit at pot para makuha yung double kill na yun, Lance. Grabe naman sa kapal na usok. Tinan mo. Justin and MVA playing around the C4. Di kailangan magpakita. 15 HP, just one spray down is all enough. And there it is. 3v5 sneaky, hindi nakuha ng Fervid. And they are crumbling within. Nag-i-implode na ang Fervid.
Grabe, man, what a mid-round call though. Galing kay NBA. Tara, retake natin tong boxes. Tara, retake natin tong Biniter, pare. Pabayaan nyo na tong B-side. Maybe we get 1 or 2 players off of their position. But at the same time, Fervid masyado yatang malalim dito sa may LA side natin, man. Nag-decide pa sila mag-back. Pero Justin, unang biktima dito sa arko. Sniper dito ni Lance sa buong laruan natin, pare. MBA still wanting to hold down this A site, pero napabalik yung mga TV players natin, pare. Recognizing na masyado bukas si HM at this very moment, and especially walang vision yung Execration players on that CA side. Instead, pinakuha na lang yung hotel. They're setting up for a retake, pare.
How do you even hold or push hotel at this point? No, knowing na pwede nga ma-double swing dito si Hyde. Pero mali mo nga naman, he's gonna get the double kill now. But Foil X,
That's a retake.
pinaliktad na nga ang kwento para makuha ni Hudge. In another world, pwede mangyari yun. Pero hindi sa mundo ni Foil X. A7J now defending itong hotel. Pero NBA, possible position para mahuli nga yung nagdalurk dito. There goes Lance. Wala man lang tumama. Pero napisa niya kahit papaano dito si MVA. One more shot would have done it. Pero hindi na kinakaya ng Boga. Where is the confidence now of Lance? Hindi na siya ng shotgun range ng pagti-TRG nga dito, no? All you need to see na Fervid is definitely imploding. Now the system has to work para ka sa post-plat nga na to. Dracifer walang tumatama. Rumerekta na lang Pares. Pero wala talagang tumatama at di pumapaldo ang Fervid. Here comes
Yotev got it.
Saves the round once again. Playing around the smoke. Yotev has done it again. Bawal yung ganyan, Yotev. Sumasakit yung ulo ng Fervid sa'yo.
Ben, pati ako, men, nalulunod na ako sa smoke. Nung moment na yun, sabi ko, men, sino man nanalo kaya dito? Mayroong nagtatakbuhan dito sa may batteries, may nagtatakbuhan dito sa hotel at sa TV. Merong nagde-defuse in the middle of the open, pare. And it was just pure chaos dun sa round na yun. But of course, Yotev just navigating yung napakahirap natin na sitwasyon. Right place, right time para sa kanya, pare. Pero right place, right time nga ba ang kanyang pag-hold dito ng Vince? HE to his face and Fervid, no? To their knowledge. Si Fall X naglalaro dito sa posisyon na to, pare. And if anyone peeks into that at the wrong angle, pwede nga sila mamatay dito kay Yotev. And a very good cover as well para kay NBA. Here comes the flash. Walang papasok dito ng Vince. Good sense on Yotev na mag-forward dito! He gets 2 on Vince! He's holding down a side! NBA, good spray! And oh my goodness me! Lance! Si Lance na lang yung natira, pare. He's on boxes! Pero ano pa magagawa na dito, pare? NBA peeking into him, gets quick scope, pero naandito na si Justin sa boxes, stuck na sa yellow, bata. And it will be Folex getting that last kill. Pero nakita mo, Yotev inching forward. Ganyan siya katiwala dito kay NBA na mag-hold ng EA, pare.
Pilik, pre, ang bilis talaga mag-process ng utak ni Yotev, no? For a player who should absolutely look at Vince, napatingin na lang siya bigla ng floor, eh.
Ayun.
Yotev, of course, no? Can't have it all.
We need to
Di
humble
pwedeng
it, pare.
ganyan palagi dapat, pre. Di araw-araw Pasko para dito kay Yotev. Di teaches him a lesson, no? Di dapat sa lahat ng oras nagiinit ka nga. But men, tignan mo naman, a timeout for Fervid costed Execration a lot of leeway para makapag-isip ng mga malulupit na plays na nakakatakot nga talaga kasi ba't mo dadalhin yung sarili mo sa LB, di ba? Ba't mo dadalhin sarili mo sa market? A spot na palaging binabantayan ng Fervid. At ngayon naibawi na nga nila yung pagkawala ni Yote, but now Fervid needs to make an execute para mawala dito si MVA. Which is very, very detrimental sa magiging play dito ni Justin. Folex, CBN, hindi mo pa rin mauga. Still playing within their sight range.
Men, nakatulog si Hodge sa kanyang angulo, pare. Hindi pwede yung ganyan dito sa playoffs. You really have to be on your toes 24/7, especially with games like these. You are down 5 points, pare. And Execration still got what they wanted dun sa round na yun, pare. They got the 4 versus 4. Split na yung mapa natin, pare. Medyo vulnerable ang kanilang high mid position, pero Justin is also very well aware na pwedeng may dumaan ng A-exit if ever magta-take over itong Fervid. Pero MVA though, cheeky peek galing CA. Wala siya nakita dito sa long. Pwede siyang mag-boxes. Launch spotting him. Tamang talon lang galing kay MVA. That jump actually saved him. And look at this. Magpapa-info lang siya, pare, para hanapin kung nasa na members dito ng Fervid. He is now spotted on that mid side. Nakuha niya ang headshot. It's a good 1-for-1 for 20 HP. Pare, nakuhaan pa niya ng value yun.
Grabe naman, pre.
Hindi sila magpipick
For low investment, that was a huge risk na nakuha nga talaga yun. Drace, pero makakaltukan. CBN, take isa lang kayo kay CBN! Execration! My God! At this point, pre, pwede na nating ibigay sa kanila yung ticket.
At this point, no? At this point, pwede na, pare. International ready. Every single player playing at full capacity dito, pare. Kahit sinong ituturo mo dito sa Execration, lahat sila nagpa-frag as of now. Pero tignan mo naman si MVA, pare. Hindi niya na tinignan ang CA or yung boxes whatsoever. He knew he had the game-winning or the round-winning play para nga sa kanyang team. And Execration, this was miles away sa nakita nating angkara dun sa group stage, pare. Parang hindi sila to. And it seems like the group stage adjustments, partida, men, sila pa yung nag-8-1 dito, men, pero sila pa yung nag-adjust. Kumbaga, they knew what was wrong. And it feels like that one loss up against Matches, pare, did more than expected para sa kanila, men.
Be, no? Kung meron dapat pasalamatan mamaya yung magiging MVP, no? Pasalamatan nyo yung Matches, pre. Isang malaking gising sa mata yun, eh. No? Di ko alam, pre. Execration. Kaya nyo naman pala mag-angkara ng ganyan, pero parang ginawa nyo namang test dami dito. Fervid, Justin, paano ka nakalampas? Justin, paano ka nakalampas? Maling-mali to. He knows na merong CA, pwede niya lang isumbong yun. And now Execration has total control of mid. Lalo't may impormasyon nga sila dito, no? Yo-team nilalaro na nga. Pwede niyang makita si Dracifer dito, but D still angling. Itong Ares nga natin, 50 seconds left on the clock. D, bababa na nga, dropping down. Pero still, ina-aggressive na nga ni Dracifer tong LA nga na to. Meanwhile, Justin, 2 kills already on the round. Folex, nabigyan na nga ng insight dito. At ng impormasyon, pwede mo nang lusubin ang LA. Folex couldn't get the double, but there goes Yotim for the trade. 4v1 Execration. What a round! Grabe naman yung setup na yun.
Grabe naman yung setup na yun, but at the same time, you really do realize that Justin is a walking cheat code dito sa ating liga. Para imagine being so young, but also having years of experience dominating yung liga natin, pare. He was at the peak of Pacific Macta and he will be at the peak of Execration as of now. Grabe, min. The young veteran really doing everything. Walang takot yung kanyang play, pare. Walang takot yung kanyang timing. He saw the opportunity and he took it instantly. Yan ang magagawa talaga ng taon na pagkapanalo and knowing how to win if you are Justin Perez, pare. 8-1, Fervid stunned in their seats, no smiles in their faces, pare. They're in the darkness habang itong Execration liwanag ang kanilang daan papuntang Paris, pare. 2 rounds separates them in EWC.
Pre, he was once in the place of Kano. 15 years old prodigy. Etong si Justin.
Flash ako, Paul, ah.
Ge.
Sabi mo pag gusto mo.
Akin,
Ge, flash nga, tol.
Flashing.
akin,
Silipin
Bex,
ka na, pre.
Say lang.
Bulag ako.
walang
Wala,
bed
wala.
lock.
Silipin boxes.
Patawid na tayo, Chim.
Wala.
Bomba. Tapay lang.
Di tumitigil yung paggulong. No, Sneaks? Gulong lang ng gulong ang Execration papuntang A site. Grabe nga naman. Execration really wants that plane ticket so bad, pre.
You know damn well how much they worked for it, no? Salvatore. Folex, years after years of disappointment para sa kanya, pare. Justin and NBA, years removed from their prime of Pacific Macta, Yotib. Honestly, this is first year now, which is crazy to me, pare. Pero CPN as well. Once a super rookie, now made into one of the best headshotters dito sa liga natin, pare. FERVID could be on the receiving end dito ng isang A-take. Folex, USP sa kanyang kamay. How did he get D? Justin will be getting Tracifer. Grabe nakuha niya si D doon in between those stairs. That is usually the spot na napakahirap i-clear ng mga player, pare. But the precise shot galing dito kay Folex. He's just hitting everything, pare.
Best spot pa ba, Sneaky? Best spot pa ba? Parang sinagot na ni Folex na parang hindi na ata. Basta si Folex ang gagawa. Good angle para dito kay Yotib. 1 kill away. Execration will be meeting Destiny. Lance now. Teka lang. Lance 1 HP. 5 seconds. It is just absolute. Alam na nila saan sila pupunta. Hindi lang basta Grand Finals, Sneaky. Execration, Years of Sorrow is now 1 round away from Destiny.
And it is so close. You can taste it at this point. The croissants, the baguettes. Grabe. Paris is around the corner para dito sa Execration at gusto nila bilisan ng pagka-push. Hatch spotted! Immediately sa second mid. Lungs, hindi pa sila papuntang B-side. Gusto pa nila mag-A! Even in the spawn, they will be going down. Tracifer trying to fight back. HM control, mapapabalik dito ng FERVID, but it's a 2 versus 2. CBN will be getting the sniper. A7's A spotted sa loob na spawn! Drive-by headshot para kay CBN and it's a 1 versus 1. CBN, Tracifer. Is this for Paris? Or is this for one more round para dito sa FERVID? Tracifer checking in sa hotel. CBN looking, finding the opportunity. Nagkaikotan na nga yung dalawang players natin dito. CBN opportunity para makabalik nga dito sa A-site. Still, plenty of time to decide para dito kay CBN. What is the right play? What is the wrong one? Pero mukhang Tracifer nagkamali ka ng ikot dito para you are all the way in CA. CBN has the opportunity para kumuha ng mas magandang posisyon dito. 30 seconds left. Tracifer not spotted yet. CBN playing to common angle dito sa may battery side. Uy, di pa yata nakita. CBN checking left, checking right, checking center, checking left. Uy, nagkasalisihan sila, pare! Nasa likod mo na. CBN will be getting it. Execration! Au revoir! FERVID! Bonjour! Paris! Execration! Victory!
And you can feel the emotion in the IGL. NBA is now back in the international competition from a disappointing year ng Pacific. Now, EWC Execration is now a team filled with wonders and hopes na wala silang kinikilalang Diyos basta merong Execration. Maraming nagsasabi na maling-mali ka kung bumoto ka sa Exe, pre. Stallions VP palagi, but take a look, Execration mismo ang dahilan. Bakit isa lang ang pwedeng pumasok sa dalawang yon? And Execration is the reason why you're watching CROSSFIRE right now. Props to NBA, pre. Kahit sino talaga mapapayak, pre, but well-deserved para dito kay NBA. Grabe, men, from runner-ups ng 2025 to now a potential championship winning moment for the rest of the Execration squad. But can you believe it, pre? Execration in the Esports World Cup dito sa taong 2026.
Grabe, it has been so long since Execration has stepped foot dito sa ating international stage, pare. Execration have been, for the longest time, usually the shadow of the best teams like itong Pacific Macta, like itong Stallions, like itong like itong SGJ, but finally, they do get their flowers just in time, pare. And look at the emotion on the face dito ni NBA, pare. Alam mo nang ilang taon na siya nag-aantay para bumalik dito sa world stage where he belongs. Kasi NBA, I think the last time, if I can remember na nag-international sila dito, pare, was Vietnam. If I'm not mistaken, that was my first
Summer
international
Championships.
event sa Alvi. Ganun nakatagal na wala na tong si NBA at si Justin
2
dito
years
sa ating
ago.
world stage. And by extension, itong si ZYK. And Execration, man, very well deserved para sa kanila, pare. You can really see how much the team has worked tirelessly dito sa off-season. Yotib as well, him deserving every single bout of praise dito sa ating mapa, pare. And ayun nga, Execration, man. I hope to see na magiging ganito rin na kanilang performance dito sa ating EWC tournament. And I cannot believe Fall X finally, man. Fall X, he's done it, man.
2 years. 2 years ago, tinanong natin si Polex anong gusto niyang makamit sa journey niya ng CROSSFIRE. Pre, gusto niya makapag-international, gusto niya maging champion. Pre, gusto siya makilala ng mga nanonood bilang isang threat. No? To be the one player na bilang ehemplo ng mga tao na pag ginawa mo at inisip mo lang talaga, you can do anything. And Folex has now fulfilled the dream of every CROSSFIRE players ever dreamed of. Ay yun, ay makalipad pa ibang bansa at i-represent ang Pilipinas sa larong CROSSFIRE. No? Kaya in behalf of everyone, no? Viewers, co-talents, production, family and friends, congratulations Execration for qualifying for the Esports World Cup. They have qualified as well for the Grand Finals of C Masters Summer. No? Pero kitang-kita mo nga naman talaga all smiles dito for Execration, pero sorrows for FERVID as we see them next time sa ating regionals. So NT para dito kay Boss Allen Wap, kay Nice Katolan as well as the rest of the FERVID squad rather. No? Pero Sneaky, babato na nga natin dyan sa ating panel with an emotional bipolar who has waited a long time to hear the words Execration in the Esports World Cup. Alongside, ang kasama niya dito is si El. Here comes the panel, Bipolar and El, kayo naman.
Fruit DNA de Travel, Lapis Matres de Cover, Execration, en route for Paris, Bipolar.
Man! Years in the making, centerpiece found, and Execration, Paris bound. Oh my goodness! Once the Wild Dogs, now the God Slayers of CROSSFIRE Philippines. Execration has claimed the very first key of EWC and that ticket to Paris. Oh my goodness! Imagine this, El. Nawalan na naman ng pag-asa dito ang FERVID. Already 2 times nang natalo sa semis. Pero what about FERVID gave it their all. But they were up against the God Slayers that we call Execration. Now, looking back at our Ankara highlights, El, nakita mo naman, kakaiba na to. These were like played, etong setup play na ginagawa ng GR side for Execration, 2 times lang nila nilaro. Once was the previous matchup before veteran, tapos ngayon, inulit-ulit nila CBF, Execration did this towards CBF as well, kung saan double setup na lang. Yotib though is on A side. Wala sa tower kung saan siya masaya. Si Justin nasa mid, si Folex CBN nandoon sa may B side close towards TB, and everything just played through. Isipin mo yun, hindi makatatlo, hindi man lang naka-4 ulit ang FERVID. Is this the Execration that we've been waiting for?
It might just be, no, Bipolar, it might just be, think about their journey dito sa summer. They are the God Slayers. They beat STS, they beat VP, they might have a stumble, but that was only a stumble in the road. They know that the journey is long and the journey takes that single step, no, forward. And yes, you might trip, you might crumble, but you need to keep on going and keep on going. They did, and this is a statement. A statement by 10-1 in the map, in the set that will take them to Paris. They wasted no time in getting this over and done with.
Nakala mo late na sila sa flight. Binilisan na lang yung laro pero wala pa naman yung CF ngayon sa EWC. They ended it with only giving FERVID 1 point. And guys, FERVID is a no-joke kind of team. D is here, A7J is here, Lance is here, Dracifer is here, Haji is here, and for God's sakes, Aris is their coach. But somehow it was not enough. Execration with 3 players with 100% rating, 12 kills, 13 kills, 12 kills as well para dito kay Justin Folex and CBN. And oh my goodness, it was almost a clean slate. It was almost a clean plate para sa Execration. And now, our set MVPL. It's none other than the man himself, one of the finest players, the unsung hero of Execration. It's Justin.
Justin with that 3 KD, a kill per round, and 100% rating. Tingnan mo yung survival rating na yan, Bipolar. One of the highest we've ever seen. Because he values his life so much in the game. He values his output dito sa qualification match natin. In the qualifying set, he wanted his best. He wanted to impact every single round that he is still alive. If he doesn't lose that aim duel that he's taking, he wants to be there in the action. And oh my goodness, look at that set summary natin. 10-4, 10-5, 10-1. Kung yung Stallions kahapon, 8 lang ang kinuha dito ng CBF. Ito FERVID, they are no joke. They are a powerhouse, but they were limited to only 10 rounds in a best of 5.
Man, we didn't even see Black Widow. We didn't even see New Mexico. Iba ang plano dito ng Execration. It was just to dominate the scene. They were just here silently waiting mula sa group stage, waiting for every opponent. And now, on the semis, they claim not just the first final spot dito sa ating CROSSFIRE Philippines, but the first key towards Paris. Ngayon, may kita natin ang ating match MVP for these entire 3 sets. It's none other than the rising man himself. It's Folex, man, our match MVP.
Yeah, this is just such a full 360 moment for me, no, kay Folex. Pero let's just mention muna itong kanyang statistics for being his match MVP. 1.64 KD, 0.90 kills per round, whopping 6.64 headshot per kill, and a totality of 96.9. And I just want to mention, no, Bipolar, a big backstory. Dati nung player ko, ito si Folex from a different universe, no, I had to let him go because I knew that he's so good at Crossfire that I had to make him pursue his dreams. Fast forward to a year and a half from now, no, that was a year and a half ago. Ngayon, makikita ko na rin siya, no. Sabi ko kay Folex dati, Paul, nakapag-international na ako, gusto ko din makamit mo yan sa bago mong gagawin. And here we are. At nandito ako, mawi-witness ko yon, or rather na-witness ko yon, nakamit niya yung gusto niyang international in a match MVP performance. All 3 sets, he might not be the set MVP, but you cannot doubt that he is outputting a match MVP prowess talaga. Grabe.
Man, I just gotta say, everyone witnessed this guy falter sa mga previous masters natin, pero we did not see the group stage Folex. We saw an international Folex right now pagdating dito sa ating semifinals for the CROSSFIRE Philippines Masters Summer. But right now, let me introduce to you multi-time MVP series sa buong group stage natin. Let's welcome our match MVP for our semis. It's gonna be Folex from Execration.
Hello guys!
Yay!
Hello guys!
Hi,
Folex!
Congrats.
I know it's emotional right now. Alam ko na kahit meron dyang multo sa likod mo, masaya kayong lahat. But
Sobra.
first and foremost, I would like to say congratulations, Folex. First
Thank
key
you.
and first spot sa EWC, and matagal na natin pinag-usapan na kailangan ni Folex mag-international, and this is the time right now in the big 2026. First and foremost, napansin natin group stage, going into the questions, Folex, 8 times out of 9 or at least 6-7 times out of 9, palaging Folex nasa A-side. Palaging Yotiv nasa tower kasi sabi mo last time sa interview kung saan komportable si Yotiv. But this time, iba ang ginawa nyo. Yotiv on vents sa A-site, MVA dun sa may top A, Justin sa may mid, tapos CBN and Folex dito sa may TB side or B side natin. Bakit biglang yun yung nilabas nyo dito sa FERVID?
Kasi syempre, unang-una, playoffs na eh. High stakes na to. So kailangan di talaga magkaroon ng changes. Kailangan maging maging unpredictable ka rin. Yun yung naging key nung pagkapanalo namin ngayon.
Really?
Mhm.
Sino yung nagbigay ng ganong kind of parang setup nyo? Kasi kakaiba talaga yun, Fall eh.
Ano lang daw, swerte lang daw. Para sa amin lang daw
Swerte
talaga.
Might be, might be, man.
Sige, Paul, I have a question for you. Kilala mo naman ako, di ba? Kilala mo ako matagal na. Ngayon, anong klaseng preparation yung ginawa niyo para sa Fervid? Pero to be specific, no, anong klaseng weakness yung nakita niyo sa Fervid na kinapitalize niyo?
Actually, yung weakness sila ngayon yung firepower nila eh. Hindi nila kami ngayon kaya sa firepower. Doon din namin sila dinaan. Kasi napansin din namin dati pagka nakakalaban namin sila, hindi namin talaga sila kaya sa firepower. So ngayon talaga mas ginilingan lang namin.
Okay. So would you say na since nanalo kayo sa firepower, may mga dapat ba kayong kung sabihin natin hindi niyo inexpect na okay po nagkakaroon din silang firepower, 'di ba? Would you say you still have something in the bag na tinatago nyo pa just in case na hindi kayo lumamang sa tutukan?
Marami, actually.
Oh, okay.
Sobrang dami. Kaso, nung BL, alam na namin na kaya na namin sila eh. Kaya, we need to, kumbaga na yun eh. Kumbaga parang, we're on our own na. Kumbaga kung ano yung nakikita namin, kung yung pagkasunduan namin, yun na talaga. Kasi, syempre, yun na yung namin eh. Lamang na kami eh. Bakit pa kami magpapadarag sa kanila? Bakit pa namin sila hayaan kumuha ng space? E di labanan namin ng labanan.
Tama.
Folex, as a player, right? Matagal na namin nakikita si Folex sa Masters. There's times na parang a lot of doubters were saying, pag si Folex, last time nakikita na, Tib, shoutout sa'yo. Nakikita natin si Folex parang hindi na-kill dati sa mga 2 previous Masters natin. Pero ngayon, Folex is almost getting every match MVP natin for the entirety group stage and up until dito sa playoffs natin. What changed, Folex? Ano yung nagbago sa'yo? Why are you this good at the big 2026?
Sorry, repeat ang question. My bad.
Di ba nakikita natin last time, Folex, parang previous Masters ago, 2 Masters ago, Folex, parang up down yung performance. Pero ngayon, simula group stage hanggang semis, palaging lahat na kuha mo match MVP and you are almost unstoppable. What changed for Folex? Anong nagbago ngayon?
I think, lang din talaga. Talagang sinuwerte lang din talaga kami ngayon. Kasi iba yung pakiramdam namin ngayon eh. Kumbaga, simula nung pumasok si Yotib sa amin, nag-iba yung aura ng lahat eh. I think that's the key. Yung talaga yung nagpaano sa amin. Talagang tawag dito. What can I say about it? Yun lang naman eh. Nung pumasok talaga si Yotib, nag-iba yung aura. Nag-iba lahat. Nalaman na namin na kaya namin lahat. Dahil in terms of firepower talaga, laking dagdag ni Yotib.
Okay, so Yotib is the key to
Yes.
EWC Bipolar. Ganun lang kasimple.
Si Starboy.
Okay,
Si
sige. Si Starboy. Siyempre, kamukha ko yan.
Credits to you, Coach L.
Credits. Pero ayun nga, let's talk about heading into EWC. Ngayon na secured na sa slot nyo, you are going to be preparing against other regions, no, Paul? Anong region yung pinakagusto mong makalaban? And more specifically, bukod sa region, sinong team yung gusto mong makita or makatapat dito sa EWC?
Kung ako papiliin, gusto ko yung mga Brazilian. Lalo na Team Liquid.
Safe BL.
That's good. Good choice, Folex, honestly. That's very, very
Sila
good.
talaga.
Pero, may isa pa kaming tanong, Folex. The job's not done. Pero the ticket is secured. Sino ang gustong makita sa finals? Kasi kayo unang nakakuha ng finals pat dito sa Masters Summer.
Actually,
sino ang gustong makalaban?
I have no comment on that kasi parehas naman din sa namin silang tropa eh. Good luck na lang sa kanilang dalawa.
Okay, no?
Makakasabay kasi bipolar sa eroplano. So, kumbaga, yung
Friends.
victory party yan sa Grand Finals. Victory party. It's a celebration of achieving the dream talaga. And congrats sa inyo, Folex talaga, no?
Thank you, Coach.
El, do you have one more question here na gusto mong matanong dito kay Folex?
Okay, Folex. Hindi actually tanong eh. Huwag ka magbabaho ng pangmalamig. Mainit dun.
Okay.
Abisa na lang.
Okay.
Abisa na
Thank
lang.
you, Coach L. Thank you for the info.
Okay. Actually, pretty curious pa kami na bago ka namin bigyan ng floor, no, Folex, a little bit here. For Yotib to come in, sinabi mo parang found. Does this mean, kasi nakausap din natin sa NBA last time and feeling ko this goes to the rest of the players ng Execration, no? 80% lang yung nahanap nyo for the group stage? Parang hindi pa kayo preparado ng todo eh. Ano yung nagkulang na 20%? And nahanap nyo na ba yun this time?
Yes, nahanap na namin yun. Simulang na natalo kami sa matches. And big, yun nga, like I've said before, big credit
Okay.
sa kanila. Kasi it's a wake-up call for us. Yung mga pagkukulang namin nung nakalaban namin sila, na balik namin. Kumbaga, na-figure out din namin kung paano namin lalaroin yung CF. Kung paano kami maglalaro sa team. Ayun.
That's good. So parang nahanap niyo yung 20% pero yung 20% na yun yung team play na kinulang nyo up against matches.
Yes.
Yun yung parang nagbigay sa inyo. Okay. Folex, I feel like it's time. You have to celebrate with the entirety of the Execration family and as well as everyone you want to celebrate. Any words for our viewers and for all the supporters dito na Execration pati ni Vol?
Yun. Sa mga nakalaro ko kanina sa FFA, yung mga nagano sa amin, mga sumusuporta. Pati sa mga kaibigan ko dyan, kila Tetsu, kila Kim, yan, sa mga tropa namin dyan sa labas. Sa mga casters, lalo na sa iyo, Coach L. And kay Bipolar, kay Salvi, kay Ramon, kay Boss Dicky, kay Bipolar, ayan.
Yeah?
Sino pa?
Exe.
Kay Manny daw. Kay... si Ate Mochi din, sorry, I forgot. Tsaka si Boss Daydum. Yung mga number 1 na namin dyan, mga fans. And sa Mami, sa TNC Production, kay Ma'am Lay.
Yeah.
Tsaka sa di ba pa, sorry guys, marami.
Okay lang, marami lang.
Shoutout kay Sir Ven, sa Phil Squads family, sa Vanguard Gaming. Sa mga kaibigan ko dyan sa Nueva Ecija, alam nyo na kung sino kayo. Maraming salamat sa inyo sa mga sumusuporta dyan sa amin dyan sa comment section. And sa lola ko in heaven, ikaw talaga yung nag-inspire sa akin dito. And sa mami ko, pati sa girlfriend ko kay Tiffany.
That's good. Polex, one last question bago ka namin ready na ba ang passport ng Execration?
Yes, ready na lahat.
That's good. Oh, that's good to hear, Polex. Congratulations, brother. There's still one more matchup, but you have already EWC in your pocket. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sino?
Kailangan niya na isang malupit na Let It Trip dito.
One more, Folex.
Diba? One more, last one.
Sorry.
Let It Trip.
So,
Isang banat lang, Folex.
Yung banat mo.
Oh, yan, dale. Folex, congratulations once again. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yun na nga, El. We already have one EWC SATS representative dito with the name of Execration written on that. Any thoughts, man? That was one hell of a series and I feel like everybody is rejoicing para sa Execration.
I feel like that was a very heartwarming Bipolar. Knowing Volex and this Execration squad as a whole, well-deserved. Pero, of course, we have to move on. May isa pa tayong semifinals, may isa pa tayong susi para sa Paris. And it's going to be our international representatives. But there's only one of them going to be surviving. SCS and VP Bipolar.
Eto na yan. It's coming up now. Nagre-ready na ang ating players. Marami silang sorpresa at marami silang ipapakita ngayon. Virtus.pro and Stallions once again meeting not in the finals but meeting in the semis. It's gonna be one hell of a matchup later on and the show will continue. But before that, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Keep the fire burning, no? Tsaka big shout out dito kay Boss Bien, kay Boss Alo that right now that are watching the whole Execration family and for FERVID as well. Nice try. Almost next time. Let's see kung makakapalag na ng FERVID. But we do have to digress. Babalik po ang ating CFSPH Summer Masters 2026 for our match number 2. Let's see you after this.
Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Yes, be careful, but he gets the shot and he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Is it redemption or is it domination? These two teams fighting for blood and has been fighting from the very start of their rivalry. It's STS versus VP. Virtus.pro and Stallions once again meeting each other in the playoffs, but now it's not the finals. They are in semi-finals round. And guess what? It is a dream breaker now for these two teams. Who will claim the last spot of the finals or who will claim the EWC slot as well? L and Bipolar on the panel desk. And let's see, El, mukhang mahaba-habang laban natin yung gabi.
Sobrang haba nga yung in-expect ko kasi sa prediction ko pala nakalatag na. I feel like sa prediction siya din nakalatag na yung haba ng matchup natin, and such a story is to be told dito sa semifinals natin. Actually, yung semifinals natin para pang grand finals. Yung bout, no, with the importance of winning this one, a key to EWC, napakalala. And I was thinking kanina, no, Bipolar, kung anong magandang French statement, no, yung yung pwede kong sabihin, wala, no. I just thought of 3 words, no. Ma meilleur ennemi, my best enemy, my best rival. Who else can it be dito, no? Para sa dalawang teams natin, Stallions, Virtus.pro. I feel like no matter how we look at things, we will also feel heartbreak for both of these teams in case one of them, no, loses and one of them wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Makikita natin tong dalawang teams, no, in what seems to be the hardest fight for these two teams because they know well each other. Pero ngayon, let's know them even more by starting off with Virtus.pro dito sa ating player cams and as well as sa ating team statistics. Again, it's Cetra, Elvin, Keller in KSA, and Yobib. And as you can see, no, every player now having that 1.0 mark with 2 players garnering more or 3 players garnering more than 1.3, etc. KSA and Yobib. That has been on an upscale, no? Parang nag-improve sila not just 1 times pero 10-fold na nakita natin for Virtus.pro, and they are one hell of a team to fight up against. They have almost a clean record sa kanilang team statistics, pero syempre, let's see kung kaya pa ba nila ipursito. Kasi last time na nakita natin STS pati Virtus.pro, they lost in a great fashion kung saan KLP ran them down throughout every set. But of course, may kita natin, look at this, man. This team, very much locked on for getting the final spot.
Exactly. You can see the seriousness in their faces. Cetra, di na nagsuklay. No, ganun kayo importante yung ating matchup dito, and yeah, you can see them smiling. But I do hope, no, that those smiles can continue. I would like to say the same later for STS, pero hindi pwede mangyari yun, no. Looking at the statistics sheet dito, no, Bipolar, this team is golden. If there is a golden boy on the opposite side, this team is the golden team. Most of them are in the top 10 of their actual statistics, of the statistics that matter for them in the KD, in the kills per round, in the survival rating, in the plus minus, no. And I would say that this team has been redefining CROSSFIRE all over again, going back to the AK-47 instead of the HK-417 dito sa laruan natin, prioritizing port as their best map. Yes, they might be, you know, beatable in Ankara, in Eagle Eye, pero once you get into port, it is Virtus Port talaga, no. Nakatatak na yung pangalan nila. Looking at their schedule, no, or what was their schedule, the loss versus Execration as STS would be implied na dito para sa ating Virtus.pro, no. Execration, a bit of a shocker, pero you know what that was naman. Pero STS, yeah, I feel like there's a chance for a rematch for them.
Yeah, of course, rematch will be inevitable. But for Coach 02, he has some words to say after we questioned him with what will be your preparations physically, mentally, and more going into the playoffs. We've been preparing for STS since spring. We held back in the spring grand finals to build their false confidence for these summer semifinals. To everyone watching, it's closer than it seems. There is no skill gap, but we have the clear edge strategically and mentally. We've put in the work and have new strategies locked in. Time to take down the world's number 2. Excited to see our sacrifices pay off. And man, we have seen the entirety of Virtus.pro give up the spring stage of Masters, and now they're gunning it for a possible cleanup. This is their first match in the entirety of playoffs. So parang mapapaisip ka ngayon, no, is it really enough yung preparations nila, El?
Yeah, I feel like I to answer that question, no, I have to take my time and explain 0-2 as a person dito, no, as a coach. I feel like this man has many layers from a coach to coach perspective, no, bipolar. I feel like he is hiding a lot of things in terms of his team's potential, in terms of his strategy. We've seen them pull back every layer, no, the closer that this EWC qualification happens. And I feel like if what he is saying is true, then makikita natin yung actual 100% ng VP. Kasi yun yung tinatanong natin sa sa broadcast palagi. 100% na ba tong VP? Every time na maglalaban sila ng SES, parang hindi pa, no? In my mind, parang hindi pa. And ito na talaga, no more chances to hide, no more chances to fake it out. 0-2, we need to see the 100%, and I hope yun nga yung gagawin ng team mo.
Kung isipin mo kasi Virtus.pro, parang 90% pala yung pinapakita nila. Can that 10% come out now? Is the preparations enough? But up against STS, Team Stallions is one hell of a team to break down and to try to go up against. No, Team Stallions on the board, it's Kano, it's Lay, it's Loy, it's KLB, it's JJ, it's KLP, and as well as itong si Revenge, no? Makikita mo ngayon, KLP wanting to play more, at ito na ang alas. Handa nga ba ata ang Virtus.pro kasama ang Team Stallions? Pero hindi si Revenge ang kalaban, it's up against KLP. A lot of questions, no? Pero Team Stallions, they're also a team that is full of preparations, and somehow, kahit gusto maging standard dito ng ating Virtus.pro, ito pa rin ang totoong standard ng Filipino Crossfire. It's Team Stallions.
Yeah, they're gold for a reason. No, they're wearing that golden Stallions jersey for a reason. And this is the classic Stallions we are talking about, bipolar. You see KLP right there on the camera, the master, no, na si Revenge has been teaching his ways dito kay KLP, and we've seen a glimpse of that in the destruction that they laid dito laban sa CBF. Now, is their perennial rival yung kalaban nila, and I feel like it's going to be a hard-fought victory no matter how you look at it. Pero Team Stallions, no, they have the experience, no, the wealth of experience na nanggaling sa hard-fought victories. Looking back at their presence in the international scene, even locally, no, they might not be challenged all that much, but when they do, they still show na we are still on top mechanically, strategically, maybe a number 2 to VP, pero okay lang yan yung kanilang schedule, no. Medyo, masabi natin, there are blips in the matrix dito, especially with that acceptance loss and that execration loss. The former or the latter is kind of expected. The former sa acceptance, medyo nagulat tayo, pero still, Stallions is looking dominant than ever. You do not need to remember their group stage performance sa summer. You just need to remember the path that they laid destruction dito sa playoffs. At ngayon, the unstoppable force meets the immovable object dito. Team Stallions, the ticket is earned, and you need to earn that versus VP.
Yeah, again, another dream breaker of a team, itong Team Stallions, not just against Virtus.pro, pero marami nang nawalan ng pag-asa just because they went up against Team Stallions. At ngayon, some words coming in from the coach himself na sinurpresa rin tayo kasi he's in the booth camp of Team Stallions. We asked him, what can you say about your opponents this upcoming playoffs? Mabilisan lang. We don't underestimate anyone. We will just prepare for whoever we will face, and that will be Virtus.pro.
Yeah, it's Coach Tanks for a reason, no. He has been a stalwart, stoic figure dito for the team ever since their Ubek Maniac days. This guy is an enigma, true and true, no. And of course, kumbaga, nagtapatan sila dito, labasan sila ng alas ni 0-2. Kung si 0-2, lagi siya nang doon sa bootcamp. Ito din si Coach Tanks, gusto mo lang final form? Nandun na siya sa Cebu. Nandun siya sa likod. You're not gonna be seeing him in his home with his green screen of the Golden Stallions. He will be right there with the boys, calling the shots, and ang ganda lang ng setting natin for this matchup.
Yeah, very much, El. Pero ngayon, no, para mas klaro ang imahe na kailangan natin makita dito for these semifinals, tingnan natin ang ating head-to-head at para makita natin ang comparison ng dalawang players from each, one player from each team. It's gonna be our IGLs, both plenty with strategies, both creative as well, and both fraggers. May kita mo yun, Keller and KLB has a great KD.
I feel like this head-to-head, it's kind of sabi natin, I don't want to say storyline before. I don't want to say it's meant to be. It's more of a clash talaga for me. Even if their statistics no look all similar, it's the stylistic approach dito ni KLR wherein he needs to be here at the exact moment. How about you go clear this angle no? Yobib or KSA. Tas ito si KLB naman, tara, dito tayo, sugod tayo, Rana. Parang ganun lagi yung maririnig mo dito kay KLB. And he can back it up with his own firepower. It's strategy versus mechanics, no, bipolar. And that little pause that I took, I was just checking dito kung ano yung statistics ng team ng ating IGLs. It seems like KLR, he's golden and KLB is silver. Maybe a showing, no, or a telltale sign kung ano yung mangyayari dito sa semifinals natin. Pero it's just the IGLs. We haven't talked about the rest of the players yet.
Yeah, yun na nga, no. Itong dalawang IGLs natin, pag tinanong mo yung ibang IGL ng ibang team dito, from the group stage, you have Acceptance, you have FERVID, you have CBF. Ang palagi nilang tinitingala is these two IGLs right here. Kasi ang dami nilang mga sorpresa at ang dami nilang pwedeng ipakita. And mind you, they have a team full of superstars and they have star players. And for these two IGLs to hold them and to use them to their full extent, kakaiba yun. Pero ngayon, may kita natin ang ating map dito kung saan nga ba maglalaro ang ating dalawang teams. Will it be Sub-Bix? Will it be Black Widow? Pero ngayon, looking at the bans, ang binanout dito ng ating Virtus.pro will be Sub-Bix. Black Widow will be banned. And we're going towards port for our first map. Eagle Eye in-open up dito ng ating Stallions. New Compound for the third, Ankara sa fourth, and New Mexico pa din ang ating decider.
Okay, so to mirror dito ang ating statistics no by for the map, Vito was not quite what I expected. I expected a Black Widow ban and a New Mexico ban. Pero you know, how about we just ban out their best map and we take our best map? Technically, VP ang nanalo dito, especially with the start of port no. Pero that could also go 180 if manakaw dito ng STS yung port na yan. We go Eagle Eye ng Kara dito para sa STS because of their domination. Pero for the opposite side, New Compound though, for Virtus.pro. We only seen it once, pero that was versus FERVID and they demolished that map, no? So, New Mexico, if this goes to 5 maps, it's going to be a literal 50-50. Kailangan muna natin umabot ng siyam-siyam, no? Bago mag-100% itong mga teams natin and I'm all ready, you know, hyped for this ride that we're about to go into.
I feel like it's always been a 50-50 Noel, pero nung nakita natin itong map Vito na to, talagang naging 50-50 kasi 2 maps agad dito sa atin, nabigay dito yung port ng ating Virtus Port, nakuha din dito yung Eagle Eye 2.0 ng team stance na talagang ginagamit sa international scene. But now, looking at our map data, simulan natin yan on port. Look at that win probability. 2 rounds lang naman ang nalaro dito ng Team Stallions, but man, 81%. That's the win probability of Virtus.pro.
I feel like I've said this enough times, no? Bipolar, it's Virtus Sport. Even Execration, they're not challenged these guys in this map. And Execration has a 100% win rate on port as well. Pero dahil lang yan, na bina nila versus Virtus.pro. No? Virtus Sport is really sabi natin the label na masasabi natin dito for VP on this map because look at that BL win rate, 80%.
Wow.
Ang lala, no? Team Stallions, 50-50, yes, because natalo sila dito sa VP once in the group stage and that win probability, I mean, I would agree. Make it 100%, make it a 90% dito sa VP. I'm not going to disagree with that. Pero, yeah, Team Stallions, you're going to be challenged early and I hope that they are ready for this challenge in the map.
It's actually pretty crazy, no? Kasi I personally would regard na GR side yung mas malakas dito ng ating Virtus.pro just because of their immediate holds. Pero ang kakaiba lang talaga doon, BL side 80%, to. Steam Stallions, they have a big fight agad coming into port. Binigay nila to, they're aware of this and they know. I feel like Tanks has already prepared his team na parang mabigay agad tong port tapos lang tayo maglaban-laban kasi KLP is here. Last time na nakita yung dalawang teams na to, they were not fighting LA kasi pag nasa GR side dito ang ating player na si KLP, hindi yan lalabanan ng Virtus.pro. So let's see kung ano nga bang kakaiba dito. But another difference now. Kasi makakapili tayo dito with our predictions kung sino nga ba ang pinapanigan dito ng ating panel and as well as casters. Sino nga ba ang pinanigan natin dito ngayon? I will be going towards a 3-2-2-3 for both Ramon and L, and for Daydome, it's a cleanup 3-0 daw para sa Stallions. What do you think about this?
I actually want to ask the consensus dito for the rest of the casters. And I feel like si Sneaky Frog then he went towards the side of VP and as well as itong si ano pangalan niya ulit? Si Salvatore, no? Masyado kasing sikat. Si Salvatore, no? He's 3-2 din dito para sa ating VP. Pero me personally, and Dome, that's a long shot, pero the 2-3 dito towards Stallions, I feel like it can be said na 50-50 nga to. No? 50-50. Sa'yo din, Bipolar. Hindi natin sure. Kasi New
We don't
Mexico
know.
yung 5th map. If mangyari man na may manakaw na mapa dito, for either of the teams, it could go 3-1. And that's the excitement, no? The unknowingness of what will be happening. Yun yung gusto makita.
Ito na nga, no? El, looking at our community poll, so may kita natin dito kung ano nga bang pulso ng ating community. A whopping 93% going towards Team Stallions and Virtus.pro only getting 7. These numbers have been only showed to us nung kalaban natin was the Roselle team. So this is a pretty big margin na kayang gamitin ng Team Stallions to give them a little bit of a boost no, pagdating dito sa ating labanan. And we saw it naman last time nung naglaban itong players natin for their last play sa ating group stage. Nagkakitaan tayo ng lakas at nagkakitaan din tayo ng mga kahalimawan ng mga mistakes. But of course, that's it for us dito sa ating panelists. Oras na ata para tawagin natin dito ang ating casters for our last series of the league, the last semifinals of our Summer Masters 2026. Let's welcome on the desk, it's Ramon and as well as si Dido. Ramon and Dido, this is one hell of a fight. Everybody who's watching now, not the Philippines, not even Asia, but the entirety of the world is watching these two teams duel sa buong mapa natin. Port, Eagle Eye up until New Mexico. Ramon, what are your thoughts?
Man, the energy is different ngayon. Lalo na kung alam mo yung stakes bipolar. Nakasanayan natin na yung parehong teams na to ang magkasama para lang maglaro sa international. Ngayon, isang ticket na lang ang available. No? And it just makes it all the more impressive sa parehong teams na to. Containing the consistency na meron sila papusok dito sa ating playoffs. Virtus.pro got very close last time na nasa group stage tayo. But somehow, even if nag-predict ako for STS ngayon, you can never know when the playoffs run kung ganun pa rin ang naratibo no? I just hope the both of these teams bring their A-game.
You really never know, no? Pero these two teams, yan ang maibibigay nila, Ramon. Yung A-game nila, yung top-tier performance, yung international performance. But for Daydom, man, this is another series that we've been waiting for. Pero what do you think? Siraan na to ng pangarap.
Siraan talaga bipolar. At sabi nga ni Ramon, no, iba na ang entablado ngayon. Kung dati grand finals lagi nagtatapat ng dalawang ito. Ngayon, sa semifinals, at tapos talaga ang pangarap ng isa na makatungtong sa Paris. For the first time in a while, iba na ang kasama dito ng ating top 2 representatives at Execration yon. Ang tanong, sinong malalaglag?
Yan talagang tanong natin, no? Pero simulan pa natin dito ang ating mga possible things to look out for, or at least a little bit of a guide para sa ating mga viewers, no? Let's start it off with the rivalry that is infinite. Virtus.pro and STS battling once again, but this time, bago pa mag-finals.
I feel like this speaks for itself, no? Bipolar, the rivalry infinite since 2024 pa talaga sila naglalaban. Of course, they've switched places, first to second, second to first, and then rinse and repeat lang talaga itong mga teams natin. Pero recently, there has been a skew towards the STS side. Pero the performance dito sa group stage ng Virtus.pro says otherwise, kahit natalo sila sa Stallions in that said group stage. So, we're gonna run it back, no? The stage might be lesser, no? It's not the grandstands, it's not the grand finals, it's the semis, no? It's the bleachers pa nga para sa iba. And I feel like no matter the setting, no matter the stage, these two teams are gonna bring their A-game knowing what's on the line.
Yeah, what's on the line is a final spot, is redemption, it's validation, it's an EWC key on the line. But Ramon, alam mo ba na may golden boy tayo for a golden series that has been so much fruitful, no, para sa ating mga viewers ngayon. It's Yobeb that needs to defeat Kano, or will Kano defeat Yobeb?
Exactly, no? The two of the attackers talaga na lagi nating nilalagay side by side, where honestly, for the last years that we've seen Kano perform, siya lagi ang bukang bibig natin. Whether it's the international scene or how consistent he has been dito locally, si Kano palagi ang nasa spotlight. Siya lagi ang top number 1, which puts a lot of pressure dito para kay Yobib. While we've seen the greatest heights come through para kay Yobib, he has never gotten the decisive victory on top of Kano for the past year or so now. So, ngayon ang panahon para gawin yon, lalo na sa gantong stakes na laban, no? To prove na kahit first on the kill per round, etong si player natin on Kano, feeling ko Yobib kinda has that sort of edge right now. Knowing that the stakes are on the line, I feel like the energy for the Golden Boy is gonna be different this time around.
Yeah, let's see who is better going into the series, right? It's a best of 5. Anything can happen, especially for these two players na backup, tapos attacker pa isa. Very crazy ang makikita natin dito for these two players. But, of course, ito na. Kung kanina up against Execration, ang FERVID, nahanap natin ang centerpiece for Execration. Now, we have the missing piece that is found. KLB with his comeback to the scene and coming into the playoffs. Second match niya na to for the playoffs. Basically, ano nga bang pwede natin ma-expect dyan dito?
Ang expectations ko dito, Bipolar, stability para sa Team Stallions. They have found KLP with the rhythm yet again. I mean, yes, Revenge, he's been tried and tested dito sa ating group stage, but with KLP, I think Stallions nahanap na yung formula. Even with Virtus.pro locking in, nanalo pa rin ang Stallions dito. And I don't expect anything different dito sa semifinals.
Yeah, these two teams know it pretty well, and KLP knows how to play up against Virtus.pro. That's why he's playing right now. Revenge will be sitting pretty muna dito watching in the back seats. Pero man, oh man, are you guys ready for an action that will be commencing in just a little while? The semifinals is about to commence, and it's time for another show. It's Ramon and Daedom on the caster desk. It's showtime.
Maraming salamat Bipolar at El, at una sa lahat, ladies and gentlemen. Simula ng 2024, nakasanayan na natin ang lahat na ipadala ang Team Stallions at Virtus.pro papuntang international. Ngayon, iba na ang ihip ng hangin. Isang ticket na lang ang available at isa lang ang pangarap na matutupad kasabay ng Execration. Next chapter na ba ito ng world domination para sa STS? O maitatanggal na nga ba ng VP ang multo ng nakaraan? Ito ang El Clasico, Cebu versus Tondo, Pride versus Redemption, Team Stallions versus Virtus.pro sa semifinals in a full best of 5 Daedom. It's an honor to be sharing the moment with you, and it's about to get wild.
It is absolutely about to get wild dito, Ramon, sa ating semifinals. At sinong magtataka, Ramon, kung sinabi mo sa akin nung simula ng 2026 na hindi tayo aabot sa isang grand final, na itong dalawang to yung magtutunggali, sasabihin ko, you are lying, you are mistaken. Pero yun na nga, anong nangyari dito? Isa lang sa dalawang higante ito makakapasok sa Paris, sa EWC for the first time in a couple of years. And boy, I am so excited. Ramon, I don't expect anything else. Kung hindi pa kayo handa, guys, humanap na kayo ng inyong dinner kasi 5 oras tong biyaheng to. It's going to be a while. All 5 maps played. I don't expect anything else, lalong-lalo na kasi ano to parehong koponan natin out to prove na sila pa rin ang numero 1.
And it all started in the map veto as well, pare, no? Talagang VP pulling out all the stops para lang malimit at maneutralize yung mga strengths dito on the players on the STS, taking out the best map that we've had historically dito para sa STS, but they still keep their angkara, so definitely stable pa rin naman para sa force ng STS. But it's very late into the veto na makakapasok nga doon ang STS, so if ever man umabot nga tayo, and sure naman ako makakaabot tayo all the way towards that set number 5. I'm sure that it will be very brutal for both of these teams coming at it with all the haymakers, with all the punches, fully knowing that this is the rivalry that we have set up. All started because of it being the new gods now. Since wala na nga yung Pacific map na dito, sila na ang laging nasa top 1 and top 2 para sa STS as well as for Virtus.pro. But for the longest time, the top 1 spot has always been for Team Stallions, but statistically, Virtus.pro might actually have it in them, no? Support awaits us para sa first 10 para papasok ng Paris. Let's listen to the comms.
GG pa.
Kukok lang sila din, let lang basing pakalit.
Gaya atang sa taba si Magulbi. Kita ko sa ingat mid ah. Tatlo kay LA.
Oo, naka-ready kami.
Okay, biyak nila isa kanan. Base muna ako. Small bye. Land yata.
Let's go.
Kalmado. Kalmado pa, parehong koponan natin dito. Virtus.pro with a standard default. Ang lalim ng angulo ni Zetra dito. Expecting a little bit of KLP aggression. Ito yung interaction na hinanap natin, Ramon. KLP and Zetra, kilalang kilala nila yung isa't isa.
Definitely so, pre. No pressure at all, no presence made all around doon pa lang sa may CA. All eyes doon pa lamang sa may LA and KLP. Yung pagbabalik ng sniper, and he starts off with a bang. A second para kay KLP. The sniper strikes for STS, pero KSA finds the rebuttal. 1 for 2.
Virtus.pro. Di na rin expect na na-stop A dito si KLP. Medyo smooth yung standard defense dito ni KLP, no? Kind of on the traditional side. But it shows na pwede mo pa rin talaga gawin tong top A hold with the sniper. Dahil dyan, yung Virtus.pro medyo napatahimik ng konti. More pressure para kay Cetra dito sa bridge na makaharap ng pick. With 1 minute left on the clock, kailangan gumalaw ng Virtus.pro. Kaso, Ramon, duguan si KSA. Sino mag-entry?
Exactly. Dapat ba mag-body-body itong si Elvin at si KSA? 40 seconds on the line. At yung LA na re-clear, very risky since wala din silang mga gamit na util unless they get closer up to KLP. Pero kasama pa rin sila and KLP strikes with another kill. Top A maintained para sa STS. And the full minute mark destroyed because of just one sniper para sa STS. Magre-reclear pa na ng VP. At si KLP pa rin with 4. Cetra finally gets the shot pero Kano will maintain control para sa STS. First round is for Cebu.
Welcome back to the big stage, KLP. Alam kong dati ka pa naglalaro back in the playoffs beginning. But he makes a statement kaagad dito sa ating port. 4 kills para simulan ng laban-laban sa Virtus.pro. And it is as clean as it can get. Lipat posisyon para sa ibang players dito ng Stallions. Pero sa KLP, andun pa rin. CA, nakapasok agad si Elvin dito nang walang nagbabantay ang Stallions. Potentially, pwede siya makahanap ng impact dito unless makasilip si JJ sa mid.
Ang butas na pwede nga gamitin ito ng VP. Was a question kung bakit nga naman na priority nila yung LA before taking control of that CA control. Malaking risk yung nakuha ng VP. Nag-pick sila on that first round. So, them clearing this CA now at least gives them some options. Pwede nilang ulitin yung LA push.
Pwede.
Unless VP kind of stabilized in this regard right now.
Not a lot of mid control either para sa Virtus.pro, no? You can see the movement allotted para dito kay JJ at Kano. Pwede sila mag-explore if they want to do so. Pero may lineup na si Yobib. Loy peeking out! Finds the first kill! Loy with a double! Pero yan na alam nila. Virtus.pro papasok sa LA.
Full domination coming through dun sa LA. And yung clear paling dito kay Kano. Just denying any sort of space para kay Kel or Elvin at least gets the trade. Kano with a second shot as well. And Cetra in a 1v2. Swaps into the M14. But he cannot do what Yotib has done sa port map na to. Team Stallions maintains yung second round win at yung LA control.
Yun yung problema, Ramon, kapag binigay mo yung mid dito, no? The rotation is so quick para sa GR side. Stallions doing exactly that. Pagkatapos mag-ingay ni Loy, pumasok sa mid dito si Kano. And then the rest is history. The bridge play also just making it as clean, as safe as possible para sa Stallions na kahit nakakuha ng good pick doon si Zetra, Kano just found the timing into the 2 versus 1. Virtus.pro kailangan nila na mas marami map control dito sa BL side nila and you can see na napakalaking sakit ng problema na agad ni KLP at ni Loy.
Any sort of approach na ginawa nila dito sa LA, the full wrap towards LA in the first round as well as now the priority doon sa CA, hindi pa rin gumagana. All because of either a person on top A or Kano on the back lines. Now, LB para sa Virtus.pro. Si Cetra ang papaunahin nila. Cetra. Yung Z-Control, dalawa yung nakatao doon. Mapapatay si JJ. KLB was still here. Pero Yobib, nakuha yung trade. 2 for 2. Kano, nakasama pa. Nakuha na yung headshot dito kay Yobib. And now with full Z-Control para sa STS, hindi makapasok ang VP.
And for another time, dito Ramon, hirap naman makontrol ng VP ang papasok ng B-site because of mid. Kano pushing, finding a kill. At si Loy ang sasagot ng isa pa. KSA mag-isa na lang. At buhay pa siya, Ramon, 1v1.
1v1 at si KSA, duguan at si KLP, hindi tumama yung USP. Full wrap around onto KSA. And KLP strikes. A pistol in hand and it's more than enough. STS, a 3-0 start sa port map ng Virtus.pro.
Wow! Virtus.pro nagulat sa gantong playstyle ng STS na para bang nakalimutan nila na ganito maglaro ang isang Stallions kapag traditional, kapag steady ang playstyle nila. KLP giving back that stability. At kita mo si Coach Shane, Ramon, feeling the pressure in round number 3. Binibigyan niya na agad ng assurance dito si Kapitan para lang magkaroon ng bagong strategiya. But the obvious reason is Virtus.pro letting go of the map a little bit. Masyado nilang binibigyan ng espasyo ang Stallions dito. challenge mid a little bit, maybe put a thicker smoke, or challenge Z, na kung saan nandun si Kano lagi, tsaka si JJ. Either way, kailangan magbago ang BL side dito ng Virtus.pro. Remember, Ramon, one of the highest BL side conversion teams in the entire league, at ngayon nahihirapan sa BL.
Exactly. In a GR-sided map too, pare, and so far in the summer stage, VP have shown na kahit saang side pa sila magsimula dito, laging kanila ang half every time that they start on the port map. But the air is different.
Iba talaga.
And Team Stallions, from the 2 rounds, the full constant has been Kano, pare. Whether it's the hold doon pa lamang sa may bodega, whether it's the push doon sa Z, si Kano laging present sa lahat na naging attempt ng Virtus.pro. So, it's very hard to kind of challenge this kid. He's been everywhere around the map, dito sa port map. So, they'll have to figure out the tempo at yung timpla na hinahanap dito ng Virtus.pro.
Makes me wonder kung oras na ba para i-position si Zetra sa mas agresibong mga angulo dito, Ramon. Maybe challenge bridge. Maghagis na ng early HE dun sa bridge ng GR para lang maiposisyon si Zetra dito sa mid. Deny Kano, deny JJ, deny the rotations mula sa Stallions. Baka yun nga, sinabi ni Coach Shane dito, no? But something has to be done. Okay, pabalik na tayo sa port dito, Ramon. 3-0 sa panimula ng Stallions. Ito na ba ang hinahanap na timpla ng Stallions? KLP back in and on fire. Remember, 4 kills in that 1 round. Makes you wonder, was it ever a right move to sub him out?
I figured oo, pare, kasi parang hyperbolic time chamber lang yan sa mga nakakaalam, no? And he has come back stronger than ever.
Yes.
Dito mo sa replay pa lang, kahit wala dito sa KLP, no STS knows to play with the numbers kapag alam nila na dehado ang VP. They further double down on it with the peaks coming through dun sa Z. Tining hold dun to alam sa may LB. 3-0 na ulit para sa STS. And VP slowing things down yet again.
Yung consistent thing para dito sa Virtus.pro, no? Ulit nila nakukuha yung CA, which is a good thing. But obviously, kulang. Because of the hold dito sa Z, double reinforcement, Kano and JJ. Ngayon, nasa loob na sila ng Z pareho. Virtus.pro moving towards CA. Pero nasa bodega si Loy. And if there's anyone that can stop this, it is Loy and KLP. They have to find a way, Virtus.pro, na ma-neutralize si KLP dito somehow.
No needs to come down unless hayaan na lang si Yobib to be that first contact before the util comes in. Pero dapat tama lang yung timing. The flash comes in, KLP strikes onto KLR, gets a second kay Zetra, ubos! Ang Virtus.pro! Nagpakita lang ng saglit at nawala na sila agad.
At sinabi ko sa'yo, Ramon, kailangan nilang mapatumba si KLP at si Loy kasi yung dalawang yun lang kaya silang ubusin. At ganun na nga nangyari. 4-0 support! This is glaring, this is crisis para sa Virtus.pro, pero si Kano masyadong nagmadali. Huling-huli siya ni Elvin.
This is not the time para magmadali masyado ang STS. You can get confident, you can get a little bit more aggressive, but you cannot give VP an inch. And Elvin, fully knowing the player that he is, he will take that for a mile if he gets very confident dito sa port map.
Stallions, kalma lang. Feeling ko sinusubukan nila tingnan kung gising pa ba ang Virtus.pro dito. Gising pa naman. Elvin just at the right place at the right time. Old reliable Elvin. Now the question becomes, Virtus.pro, ano nang gagawin yung galaw? Kasi kanina, remember Ramon, kahit lugi yung Stallions, so kahit 2v5, 3v5, nananalo pa rin sila. This time, it is Kano that went down, but Virtus.pro still have to move into the site. 1 minute 20, marami pa naman yung oras nila.
Kaya dapat feel na pwede tayong umabot sa point na gamitin ulit ng VP yung oras para lang makakuha ng slow map control. There'll be position taken up as well as some mid priority coming through para kay Elvin. Stallions very much abandoning yung A site clear para lang ma-fortify yung mid defense. This is a good response if ever man na kumuha dito si KLR. Loy, masaspatan ni Elvin. Ito yung pinakamasamang mangyayari para sa Stallions, pero KLP naging bayani para makuha yung 3 versus 3. Papasok si Yubib and gets the shot on KLB. KSA will find another para kay JJ. It's all on KLP. Nahanap niya si KSA, pero he has to make it a 1v2 clutch. Pero Cetra lines the shot up para makuha ng Virtus.pro yung round.
Scrappy execute pero yung Virtus.pro kailangan nila makapasok somehow. At Stallions pinakita ulit yung firepower nila. KLP becoming the hero, sabi mo nga. But ultimately kulang pa rin. Zetra with a nice shot to open things up para sa Virtus.pro dito. Finally, naka-score na rin ang Virtus.pro 1-4. And all it took was that opening kill. But you have to remember, Ramon, it was an overstep from Kano. Ang tanong, paano uulitin ng Virtus.pro na makapag-punish ng isang player ng kalaban nang hindi sila nagpo-push? Eh, tingnan mo yung mga posisyon ng Stallions. There is nobody pushing. Teka lang, nag-push si KLB. Okay.
Just as we said it no? Circle sana high. Triple HP control para sa Stallions. And normally may expect mo naman yung smoke dyan. Pero malalaman ba ng VP na marami sila doon? Ang ganda ng nade. So that will be some damage done. And VP are just slowing things down ulit. STS, babalik muna sila.
Nilagay lang pala nila sa ZC sila Kano. 3 players there. KLB right there with them. That is Kano and JJ. Pero yung Virtus.pro didiretso na dun. Naku po, VP, choke point yan. Huwag kayong didiretso.
Nakakatakot. Nakakapraning para sa lahat na nasa Z. Puti na lang, nandyan si Kano. And normally, the stable pair of hands gets the headshot kay KLR. The trade, it's not even there. Yo, Bib hesitating at the worst possible time. Nakuha ni Kano yung 2 kills. Setro find a shot dito kay Loy. So at least some damage done onto STS. 50 seconds. They have to go for a push. Elvin, nagulat! Tatlo nasa Z. Nagulat si Elvin dun. KSA, nakuha yung IGL. Pero 40 seconds, hindi pa nakapasok ang VP.
That was a death trap mula sa STS. They put up the early smoke. And they've draw them in dito sa mid kung saan may 3 nakabantay. Sabi sa'yo, Ramon, huwag kayong papasok dyan. Virtus.pro, Kano nakabantay. At si KSA, hindi siya mahuhuli. That's a 2 versus 2 at this conjuncture. Pero nilipat na, papasok ng B-site ang mga miyembro ng Stallions. KLP buhay pa rin, nakaantabay sa mid. Pero wala nang tao dyan. And that's a shot, Zetra! That's the worst timing possible! KSA, susubok, humanap ng isa pa. Pero buhay pa siya dito, Ramon. Finding the trade, 1v1.
Napakain niya si KLP. And he has a lot of time. He has to go for the stick. Yun nga lang, tatakbo na lang. And I don't think KSA has the time anymore. STS, naging kaibigan yung oras. And while it was a good effort para kay KSA, 1 segundo lang, pre. 1 segundo lang yung meron para sa Virtus.pro nun.
Ayun na nga. And it is the volatility, the movement across the map. Si Zetra hindi ina-expect na may tao pa rin dun sa RS despite all this time getting used. JJ, magpupush sa LB.
JJ, kasama niya si Kano dito. Zetra lines the shot up. Prepared ang Virtus.pro. Court hold para sa kanila. And STS losing Kano again. Katulad ng ginawa niya sa BR kanina. And the exact same scenario, VP plays the passive position.
A bit of an overextension na naman para sa STS dito, no? They don't need to push that, pero you can't blame them. Kasi ang laki ng lamang nila dito. Looking to extend that lead further. Pero di pwedeng gawin yun sa Virtus.pro kahit na Stallions kayo, no? Mahuhuli ka rin talaga. Kahit na si Kanu pa ang pangalan mo. 4 versus 5. Zetra, duguan. Pero si Zetra yan, they don't really need a lot of HP to find the kill as the sniper. Stallions, itong map movement nila minsan double-edged sword din, no? Sometimes it's a little bit too deep, a little bit too much. Pero sa ngayon, back to the B-site default. Napapansin ko na, Ramon, every time nalulugi sila, B-stack. And it works.
Malapit lang din sila dito sa Z kung kailangan nila mag-flank. And they have an ample amount of people para lang ma-hold lang yung B-site na yan. VP, all eggs in one basket para isang gamble na kailangan nilang gawin. But all 4 people on VP striking dito sa HB. JG and KLB have to work one hell of a defense. At basang-basa nila. Alam nilang malapit silang dito sa may B-site. Flash on in, KSA headshot lang. Pero yung curve control, nandito pa rin para sa STS. Elvin gets the entry, pero Louie and KLB pinalapag ang Virtus.pro. Babagsak si Zetra at susunod yung lurk. STS, basang-basa ang Virtus.pro.
Sabi sa'yo Ramon, saktong-sakto lang na kada may malalaglag na isa, lilipat sila sa B-site. Double hold sa mid para lang kay Kel at si JJ at si KLB hindi na kailangan ng tulong. Immaculate hold mula sa Stallions na basang-basa ang Virtus.pro. Remind lang kita, Ramon, ngayong summer hindi pa nananalo ang Stallions sa Virtus.pro dito sa mapang ito. At parang alam na nila kung bakit. Alam na nila ang galawan ng Virtus.pro.
Men, talagang malalaman nila yung tendencies nila for the amount of times that they have played VP all throughout. Familiarity as well for STS. It's just watch right now, pre. We are treated to an STS GR na. Oo, double-edged sword at times, pero it is just so good, pare.
Napakalinis para sa Stallions. Virtus.pro gagalaw sa mid. This time finally challenging yung curve dito ng Stallions. Hindi pa to ginagawa ng Virtus.pro at mag-isa lang yung tao dito in the form of Kano. This is the golden opportunity para sa Virtus.pro kasi ngayon lang hindi nagdalawang tao ang Stallions dito. Walang tao sa Z. So the moment they take down Kano, pwede silang pumunta ng RS, papunta ng under sa B site. But the question is, Virtus.pro, may lakas ng loob pa ba kayong gawin yan? Paulit-ulit na silang napupuntirya dito sa choke point na to.
Exactly. Do have a minute to reconsider it, pero mukhang gusto manguna ni KLR para sa push curve. KLR has to get the biggest target at si Kano yun. With no support from STS, Kano will strike. ASA mapipisuhan. Support kami through para kay Eloy, pero parang di kailangan ni Kano. Dropping with the USP and gets the shot sa IGL. STS maintaining that mid-side control. 3 versus 5, papasok sa LA.
Papasok na ng LA pero nandito pa si KLP. Nabulag siya. But the USP is still in his hand. Virtus.pro, ayan na siya. KLP strikes, finds the one. Kano finds the other at naubos na ang Virtus.pro. Ramon, sabi ko isa lang yung tao doon. Kaso si Kano. Si Kano yung umubos sa VP.
Pre, pwede nga kung kahit sino yun nandun. Iba ang mangyayari dun sa push on curve. Kaso si Kano of all people. The highest in terms of kill per round. And for the longest time, the best Filipino player that we've had. My goodness, Kano. Nakakatakot. Kahit saan pa siya ilalagay ng Stallions. The entry point is not guaranteed para sa Virtus.pro. Kahit ilang double clear pa yan, kailangan talaga nilang hanapin si Kano dito.
At ngayon, Ramon, yung realisasyon na basang-basa ka na ng kalaban mo, namumuot na sa mukha ni KLR. Lahat ng flank na ginawa niya dito, lahat ng play nabasa. Lahat ng play na siya yung nangunguna, Ramon, lagi siyang napapatumba ni Kano, ni JJ, ni KLP, kahit sino pa yan.
Men, nakikita mo ba yung hawak ni KLB ngayon? It's a sign that STS are 100% dito sa GR side, pare. KLB on the Vepper. At doon pa sa B side, iiwan siya ng bawat miyembro ng STS.
Hindi niya kailangan ng tulong dito, Ramon. Kahit 5 pa yung mag-push sa kanya, hindi siya ma-flash at hindi siya makiklear. That's a very tight angle for these rifles. Kahit na tumalon-talon pa with the USP, mahirap siyang patumbahin dito ni KSA. Pero magtatawag na ng backup. Stallions nakakaamoy. Parang masyadong tahimik sa CA kung saan nakabantay si Loy. At kapag pumasok sila sa B-site, Ramon, mangyayari ulit yung masusunog sila.
That is if maulit nga ba yung magic ni Kano, KLP. First contact pa lang na yung anino ni Yobib sa loob lamang ng smoke. Kano, a lot of damage done onto him, pero VP giving a man count advantage. Mid-side hold aborted. VP babalik into trying to push wherever they want to, pare. The only kind of option they have is that mid-side. Again, Kano, patay si Elvin. The Rat King has been this mid-push. 4 versus 3, 10 seconds. Hindi pa nakakapag-plant, hindi pa nakakapag-push. VP, pumasok na kayo ng top 8.
Wala na.
2 seconds, wala ng oras. Wala ng panahon. For the second time, walang oras ang VP, hindi sila makakapag-plant.
At tingnan mo yung mukha ni KSA, ni Zetra. Disbelief! Paano nangyayari to sa kanila? Virtus.Port? Nasaan ang Virtus.Pro?
Wala!
Ramon, desperation for Elvin and KLR, sila na mismo yung nag-push. Pero kitang-kita mo ni hindi sila makalagpas sa mid door kasi nakaantabay pa rin yung Stallions hanggang maubos na yung oras nila. Virtus.Pro, kung hindi nyo pa alam, ubos na ang oras nyo. 8-1, dalawa na lang ang kailangan ng Stallions. At kung hindi nyo alam, gumagamit na ng shotgun dito si KLB. Ramon, kahit hindi niya ibaril, panalo pa rin ang Stallions.
Tells you the whole story about how things are, pare, in the bootcamp. Kasama na nila si Coach Tanks. KLP back in form, back in the roster. And at a season where we doubted Stallions and their stability ever since nag-sub in si Revenge.
Wow.
We always wanted to see STS back in full form after that Execration loss, pare. And ever since that VP game, ever since CBF ngayon, reassured tayo lahat that not only are STS back, they are back and better than ever. Pero para sa Virtus.Pro naman, GR side para sa kanila. The stronger side para dito sa mapang to. But there's a lot of catching up to do in an 8-1 laban sa STS.
Stronger side? Paano nila gagamitin yan kapag durog na ang mentalidad nyo? Zetra, frustrated. Elvin, yumuyuko na siya kanina. Kailan mo nakitang yumuko si Elvin, Ramon? I don't even remember. Sniper sa kamay ni Zetra dito sa House B. And STS, they can take all the time in the world. 2 minutes, napakahaba pa niyan.
Very slow on the approach. Zetra, first contact at nakita yung isang parte ng katawan. KSA nilinis na lang ang Stallion sa loob ng Store B, and that's the VP that we know. 3 kills para sa kanila, 2 versus 5 very early on dito sa GR side.
Aggressive angle para kay Zetra. Yan yung hinahanap ko, Ramon. Pero ngayon, yung LA medyo bukas. Elvin mag-isa lang mula sa bodega nasa itaas. KLB have to clear. And KLB will not do so. Hindi siya tumama. JJ naiwang mag-isa. At naka-score na ang Virtus.Pro. 2 on the board, and all it takes is contact mula kay Zetra at KSA.
In question the stats, pare. VP had the stronger BL side all throughout the group stage dito sa port, pero still, you cannot deny that this map will still give you the opportunity para lang makalayer ng depensa kapag nakuha mo yung space. Exactly what the 2F player KSA have built up for themselves. A stronghold dito sa Store B push. Nakasagot doon ang STS that point in time. Pero if VP want to get up to 8-8, pare, they need a consistent 6-round streak para lang makaabot sila dito sa STS.
Ganun na nga, Virtus.Pro, you can see the difference in mentality sa GR side nila. Kung yung Stallions magalaw ang GR side, Virtus.Pro, ipapasok lang nila si Zetra sa isang angulo na hindi expect ng Stallions, tapos wala nang gagalaw. And I love this GR side from Virtus.Pro, no? Ito yung standard. Ito na yung updated version, and somehow STS, they don't really need to adapt to this kind of meta na ginagawa ng Virtus.Pro, but somehow it still works para sa kanila kanilang GR side. But Virtus.Pro, this is the tried and tested formula sa mapang ito. But the thing is, this is Stallions are talking about ever so volatile, ever so unpredictable.
Exactly. Ignoring that mid-hold para lang makakuha ng CA. This is Stallions putting all their eggs in one basket at the moment na iniwan na nila yung top A. Elvin now regroups up with Zetra para lang ma-hold yung LA. Good shot onto JJ. And VP strikes. KLB nakapasok na ng site. Pero Zetra nandito na agad. Nakasagot kay KLB. Yobe about to spray down as well. 2 kills for the Golden Boy. And the IGL will find KLP. Piso na lang para maneutralize yung sniper at sakto yung bala sa katawan ni KLP. 8-3 para sa Virtus.Pro.
At ito ang dahilan kung bakit siya ang tinuturing na pinakamatalas na sniper sa buong Pilipinas. Zetra with back-to-back impact rounds to find the opening kills sa Virtus.Pro and to find the 2 rounds na kinakailangan nila dito. Momentum gone para sa Stallions. And Zetra may confidence na mag-top A dito. Kasi yung timing na ko! Zetra, ba't ka bumaba?
Hala ka! Nakahanda na sa anggulo. Bumagsak na parang eroplano. Etc. You had the best possible position. LA na 4 na nakahawak doon sa STS. Unfortunate para sa sniper na ito. VP need to recover. 5 versus 4. Hold ulit para sa STS.
Zetra nalaglag ng maaga dito. Literal. Pero si KSA trying to find that impact. And he will do so. What a flick on Tuloy. SGS, scattered movement. At napunish na naman sila dito ng Virtus.pro. That's a big mistake para dito kay Loy na napaaga yung timing niya. And actually enables KSA to push papunta sa court. Pero hindi niya gagawin yun. Si Elvin na lang ang maging anchor dito sa LA. Malalaglag siya, Ramon.
The timing onto Kano as well. Maybe giving them the LA push. Pwedeng kunin ng STS ngayon. Good util na smoke off. Pero KLR, hawak na yung TRG. Pwedeng malason. Ang nakapasok na STS. Pero they get the space dun pa lamang sa may top A. Nasa exit na agad dito si Kano. And they can try to plant the C4.
They will.
3 versus 3 on the retake scenario. VP have to go relentless.
They have to. 34 seconds. Kaunti na lang oras nila dito. Pero equal ang manpower. Nasa dulo ng LA dito si KLP. And it is the execute coming in mula sa Virtus.pro.
KSA, website the AK-47 na nakuha yung headshot. JJ down, Kano next on the chopping block. At may iwan pa si KLP na overwhelm ang daming players ng VP. At hindi niya alam kung sino yung uunahin. Virtus.pro get 2 rounds in a row.
KSA, 3 big kills at napatime out ang Stallions. Nakakalimutan ata nila na Virtus.pro pa rin ang kalaban nila. Need to have better setups than that. When it comes to the retake, especially sa top A, no, ang daming posibleng angle na pwede mong pagtaguan doon. But KLP choosing to play the LA angle na dun sa dulo pa. Hindi tuloy siya nakatulong. Nung nag-peak mula sa exit at sa bodega dito sila KSA, na minani yung retake dito ng Stallions. Timeout. Coach Tanks, nakikita niya yung mga pagkakamali dito ng mga players niya. Loy with an off timing din kanina sa pagpasok sa LB. And it's a little bit too frisky para sa Stallions. No? Masyado silang nagiging spicy sa mga plays nila. Granted, they have a big lead, Ramon. But overconfidence is a big enemy. Kailangan kumalma ng Stallions dito at kitang-kita ni Coach Tion.
Sabi ko nga kanina, no? Give them an inch. And for sure, after time, VP will take it for a mile, pare. Tamang tumatagal. Iinit lalo ang Virtus.pro. For the past couple of rounds, mas bumabalik na yung flow state nila. Na-catch na yung alert dito kay Loy on the LB. Nakukuha ni Elvin yung timing para ma-hold lamang yung LA position. Well, in the trading position, parang Team Stallions, nagkakaroon pa rin ng bara. Nagkakaroon pa rin ng sagot. Pero so far, with VP still owning this map like their own territory, I cannot but feel that it's only gonna be a matter of time before we see a fully locked-in VP dito sa part map. But they need to do it before STS gets 2 rounds para lang matapos yung part map na to.
Tignan mo yung mukha dito ni Zetra, man. Walang emosyon. You know, na kapag kailangan ng Virtus.pro ng isang tao na mag-step up, it's this man. Siyempre si KSA, dyan din, no? The punishment on Tuloy was all him. And then the entry on the retake. Virtus.pro, medyo nag-iinit na sila dito. Stallions, this is something that they do not want to happen. Pero medyo nahayaan nila, no? So ngayon, ang tanong, Stallions, bibilisan nyo ba yung tempo? Kukontrolin ng mid. And this was the punishment na sinasabi ko, no? KSA with a nice flick on Tuloy was really the downfall ng Stallions nung round na yon. And LA, priority naman para kay KLP sa ngayon. Okay, they're not gonna take a very forward approach with the sniper. Inaabangan ng Stallions dito yung Virtus.pro. They're calling the bluff na hindi magpupush ang VP dito. Default, kumbaga.
Ito ni Setra yung peak dito sa mid. At alam na ng VP that the Stallions are galloping dito pa lamang. On that side of the map, it's the only pressure point so far para sa STS. So there's not really a lot of map movement na justify yung all-aggressive push. Pero KLR punished through the wall. Kano of all people to get that first kill para sa STS. They will have that mid control. And Kano trying to move around para lang makuha yung BR push. With this, parang STS get more confident than ever para lang makalaban ng space.
Problema dito ng Virtus.pro, ang ingay ng mid ng Stallions, kaya lahat ng attention nila nandun. Pinosisyon nila si Zetra tsaka si Yobib nakantabay sa mid. But Zetra makes it doable. Kaso si Yobib malalaglag dito sa Z. Pasok sa B-site, may isa pang nandyan. KSA with the contact. Hindi hinayaan makapasok ang Stallions. Dito naman si Loy and that is an easy trade. 3v2 para sa Stallions.
Revenge for Loy. He got capped up dun sa LB kanina and I finally gets the revenge. Elvin, naspatan si Loy pero in the process, Kano, nahanap niya si Cetra, rotating pabalik dun sa B-site. 1 versus 2. The Rat King is now known kaya tatakbo ang STS papasok dun sa top A. All the time, para lang makaluto ng clutch ang Rat King. Is there something in the bag para kay Elvin?
Iikot siya dito sa BR. From court to the enemy RS. Pero si KLP andyan na sa likod mo. One peek, KLP. Hindi niya alam. Hindi niya alam, Ramon.
Hindi siya nakatingin. At alam na ni KLP yan. From the sniper into the M14. KLP stabilizes para sa set point ng STS.
Set point, STS. And Virtus.pro pinaglaruan. Yung isip nila doon, ang ingay ng Stallions the whole round dito sa mid. Na by the time nakakuha ng opening pick si Zetra, hindi sigurado si Yobib saan titingin. Sa LB ba o sa mid? Kaya siya nahuli dito and then the lurk from Loy is really what sealed the deal para sa Stallions. The only round na nag-mid control ang Stallions at nag-ingay doon, they completely destroy yung depensa ng Virtus.pro.
I completely agree with you. I agree with you, Daedom. The lurk from Loy. Kasi not only did that pull Elvin in the line, pero yung attention ni Cetra para lang makakuha ng free space ang Stallions dun sa A. It's the icing on top of the cake para sa STS in their victory lap. First set pa lang and STS are putting on a clinic. Sa mismong map pick pa ng Virtus.pro.
Not just the map pick, the signature map ng Virtus.pro. Pinaglalaruan sila dito ng mga kabayo. 9-4 affair. Elvin. Ako po, nasa top A, Zetra hindi tumama for the first time. And that is doom and gloom para sa Virtus.pro. That was a shot na kailangan nila. Now is not the time to falter kasi yung Stallions aarangkada na, Ramon.
One full gallop. A possible stampede onto Cetra. Spotted na yung position. Nades galore. Hindi matatamaan si Cetra. Hindi tatama yung shot. He has to hide. Ang daming players ng Stallions pero nire-respeto pa rin nila si Cetra. Kahit pa rin makapagtama. And with a flash like that, mawawala yung chance. Hindi siya makapag-peek against the shot dito kay JJ. Pero Kano, maayos yung timing. 1 for 1, babalik ang STS.
Sa STS with the reaction after malaglag ni Zetra, lipat muna sa RS back into BR. Again, the mind games. Virtus.pro di alam anong gagawin. But they do make the right idea. Hold, anchor para sa VP. Intayin, gumalaw ang STS.
Kaso, magkakahiwalay sila. Yo, Bib gets the shot on one. No trade coming in para sa STS. Kano, nagpakita ng baril. Pero yung oras, hindi para kay Yo, Bib. Para kay Kano with the USP. Pero Elvin, yes, kay Loy. Ano yung magpapatay lang? The Rat King shows them the throne. They get the kills dito sa STS. And Virtus.pro gets the 5th round.
And that is Virtus.pro staying alive. Elvin, saktong-sakto yung angulo niya. Stallions, I don't know if it was the best call na bumalik ng A-site doon. Given na nag-reinforce na si Elvin doon. Si Yubib din nasa Z, kaya hindi sila makalagpas ng safe dito sa mid. And Elvin, you beautiful rat. He was the master dito sa kanyang angulo na to. And Virtus.pro, pasalamatan nyo yung lurk nyo kasi buhay pa kayo dahil sa kanya.
For sure, pre. The energy coming in para kay Elvin. And the multi-frag potential still lingering para sa Virtus.pro. STS, let it ride. Papasok dito sa Z. Nakuha nila si KLR at si Yobi. Makakaisa pa kay JJ. Pero in the end, STS still have the most amount of damage. And all the priority on KSA. Kailangan niya i-hold yung B-site na to.
Kailangan talaga. Especially dahil lamang ngayon ng Stallions. Pero tatahimik na naman ang mapa in another bout of the Brainiacs. KLB, kailan ka gagalaw? KLR, anong gagawin mo? Anong sasabihin mo? At mukhang ang call niya dito, Ramon, punta tayong A-site. Naku po, KLR, mali yan.
Oh. The gamble of a century para dito sa Virtus.pro. Pero STS, full runway para makuha yung curve as well as yung B-site. Bukas na bukas. Walang kahit sino nandito para sa Virtus.pro. Libreng-libre ang STS sa loob ng B-site.
No
Magpa-plat na sila.
There's no way Virtus.pro is gonna make this an easy retake dahil nalaglag na si KSA. Tinan mo yung flank. Ramon, yung flank ni Elvin.
Yung flank ni Elvin. The Rat King hindi pa nagpapakita. Kasama na dito si Yobib. Nakuha niya si KLB. Loy, sinumbong na sa lahat ng miyembro ng STS na may tao sa likod. Kaya kailangan ibang approach naman para sa Virtus.pro. Yobib and Elvin to try to extend this port map to figure out how to work around this STS. Nabasang-basa ang buong port map. Kano down
KLP.
below, KLP high above. KLP and Kano will put the final dagger dito sa port map. And it was STS all along, reminding us who has always been kicking VP's ass dito sa first set.
Dadaong na ang barko. And it is in Cebu Port. Secured para sa Stallions, Ramon. Basang-basa ang Virtus.pro. On the GR side, Stallions hindi nagbigay ng kahit ano para sa Virtus.pro. Medyo mas nahirapan sila doon sa BL side, but that's how things go dito sa mapang ito. But at the end of the day, kitang-kita mo yung diferensya. Nung huling nagtapat, dalawang ito, laban sa ngayon. Tandaan mo, Ramon, what's at stake? Paris, EWC, at yung Stallions, unang maninipa sa laban na to.
Talaga nga naman pare, the stampede continues para dito sa Stallions in what seemed to be one of the most dominant sort of GR sides na nakita natin against any team na itong si Virtus.pro pa ang pinakitaan pa nila. One of the best port teams that we've had dito sa liga natin pare, and in a side where nakikita natin yung kanilang dominance all throughout the group stages, all throughout a lot of the tournaments that we've had. Port has been their home ground, pero they have never been this exposed. They have never been this countered by a lot of setups dito sa Z, dito sa Curve, as well as the amount of times nakakatch sila off guard ng mga entries dito ni Kano. STS have brewed up a special laban dito sa Virtus.pro on their own home ground.
Tsaka kitang-kita talaga yung pinagkaiba ng mentality dito ng Stallions, no? Yung tempo nila ever since KLP got sub back in. Full control of the momentum of the game, of the tempo of the game, especially nung GR side, no? Talagang basang-basa nila dito yung players ng Virtus.pro through every single encounter. Even in the rounds na lugi sa ng isang player, Kano going down, they still have the read right. Holding mid para lang mahuli si Kel or si Elvin, and then the two-man setup dito sa site na laging gumagana. Hindi ko alam paano laging napapagana dito ng Stallions. May lineups naman yung Virtus.pro, may entry naman sila. But somehow, some way, lagi nilang nakuha yung duels dito. And that's it, Ramon. Kapag dumuelo ka talaga sa Stallions, matatalo ka eh.
Kaya dapat talaga 150% yung inaabot mo kung kalaban mo ang SDS ngayon. And by now, you'd know that VP are prepared for that. But so far sa first set, hindi pa. Pero mahalin mo mamaya dito sa second set, mag-bull sila ngayon. With that said, no? First set comes through para sa STS. And with all that being said, ibabato na namin sa panel. No? So Bipolar and L, kayo naman.
Greatness coming in from Stallions, but for Virtus.pro, they felt absent on port. We just didn't feel like VP was gonna win any kind of round there, and this might just be another 3-0. Last time na nakita natin na ginawa yan ng Stallions was another playoffs in another time. At VP ngayon, they are not here. They are playing another game. Meanwhile, Stallions, they're just killing them one by one.
Yeah, I feel like nagkamali dito ng oras na mag-hibernate itong mga oso natin, no? Sa port pa, no? Sa tinatawag nating Virtus Port, bigla sila naglaho. And I have a few reasons, I have a few statements as to why. Maybe it's the Coach Tank's effect in Cebu. Maybe it's just him out-reading 0-2 in terms of the gameplay. Or maybe it's just that the boys in Stallions is just definitely locked in Bipolar. Ang ganda lang ng pinakita dito ng Stallions. The best map, dethroned dito ang ating Virtus.pro, and ang dami nating reasons why na masasabi, no? Siguro na-cancel dito yung ating place ng Virtus.pro sa CA, and once na alam nila na hindi na gumagana yan, si 0-2 nag-time out, they really left itong CA natin. They went mid, and then parang nabasa lang din ng Stallions no? Stallions, they were challenging CA din. And once they realized na itong VP, okay, nagmimid na sila, punta tayo ng bodega, itong si player natin. Usually that's low, no? And once that happened, tingnan mo, their angles are just going to be completely shattered kasi tinatatlo, dinadalawa, and of course, welcome back kay El Pegaro dito sa labanan natin. He popped off. And of course, Kano as well, no? Golden Boy for a reason. As much as Elvin, as much as Cetra and KSA tried, they only tried, pare. And they were not able to do it here on their home soil.
Hindi talaga nila binigyan dito ang players natin for Virtus.pro ng basically any time to breathe. They took off the life support sa mismong bed dito ng Virtus.pro, and as you can say, it's gonna be crazy, no? Na parang ganito yung nakikita natin ngayon para sa Virtus.pro with their 100% of map. At look at that! 5-10 scoreline kung saan 10 ang nakuha dito ng Stallions, and as you can see, 3 kills lang dito si KLR. Yobib only having 7. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad having 10 and above. But for Stallions, look at these two players right here sa pinakababa. KLP with 100% rating, 18 kills. But for Kano, he took 8 heads but 22 bodies on top of that. Yun yung kakaiba dito. Team Stallions just owning port with the help of these two players. And man, Team Stallions, if this is their form right now, I don't doubt na kaya talaga nilang matupad dito yung prediction ni Daedum na 3-0, no? Because they are looking unstoppable and they are looking brutal dito sa ating labanan.
Marami nagsasabi dito, no, na si Daedum nag 3-0 lang yan kasi takot daw siya sa comment section. Hindi, that's the full trust dito sa ating wonder kid na si Kano, no. Very, very great in terms of the performance, and I from a little bird, you know, my insider sinabi sa akin, no, Kano's performance is directly correlated sa performance ni KLP, and look at them! They dropped 40 collectively, 2.75 KD, 1.5 almost, no, yung kills per round. The headshots doesn't really matter when you have a rating of 100%, pare.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, goddamn, Kano, you are one hell of a player at pinapakita mo yan dito ngayon. Parang nararamdaman niya na that EWC key is really theirs in this matchup. Man, kung we're talking about heartbreakers and as well as dream breakers, no, parang this is the way to do it. Kung kayo yung Stallions, break them bit by bit every round. Try nyong paggamitin dito lahat ng kaya ng ating Virtus.pro, and we saw multiple rounds sa side nila. They were basically parang dumbfounded. They were confused kung ano yung lalaban dito ng ating Virtus.pro. But STS, they continue their powers pagdating dito sa ating port, and they can continue it on set number 2 on Eagle Eye 2.0. Pero bago yan, we'll have a little bit of a break. Magbabalik po ang ating CROSSFIRE Impact Masters Summer 2026.
Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Fervil and Trace here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Tuloy-tuloy ang labanan dito sa ating CFS.PH Masters Summer 2026 kung saan 1-0 na agad ang score in terms of series at angat dito ngayon ng Stallions. We're going to Eagle Eye 2.0 kung saan pinadugo dito ng ating Stallions of Virtus.pro last time. Can they do it now in a 2-0 fashion? Virtus.pro very much absent support. Hopefully, they come back or at least show themselves dito sa ating Eagle Eye.
I feel like showing themselves up in Eagle Eye, no? Bipolar, I'm scared because of what I witnessed yesterday when Stallions fought CBF. I thought there was hope. Nagkaroon tayo ng 1-1 scenario and then boom, 10-2, no? Makikita mo naman dito, no? Team Stallions with that 71% win rate on the map, Virtus.pro with a 40% win rate. Medyo mahina in terms of what we expected. Pero the BL and GR sides, it speaks for themselves. No? The win probability leaning towards the boys at Cebu. And I feel like with what we've seen sa Port, no, yung mga nangyari sa Port, I would just say double down on it. Double it and pass it to the next map because if that was the map pick ng Virtus.pro na nabasa dito ni Coach T, si Coach Z medyo walang nasabi, wala siya na say, heroes na lang ng players. Paano pa sa mismong mapa na pinapara dito ng ating Stallions. Now, we're gonna see a bird's eye view on Eagle Eye Bipolar and I just can't wait what kind of setups ang ginagawa dito ng Stallions to, you know, complete the word dominate dito sa Virtus.pro.
I mean, setups are gonna be aplenty para sa ating mga teams, so but I would like to really see itong dating double sniper setup for both sides ulit, no? Kasi we saw that on the BL side, we saw that on the GR side as well for both teams. And last time, let's see kung makakapatay na nga dito si Cetra without him even falling as the first blood in these couple of rounds. So, but we go into the game now. It's gonna be our caster desk here again. It's Didum and as well as Ramon.
Naghihintay ang mata ng Agila para naman sa second set natin. STS 1-up laban dito sa Virtus.pro. So dapat doble trabaho na para sa Virtus.pro ngayon. Daydom, nakita na natin yung VP when the pressure is on the line. Medyo nag-falter na when it comes to that port map. Ngayon sa Eagle Eye where neutral, makikita natin yung stats no? Pero historically parang STS has had the better grip so far sa mapang ito. What do you think VP have to get para lang makuha nila yung set na to?
Well, hindi ako sigurado, Ramon, to answer your question. Pero ito, silver lining that we are going into Eagle Eye. Kasi kung hindi port yung mapa para makabawi ang Virtus.pro, I would argue na Eagle Eye yun. Kung maalala mo, Ramon, walang naglalaro ng mapang ito up until Virtus.pro innovated and then Stallions innovated on that innovation. No? Talagang sila yung naging dahilan kung bakit nabalik sa mapa ng CROSSFIRE ang Eagle Eye. At feeling ko komportable sila dito, very much so like they are dito sa port, no? So, hindi ko alam anong adjustment ang kailangan nilang gawin dito, Ramon, but if there's ever any map kung saan pwede silang makabawi, eto na yun.
It has to be, pare. Definitely with Paris dreams on the line nga naman, lalo na sa nakasanayan nating team na parehong teams na to ang papasok sa international, isa lang ang mananaig para dito So we have to remember the stakes still on the line STS with up one set dito sa ating BO5. They kind of have now a little bit of a cushion para dito sa buong serie nito Pero yung para naman sa Virtus.pro, feeling ko naman fully knowing the experience as well as them actually having this map as well. Sometimes getting a really good pick up of these, they have to neutralize the one big threat na nakita ko the last time na naglaro ang STS dito si Eagle Eye, and that was Loy. Especially nung CBF sort of series, nakita natin yung kung ano yung lakas ni Loy when he's actually being flexed around with a lot of the guns. Mainly with how well he holds that hotel position, feeling ko talaga it will take more than just a couple of spaces para dito sa VP take down to take down KLP. They have to remember that Loy is just not too far behind para sa dalawang players na to, pare.
Exactly. And you have to remember as well, yung performance ni Kano at ni KLP dun sa last set natin. Ramon, 22 kills is a ridiculous stat line para sa isang game na 15 rounds lang. Especially, pag tiningnan mo yung roster kanina, si KLP may 18 kills din. Pero ito na, wag na natin intayin para pakinggan natin kung anong pag-uusap dito sa Eagle Eye.
Bumalas kan mid lane.
Lawson
ako.
Ano yan ang gawas?
Wala. Kaya na. Natamay.
Bumba ko Lawson kan mid, no?
Bomba dre.
Ako bin. Okay na pa.
Alam mid, di ko alam mid kill.
L bomba. Gege. Ito pa.
Prepare mo yung kalawaki pag may smoke ka.
Papatagos yung mid.
May plano pa rin no? Kahit very early on in the round. Try to spam through the smoke. And Yobib on hotel. Not normally the position you kind of expect Yobib to be in. O dapat ipakita kung bakit siya nandito, pre. Frontline defense dito pa lamang sa may hotel. JJ first contact at makukuha ni Kano yung trade. KSA gets the damage done pero KLP strikes with the sniper and KLB also on KSA as well. STS still second to none pagdating sa trade.
And that's a nice execution as well. Diretso plant ng bomba. Yobib walang nagawa dun sa hotel. Even with the early setup, Zetra and Elvin kailangan mag-clutch.
Absolutely. Magkasama na. Para lang makuha yung 2 versus 3 clutch attempt. Etc. A cold series for him so far. And he needs to make an impact lalo na dito sa pag-entry nila on the way towards the site. Napakalapit lang ni KLB and he's not even affected by the nade and the flashes. A good spray down. At kita mo sa player cam pare, locked in na si KLB. He gets 2 kills for himself.
Nang gigigil si Kapitan and Virtus.pro. Kita mo may setup sila doon. Yung sinasabi nila yung smoke para makalagpas. That setup para kay Yobib. Ang problema, yung Stallions pumasok after mawala yung smoke. Tapos yung re-smoke dito ng VP para sa mas malalim na dito sa kabilang banda sa labas ng hotel. So Yobib, na-stuck siya doon kahit maganda yung bar hold niya. Isa lang yung nakuha niyang kill because of the decision making ng Stallions. Basang-basa pa rin nila kahit may setup sa ibang mapa ang Virtus.pro.
Gotta respect for VP dun pare. They still try to hold the line. From the retake scenario, they had a good idea din. Magkasama para lang neutralize around the smoke. Pero JJ, Dormid, even ignores the lane player. Cetra, napatay lang. Ganon lang. Pero Elvin gets the 2K as well. Kano with the 1-tap. Golden headshots laban sa Virtus.pro. 3 versus 2. C4 dropped. Nakuha pa ni Casey yung isa. Kaso Kano not too far behind. It's always Kano on top of Eagle Eye. At si Yobib na lang, the golden boy. Kailangan sumabog pagdating dito sa flank. Realized on the position. Magkasabay si KLP. Katabi lang na dito si Kano. Yobib has to isolate. But with the M14, it's gonna be very difficult for him to get the early taps as Kano cleans up house. That's a 4K para kay Kano. And a second round para sa Team Stallions.
Ramon, this is not a good look para sa Virtus.pro. Butas ang depensa nila. Dapat kinokoms nila yon na nakalagpas si JJ sa mid. Pero nahuli pa rin sila kahit nakita na. Zetra putting matters into his own hands. Nahuli si KLP, but it's gonna take more than that.
Another door mid push. At si JJ na naman. Si JJ ang frontline para sa STS. Kano gets the trade. And now with a 3 versus 3 equal ground ang Virtus.pro versus STS.
Okay, Stallion moving around the map, asserting dominance, pero si Yobib nakakontrol sa hotel. Contact pwede mangyari dito sa dalawang lurk, which is Yobib and Loy. Pero si Loy, ang daming anggulong kailangan tingnan. Zetra holding LA, andun naman si Kano. Chess pieces moving. Stallions executing sa A.
Oh, high-low! And they actually get the peak. Gets the damage, pero they got the goal that they wanted, pero yung Dormid, malalockout lang ni KSA. Nakaandado na yung Dormid position for VP. It's all on Kano now. But that is the wonder kid. We know he can clutch. But up against 2 players from VP, it's a lot that they have to do.
Wonder kid laban sa dalawang superstar. At yung isa doon, si Dark Prince, Kayobib, KSA with the entry. Kita na si Kano sa bunker. 1v1, KSA nalaglag. Kano, pistol out. Pasok sa room, Yobib baakyat. And the timing could be perfect para kay Kano. That is going to be another repeat para kay Yobib dito. Pero yung USP ni Kano ang kakanta. 2 versus 1. At galit na ang Wonder Kid.
Kung manakit 3 straight rounds dito sa Eagle Eye. It is worrying times para sa Virtus.pro.
My God.
Possible scenario to only get their first round against the Wonder. Could he make magic doon lamang sa may A site? Grabe pre. 3-0 pa para sa STS.
Pamilyar. Ramon, parang nakita ko na to. Kani-kanina lang ganito rin. At nasaan ang timeout? Wala. Virtus.pro, ibig sabihin may plano pa sila. Yo, Bib, back in hotel.
Has to make it work. First round, nahihirapan.
Ayun lang!
Pero parang ngayon, nakuha pa yung isa, STS. They have to go through.
What an entry mula dito sa Stallions at didiretso na sila sa loob ng site. Zetra, desperate to find the kill. Kasama si Kapitan Kel, pero si Loy nasa harap na nila, hindi nila alam. Walang kaide-ideya na meron pa sa likod. Kel are nice flick papalikod. Pero yung bomba, nalalaglag na. 30 seconds on the bomb clock.
2 versus 3 din. Katulad ng kanina. And Loy, early a shot. JJ on the entry as well. Denying any sort of possibility para sa Virtus.pro. And a late timeout after 4 rounds. Ngayon pa lang nagtawag si Coach Shane. Get some early reps in. We need to step up laban sa STS.
Hindi gumagana yung hold nila sa hotel dito with Yobib. They need to find another setup to maximize Yobib dito. Problema kasi wala siyang support in any form. Walang kasama, walang utility. And Stallions seem to know every time na nandun si Yobib sa hotel. They seem to know exactly where to look. Kahit sino mag-entry, Ramon, napapatumba siya dito eh. Virtus.pro need to find a different setup. Kasi kung ito na yung preparasyon na ginawa nila para dito sa Stallions, I hate to say it, pero VP kulang yan. Coach, need to come up with new strategies on the line dito. On the fly rather. Kasi yung Stallions, komportable na. Ramon, kahit si Kano sumisigaw na kanina, how often do you see na si Kano yung nag-hype dito sa players niya? Usually si KLB yung sumisigaw dito, pero pag si Kano na yung naging excited, that's when you know Stallions are feeling comfortable.
Exactly, pre. It's not just because of the external factors din no? Mentioning Coach Tanks, mentioning KLP back, Kano, full form after everything is lining up. Yung lahat ng puzzle pieces para sa Team Stallions now, putting the bigger picture. And remembering the words of Coach Tanks way back then after ng Grand Finals ng 2025 CFS, domination is still in the minds of Team Stallions. Their biggest step, qualify for Paris. And this Eagle Eye is showing na steady lang ang pace so far para sa Team Stallions. Virtus.pro have to do one hell of a job para lang pahirapan lalo yung trabaho. Ang problema, hindi nila binibigyan ng hirap. Yung mga pasok nila dito sa hotel, yung mga door mid pushes from the BL side, it's looking like very little challenge ang binibigay ng Virtus.pro. Kaya ang dali lang ng mga pasok ng STS.
At yung sinabi mo na rin kanina, Ramon, nasabi ni Coach Tanks, no? World domination. Yung goal nila, win EWC. Virtus.pro, their goal is to qualify for EWC sa ngayon. You could see the difference in mindset just from the words na ginagamit dito ng mga coach. Time for words is done. Back to the game. Stallions aatake ulit. Diretso mid naman sila sa ngayon, pero itong hotel na to talaga, Ramon, ito yung paulit-ulit na problema dito ng VP. Kahit sinong ilagay nyo dyan, pag walang suporta, Stallions are gonna take it every single time.
For sure. Sniper versus sniper matchup to see if he can actually get LB control from the long distance. Si Yobib pa yung may hawak dyan. Kasama lang sila ni itong si Elvin to try to hold up that side of the map. STS, they could have free door mid control para makapag-push dito sa top A. Pero nandyan yung stack ng VP. Dapat preparado ang VP dito.
Ulit ginagawa ito ni JJ. Alert towards mid. And KLR nahuli kagad sa room A. Spotted. Yobib has to come up massive and finds the open kill.
They get the shot in. And JJ goes down. Kano with the headshot as well. Papasok na sa site ng Wonder Kid. At tanda na dito kay Yobib. Parang niya nakita dun sa smoke. Preparado ang STS at naubos ang Virtus.pro sa A-side. Patay si Elvin, si Cetra. Walang magagawa, walang bara, walang sagot at walang hininga ang Virtus.pro. Team Stallions 5-0.
Ramon, sinubukan nilang mag-setup ng trap dito sa A site. Nilagay nila si Yobib sa loob ng site, iniwan na lang yung HM. Pero kahit na ganun, hindi pa rin nila napigilan si Kano. What an entry with JJ dito sa mid to get control of that A site. Binaliwala yung double sniper dito ng VP. Kahit i-triple stack, kahit i-4 stack nyo pa yung A, bubuklatin lang ng Stallions.
Man, the hotel push for STS again. On a different layer here. Apat na nakatao sa hotel. Si Loy nasa loob ng LB. Good shot from Elvin. At si Kanon na-expect na din. Elvin going huge with a 4K! Nagpakita ang Rat King at nagulat ang STS.
Pero hindi yon ang isang hindi proud moment yon para kay Elvin. Kita ba yung mukha niya? Hindi siya masaya na naka 4K siya kasi alam niya na paano nila uulitin yon. Alam niya na malaki pa rin yung problema dito ng team niya. Yes, he popped off. But how do you find a round like that again? Hindi mo naman pwedeng sabihin, Elvin, mag 4K ka lang ulit sa hotel. You can't do that. Okay, 5-1. Virtus.pro, at least makakahinga sila ng mas maluwag dito sa round number 7. But how long is the peace gonna last? Tahimik pa ang mapa sa ngayon with 1 minute 54. Stallions setting up. Yung problema din ng VP dito, apart from that hotel push, is mid. Every single time nakakapuslit si JJ.
Etc. It's a lot of damage done because of the 1v1 sniper matchup. On the smoke, Cetra wants to get another attempt. Hindi! Bawal! Tanda mo nung last grand finals, one nade is enough. Patay si Cetra sa 1v1.
And that is the interaction of two rivals. KLP and Zetra know exactly what the next move is para sa kalaban nila. Isang granada lang, sakto na. For Stallions to make the opener, and JJ again dito sa mid.
Push coming in ulit. And JJ, well, he is familiar at pasok na siya agad. KLR, mamamatay si Loy. Nakuha din. Laging nasa loob ng LB. KSA with the headshot. It's not enough. Kasi ang STS bolstering their push papunta dito sa site. Nag-iisa na lang si Yobib. 1v3. And he has to work through a triangular post plant para sa STS. Patay si JJ. At least gives them a little bit of coverage. A little bit of damage done onto Yobib. So he has a lot of work to do. Papasok dito sa site.
Prinsipe ng Tondo, laban sa dalawa. KLP nasa loob ng car at patutulugin niya na si Yobib. Bawal ka pumasok dito, boy. That's B-boy para sa STS na malalaglag. 6-1. At Ramon, yung problema dito ng Virtus.pro, hindi na mga parte ng mapa. Structural na. HM, hotel, every single time papasok ng Stallions.
The patented LA push at papapatay lang dyan si Yobib. KSA overwhelmed, overrun, and outclassed by the push of STS. 3 versus 2. Elvin, may bara ng dalawa. So may onting chance pa on the retake, lalo na't galing sila sa likod.
Si Zetra iikot pa dito. Waiting for an opportunity mula kay Elvin, pero nalagpasan na si Kano. Elvin, you cannot outflank the flanker. That is Elvin. 2v2, posible pa to, Ramon.
Especially since si Kano, sa lahat ng pwedeng mamatay si Kano pa.
Yes, nahuli.
Telling you how big of a pick that is para lang structure yung defense ng STS. Papasok na sila sa lane. And VP, they need to kill KLB. Kaso KLB strikes the sniper. Elvin exposed. KLB with the 2K. And Stallions putting Virtus.pro on notice.
Putting Virtus.pro on the humiliating pedestal of 7-1. Ramon, hindi ako makapaniwala na ito ang pinapanood natin ngayon. KLR, napilitan na mag-sniper. Ramon, Virtus.pro, desperation.
Absolute push coming through. It is a huge pick onto KLB. He has been top fragging so far. But they need to take down Kano. He double peek down onto the LA position. KSA
Kano.
not expecting that. Kano, hindi niya mapapatay si KLR maintaining their LA control. Pero KLP gets the opening kay Elvin. Mid-control for STS. Pwede pa rin nilang i-clear yung LA.
And Elvin, why did you peek that? Alam mo namang laging naglalaban dyan si KLP, etc. You know that KLP will hold that angle no matter what kapag walang smoke. Dahil dyan nahuli siya. Walang flank ang VP at nawala din yung man advantage nila dito kahit na nag-sniper na si Kel. Oy, oy, oy. Ramon, this is all falling apart. And STS, alam nila yung ginagawa nila dito. KLP on the HK.
It's not every day na makikita mo siya on the rifle. And even Yobib is pressured. Si Yobib pa ang tutumba. KLB on the mid lurk. And a full minute para lang makapag-push ang STS. Having all the priority on both the lane positions, both LB and LA held up para lang magkaroon ng choice.
Para magkaroon ng choice. But what choice do they have kapag 44 seconds na lang ang natitira? Virtus.pro, arangkada lalaban sa door mid pero choke point ulit to. At nandyan na si KLP. KLR, papatumbahin siya. Pero yung Stallions, papasok na sa LA. It's gonna have to be the retake. And the sniper shot connects. Loy and Jay, tig isa. And it is 8 rounds para sa Stallions.
Ito yung sinasabi ko sa'yo, pre, sa CBF series natin nakita mag-snipe si Loy. And yet again, he shows the TRG again, diretso sa leeg, sa lane player ng VP. In a 2v2, Stallions showing the gap in this Eagle Eye. One hell of a gap, a 7-round gap.
At tignan mo yung mga mukha ng Stallions na aamoy na nila ang Paris. Naaamoy na nilang tapos na ang gabing to. Smiles on the board para kay J, KLB and KLP. Pero yung Virtus.pro, ramdam ko yung sakit sa ulo. Kahit ako, Ramon, gustong mapakamot sa hindi makate. Ay, ay, ay. What has happened? It makes you wonder anong nangyari. Nasaan yung preparasyon ng Virtus.pro? Meron ba?
Sila na nga yung nagsabi. Si 0-2 na nga yung nagsabi. Nag-prepare sila ever since spring.
Eto na yun.
Para sa moment na to. Diba? It tells you. Si Sneak and din yung nagsabi, pre, na kapag international na yung VP, and they know STS very well. Ilang beses na sa Grand Finals. Ilang beses na sa group stages. Pero ngayon, sa pinaka-importanting moment sa 2026 para sa Virtus.pro, they can't even put up more than just one round dito sa Eagle Eye on a map that they themselves have innovated. But STS showing them that the gap is even larger.
Papalagpas dito yung STS, LA push, nasa garahe na yung isa, Elvin watching but not watching closely enough. Nakakuha ng tig-isa si Jay at si Kano, pero si KS ay sasagot ng kanya. Pero tingnan mo kung gaano kalalim si Kano, Ramon.
So far deep dito sa loob lamang. They have to clear him dito sa garahe, pare. Nakapag-push na si Yobib. Nakuha na si Kano. And KSA strikes him on one and gets the second as well. VP nagpapakita na ng gilas habang tumatagal yung laro. KLB in the 1v3. Sniper lang hawak. How will he work out this clutch attempt?
Looking improbable para kay Kapitan KLB dito, Ramon. Pero may sniper siyang hawak, no? So if there's any gun you can use para ma-isolate ang mga duelo, it is this gun. Virtus.pro, hindi na maghiwa-hiwalay.
Definitely not, pre. KLB, napalingon, nakuha niya si Yobe, pero VP still finally gets the round that they were looking for. Pero you could argue that was because of a push coming in para sa STS.
Yes.
All the way towards the mid side, and VP gets the reward.
Exactly. Stallions getting over-aggressive. Yun lang yung dahilan kung bakit nanalo sa duelo dito yung Virtus.pro. Pinush ni KLP yung smoke. JJ pushing LA, pero nandyan na si Elvin. At hindi mo pwedeng gawin yan kapag nakantabay sa doghouse dito si Elvin. One more sa LA, Kano. Doesn't need to push this, pero alam mo naman yung Stallions. Gusto nilang pumalag dyan.
Nagiinit na nga, kumukulo na nga yung dugo. At yung mga kamay ni Kano, gusto na lumaban, mainit na. KSA napisuhan pa. Elvin, nagpakita din, pero Kano, iisang tao lang yan, binibigyan ng respeto ng VP to, at hindi sila tumutuloy sa LA.
Yung problema din ng VP, no, they invested so much para kay Kano. Ang daming HP yung nawala kay KSA, nagbato pa sila ng HE at saka flash. That is way more resources para hindi makuha yung kill kay Kano. Yes, they got JJ, and Virtus.pro need to maximize the advantage, pero si Loy maganda rin yung angulo. Kita niya yung tatlo.
Ang kita, at Markadong kaso pag nag-rotate siya ng ganyan, easy kill yan para kay KLR. The opening that VP are looking for, papasok dito sa LB. And a 5 versus 3, 1 minute. Papadala na dito si KLP. He has to hit the shot. He does kay Cetra. Delayed the magiging entry ng VP, but they still have a lot of time.
No way, right? There's no way STS will win this. Elvin, you have to win this duel laban kay Kano dito sa malalim sa garahe. And that is a movement getting showcased by the Wonder Kid, Kano. Finding the isolate against Elvin, pero 2v3 to Ramon. Kailangan mag-retake nila KLB at Kano.
Nakuha nga nila. So on the other side, so open na yung spot, pero open yung angulo para kay KLB. Now the retake is on. Kasama na dito si Kano. KSA, frontline defense with 23 seconds. STS considering the wraparound dito sa LB, pero nandito na din sila agad doon sa retake. Nandiyan na si Kano! And Kano mind-blowing with the 2 headshots! Just like that, wasak ang Virtus.pro at set point ang STS.
Ramon, STS are making all these mistakes. Loy peeking. JJ going down. Elvin getting caught. Pero, paano sila nanalo sa 3v5? Virtus.pro. You cannot let this happen. Not like this. Hindi man na lang kinailangan ni Kano si KLB doon. Winanbito niya lang. At dahil doon, set point sa Eagle Eye. Virtus.pro kailangan yung lumaban.
3v5 Daydum. 3v5. Dehado pa ang Stallions doon. Pero sinabi ko na nga kanina, pre. Buhay pa si Kano on that retake. And it's always on kapag buhay pa si Kano. Kailangan tandaan yun ng Virtus.pro. 2-9 sa Eagle Eye, and one more set will put STS in Paris point.
Konti na lang sisigaw na ang Stallions ng panalo. Kano, pushing. Nakita na natin tong kwentong to kanina, Ramon. Elvin versus Kano. And we know who wins.
Was Kano last time. Kaya dapat baluktutan or baluktutin ni Elvin yung naratibo. But so far, it's Kano again! Si Kano na naman! Paulit-ulit! Week in, week out! The top one in the Philippines is showing why Elvin cannot lurk around garage. Nakuha yung headshot. Nakuha na si JJ, at least na 1 for 1. May laban ang KLR na to, pero Kano gets the second shot. STS defending the B-side. Dito papasok ang VP.
Loy! Sakto yung angulo niya dito. Finds the opener kay KSA at yung likod nila. Wala nakabantay. Hindi nyo pwedeng tapusin ang gento, pero ganun na nga ang gagawin ng Stallions. Panalo sa Eagle Eye. 1 round away from EWC.
One more set para wasakin ang pangarap ng Virtus.pro. All the preparation, the experimentation period, KLP in after a full summer of revenge, pare. And now we see a full form Kano. Week in, week out, top MVP, and in that clutch in a 3v5, pinakitaan na naman tayo ng isang wonder galing sa Wonder Kid, pare. This is the scariest STS na makikita natin possibly in EWC. And I don't know how Virtus.pro can recover from this, pare. Sa port pa lang alam na natin kung ano yung kalalagyan ng Virtus.pro. Sa Eagle Eye, mas lalo pang nag-double down ng STS.
At Ramon, at this point, kinakain na ng isang coach kung ano yung yung sinabi niya kanina. Sabi niya, to everyone watching, it's closer than it seems. There is no skill gap. I think, coach, it's time to admit already that is definitely a big gap laban sa Stallions. Hindi pa tapos ang kwento, pero gusto nang tapusin dito ng mga kabayo ang istorya ng taon na ito. Can Virtus.pro redeem themselves? O tapos na ba ang kwento dito para sa Paris ng Virtus.pro? Ramon, I can't help but feel one way, pero hindi ko nasasabihin yun. Hahayaan ko na lang na yung laro yung tumapos sa kwento natin mamaya.
For sure, pre. At sa new compound pa for Virtus.pro, their last Hail Mary, possibly para lang makalipad ulit para sa international hopes nila. Pero Team Stallions, the team that every region is watching out for, fully knowing that this year might be their year nga naman. Nakakatakot. Pero it is absolute cinema para sa Stallions ngayon. We're gonna throw it over to the panel para mas lalo nating ma-breakdown no? Bipolar and L, handa na ba kayo?
Man, tinalo ng top 2 sa buong mundo ang top 2 sa Pilipinas nang wala man lang pakundangan, wala man lang kahirap-hirap. It's just amazing to see that Stallions is in this kind of form. You are definitely not seeing VP. You are seeing just players playing for the side of VP and itong Stallions playing like gods. Man, parang hindi ito yung alam natin na mangyari. We're expecting a best of 5 but this might just be a best of 3.
Ang masasabi ko lang dito, Bipolar, no, you can remove the VP logo and the names of the VP players. Pag pinakita mo yan sa akin on another day without any memory of this match, aakalain kong Impact Team yung naglalaro sa klase ng quality na pinakita dito ng Virtus.pro. And to reiterate dito yung sinabi ni Daydum, no, makakain ni 0-2 yung sinabi niya. Bakit? Because we are not seeing the skill gap going closer.
I mean,
right? Napakalala.
Parang ano lang, Ellen, no? Kaya pala nung nag-throw to break tayo, nasabi ko Impact, kasi ito pala ipapakita ng ating Virtus.pro. Man,
Tama.
STS is just too insane right now. And you know what, let's break it down, no? Parang wala kasing ginawang, wala namang ginawang komplikado ditong STS. They had just defaults, they had their own play, at gumana lahat yun. We saw passiveness coming from Virtus.pro. They're trying to correct angles and try to go for immediate plays, but it really is just overwhelming. Look at this though. Multiple times we see STS on the BS side pushing towards bar, pushing towards house B, and never yun napanalo ng VP. Only once, and that was the later parts na ating first half. And as you can see, kahit saan pumunta ito yung STS, they're explosive at walang pang diffuse doon ang ating VP.
I feel like masasabi natin na yes, VP is trying. Yes, VP has heart, but is that enough dito against the firepower? Where is the VP, no? Na nakita natin nung group stage na nakuha ng isang mapa na dinala tayo sa 3 overtime, umabot tayo ng siyam-siyam, pero nasaan yung kanilang 100% dito sa ating EWC qualifying game, no? Nawala. And it's just domination. Ilang beses tayo dito na nagkaroon ng multiple man disadvantages, no? 3v5, 2v4 para sa STS. And then they still won out the round because of their raw mechanics. Dun ko masasabi na nagkamali si 0-2 na sinabi niya na walang skill gap, because if you are losing when you have 2 members up in a 4v2, then that's simply the skill gap, no? Damn be it dito yung ginagawa ng Virtus.pro na, well, I wouldn't say that they're bad. It's just we expected more, Bipolar. We expected more from Virtus.pro, but the more that we are getting is just from Team Stallions.
Man, look at that KLB and Kano, a duo that you expect every time to perform at pinapakita nila 100% rating for those two players. Meanwhile, itong 2 rounds natin for Virtus.pro, kaparehas lang ng kanilang stat line, not really moving at a lot in terms of kills, no? Etc. Not even playing the game at this point. It's only Elvin, KSA, and Keller. We saw multiple times Keller trying to use every kind of gun para lang makakuha ditong advantage, pero shutdown yun mula dito sa ating players for Team Stallions. Amazingness. Yan ang ipapakita dito. And man, what can we say? Hindi gumana, at lahat ng gumana dito is only towards Stallions. Kano with a 20 bomb, 12 headshots by the way, and that is just in 12 rounds. Amazingness for Kano and as well as Team Stallions. At ngayon, may kita natin ating set MVP. It's none other than the Wonder Kid himself with a 3.33 KD. It's Kano.
I feel like that 3.33 KD just points to the fact that they want to make this a 3-0 Bipolar now with a 1.67 kills per round, 0.60 headshot per kill. Half the rounds he survived, no? 0.50 survival rating and a rating PRS of 100, no? It's Kano again and again, and if ever they win the third set and again pa, no? Ilang beses natin ba uulitin ang pangalan ni Kano dito sa broadcast as many times as needed to put it into the heads of VP na if you want to win, you have to shut down this guy. But sadly, mission failed.
Yep.
Will
mission
they
failed.
get them next time?
I mean, let's see. I feel like we have to dive in a little bit more, no? Any thoughts? Ano nga ba yung nakikita natin dito? May kakaiba bang ginagawang STS kung bakit ganito sila ka-dominating right now?
I feel like it's just the coach tanks effect, the mentality. They've turned a switch that is different from the group stage and just the aim, the mechanics. We have seen Stallions like this, no? They don't really need to delve into that strategic mindset. Pero kung isipin mo yung laro nila ngayon, there's mechanics and there's trust, no? Parang nagkaroon ng salamin dito yung kanilang mga EBR siya kayo mga HK nila because they look classy when they're doing it. And VP, I feel like the improvement got to a certain ceiling dito pero I do really hope na there's more. No? Nag-comment na mismo yung org nyo. Sana naman may mapakita pa kayo dito sa third set.
Hopefully, I feel like it's gonna be one hell of a third set here, no? But in memory of these two teams, we have to go even more pagdating dito sa series. It's a best of 5, but it's looking like a dominating spree for Team Stans to close it out into a 3-0. Pero we will continue the games after a little bit of a break. Magbabalik po ang CFS.PH Masters Summer 2026.
Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also to huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Purple and Trace here dito sa house.
Ano doon? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Itutuloy natin ang bakbakan dito sa Summer Masters 2026 wherein 2-0 na ang ating Team Stallions versus Virtus.pro. Pero ang tanong ngayon, tutuloy pa ba ang puso ng Virtus.pro in this series? Because right now, they're looking not quite there yet. Stallions have been in these games before and I feel like they know what to do. It's to close it out in a 3-0 and just dominate and get that final spot and that AWC slot as well.
I feel like this is a testament to how VP has evolved and in that evolution lost themselves, no.
Yeah.
Kakahanap nila nung missing piece, nung experimentation result, no. Yung theory nila, they got mad, no. They've gone mad in trying to beat STS to the point na their performance is not showing Bipolar. Keep in mind, no, mga viewers natin dyan, 7 rounds pa lang ang nakukuha ng Virtus.pro. And I don't want to be the one to say this, pero kapag isang total dominating win na naman na nakuha ng STS dito sa third map, nasa new compound, what a way to end it. No? Kasi parang we're going to be seeing Virtus.pro treated like CBF dito sa new compound.
Yeah, and we feel like, Virtus.pro is not like CBF. They're miles apart, but they're looking like that right now. Virtus.pro versus Team Stallions, looking at their map data, both have played itong new compound, pero only one time for Virtus.pro. But man, that 67% win rate coming from Stallions, it might just be 100 at this point.
Yes, natalo sila dito sa Execration, pero of course, if you lose, no, you learn more. And I feel like Stallions has that edge dito kumpara kay Virtus.pro na, sure, you might have defeated FERVID, pero what did you learn in all of that saying, no? Nothing. No, it's just FERVID, it's just that we dominated them, but now that you have to face a better opponent, Bipolar. What do you say against Stallions that has been tested 3 times dito sa ating mapa ng new compound with a win probability of 67, same as their map win percentage? The sides speaks better totally dito kay Stallions, pero if Virtus.pro, no, you want to wake up, this is the time. Hibernation period is not today. I want you guys to wake up. I want those white bears prime and ready and cold as ice like the polar bears that they are.
Yeah, but the heat coming in from Stallion Stampede has been very much the ones on top pagdating sa series na to. Let's see, will it be a 3-0 or will it be a 2-1 and extended set number 4? Well, we have to ask our casters for that. It's time for Ramon and as well as Data.
Maraming salamat Bipolar at El. Gusto ko lang din ituloy yung tinanong mo Bipolar no? Aabot nga ba tayo sa 2-1 para sa Virtus.pro? Mismong VP na dapat ang magsasagot niyan. Kasi so far, they haven't been answering that question all throughout the series ngayon, Daydum. It feels like the backs are against the wall. Kaya dapat maging handa na ngayon, lalo ang Virtus.pro, malapit na maputol ang ticket papuntang Paris.
Yun na nga, no? Not only does it feel like their backs are against the wall, it feels like the players are themselves are tame. Yung mga duela dito, Ramon, hindi sila nananalo. Ultimo pag-hold ng site, hindi nila magawa laban sa Stallions kanina. And that is a telltale sign na hindi ito yung Virtus.pro na in-expect natin na pipilitan makapasok sa Paris. It is Stallions match all over. And if hindi na mapigilan ng Virtus.pro sa ating set number 3, mukhang hindi na nga tayo aabot sa 3-1 scoreline na sinasabi mo dyan, Ramon, no? I mean, if you take a look at the stats as well, no, I would take that with a grain of salt kasi yung compound stats dito ng Stallions, naglalaro si Revenge nun no? Hindi natin alam kung ano yung benchmark by which KLP subs in at kung ano yung magiging mga numero ng Stallions doon. Tapos yung sa VP naman, isang beses lang sila naglaro sa compound. It's kind of scarce na makita natin itong dalawang teams na ito dun sa mapang iyon. So that element of surprise might be yung kailangan ng Virtus.pro dito. Pwede na lang gulatin ng Stallions sa compound.
Look, I appreciate the numbers. Sa tama nga naman no? Revenge has played majority of the maps, especially yung new compound nung group stage ng summer. Pero tandaan mo kung anong mapang nakuha ng Execration para makuha ng STS ang pinakauna nilang talo sa karamihan ng kanilang games. It is on that new compound. So kung may butas yun laban sa Exe, may butas yan para sa Virtus.pro.
Bomba na natin Milo bahala sayang.
Di ba ingat lang ko ano.
Wala ako pre.
Layat sa
Uli.
Wala.
Bomba.
Malapit ako konti matalon to ng tower bin eh.
Okay, ako bala tower focus kayo. May isang CA.
Tower na, ano lang.
Ang huling tindig para sa VP. And it starts with the fortified mid defense. Isa para sa anti-flash. KSA gets the spray down. Mapapatay si KLB. JJ on the trade. Kano again. Nandun. Constant para sa STS. Malalim ang talim sa katawan ng Virtus.pro. 2 versus 4 at yung snipers pa ang natira.
Virtus.pro, masyadong mabagal yung galaw nila. Alam na nila na mag-mimit yung Stallions. Hindi pa nila resmoke. They chose to challenge. At nakuha lang nila isang kill. KLR, yes, hawak mo yung tower. Pero paano yung iba? Zetra finds the kill. At mag-isa na lang si Yobib.
As the kill dito kay Kano. Pero dalawa ang kalaban. Medyo dikit na siya sa loob ng batteries. Sobrang sikip. Barado. Kung saan siya pwedeng tumakbo. Alam na ni KLB. At ang STS alam nila. Kuha nila ang first round.
Stallions, full decisiveness, nagmamadali dito sa mid. At ganoon ulit ang gagawin nila sa round na ito. KLP! Destruction dito sa mid na may drop gun pa. Oh,
Grabe!
my God.
Grabe. Men, sinasabi ko sa iyo, player cam, drop gun. The confidence is through the roof para sa STS, pre. May naratibo pa rin ba na nasa same level ang STS sa VP? It's debatable. Yo, Bib.
Patay
Golden headshot kay Kano. 4 versus 4. Pillars hold para sa STS. Papasok pa rin sa store B.
Virtus.pro. Galit na tong mga to. KSA, nakita nyo yung ginawa kanina ni KLB and he will hold dito sa likod ng kahon just outside store B. And he could be the ace. He could be the difference maker. 1, 2, dalawang kill para kay KSA. At si Loy andito para sumagot. Pero mag-isa na lang siya, Ramon. I don't think he can do much.
Doesn't get the first headshot din. Noted na yung position, pero buti na lang nasa kanya yung C4. Marami pa siyang oras. Pero, very good position para kay KSA doon din, no? Using the smoke of their enemy para lang mahirapan yung entry point para sa STS. Mahirap i-clear at mahirap makapasok. Yobib gets the shot dito kay Loy. Virtus.pro nakasagot 1-1 dito sa new compound.
Pero kita mo ba yung duelo na ginawa ni KLB doon? Laban sa Zetra na naka-sniper. 1 bullet. Bang! Zetra is down. That is a ridiculous shot. Especially from that angle na dapat sniper yung mananalo. Disrespect mula kay KLB. And you have to wonder, will that be the catalyst para sa Virtus.pro? Parang ganun na nga, KSA with the first blood.
Taken in, she'll get a mile KSA. Nakuha nga yung punishment dito sa masyado nagmamadali na Loy. So si KLB naman na magiging second layer dyan. But I like that VP are still holding yung positions nila. Store B control still taken. Nandun pa rin si Yobib. Nandun pa rin si KSA. Pero yung mid priority for STS. Makes me think na baka dun pa rin sila diretso. Pero Elvin nandito pa naman.
At tabay sa EA and that is a couple of kills para sa Virtus.pro. Pero buhay pa ang Stallions. JJ with 1. 2 versus 4. And the problem for Stallions is, wala silang control sa kahit saang parte ng mapa, no? Kaya kailangan maghanap ni KLP dito as the sniper. And there is a bit of movement dito sa EA. May blanket of smoke pa sa EA, no? So KLR just holding outside of the smoke, allowing STS to move. Papasukin nila yung A dito, Ramon.
Very risky kung tutuloy pa nga dito.
Oh.
Ang STS on EA. Sino yung unang kahagat? Magkatabi lang. Si KLP at saka si KLR at makukuha niya si KLP. JJ from behind. Take care of the trade. 1v3 para kay JJ. Pero Zetra, sakto lang para makuha yung shot. That will be Virtus.pro picking up the second round. Getting a little bit of life before we get into the madness of new compound.
Medyo worried ako, Ramon, para sa Stallions. Kasi yung kaninang kaba, dismaya, tsaka disappointment sa mukha ng Virtus.pro parang napalitan ng galit. KLB, he might have awoken Virtus.pro in the worst possible time. Lumamang na ang Virtus.pro for the first time in this matchup. And Stallions on the brink of winning this still, pero it makes you wonder kung ano ang gagawin ng Virtus.pro ngayon na may galit na sa puso nila, Ramon.
Dapat gawing motivation, no? Yung naging last 2 set losses. Forgive and forget. Goldfish memory para lang magkaroon pa rin sila ng tindig dito sa serye. So far, STS full control. And now, STA control para sa kanila si Elvin. Nag-iisa lang. He needs to call for support. Or kung one in the angle na to, he has to get more than just one. Smoke placed down. Elvin knows about the play. At i-commit pa rin niya yung position niya dito. Alam niya yung risk. Lalabanan ng STS. Mapapatayin niya si KLB. Pero JJ good on the trade. You can argue na okay pa yun para sa STS. They have full priority dito sa storage A.
There's very few teams that challenge a smoke like that. Stallions triple pick. Nahuli si Elvin. Into a 1-for-1 exchange. Nalaglag naman si KLB. Balik sa mid. Konting poke lang dito sa LA. Tapos balik naman sa mid. Stallions, you can see yung steps na ginagawa talaga nila just so they can push sa mapang ito.
Intense for STS ngayon. One wrong step and KLR will take advantage. Mid-push para sa kanila. JJ, ang bilis ng headshot. Ang bilis at wala pang kinailangan na flash. Walang kahit anong reaction time para sa Virtus.pro. And they're controlling this mid side very, very well. KLP nakapasok with the USP. Pinang-entry ba ang sniper? Yobib wrapping around the corner. At masasaktuan niya si Loy. At least they will get the damage done. Pero it's still the 3 versus 2. And STS, hindi pa rin nila pinaplant yung C4.
2v3 KSA yun. Yobib magagaling sa taas pero sa KSA may maximize yung oras. Kitang-kita niya si Jay mula sa kanan, mula sa kaliwa. KLP going down pero nakapag-trade ng isa. JJ nagtago. Yobib with the 180! Virtus.pro fighting back.
The 180 para kay Yobib. All in the front para madepensaan yung C4. Pero yung pag-expect niya sa lurk papunta doon sa 2F, that was crazy from the Golden Boy. 7 kills in 5 rounds of play. Virtus.pro needed to wake up. This might be the time they do.
Might be. Sabi nga nila, Ramon, better late than never. And the perfect time dito para sa Virtus.pro kasi it's not too late yet. 2 rounds ahead. At sino pa ba ang sasalba sa Virtus.pro dito? Syempre si Yobib. 2v3 yun, ha? You have to remember, Yobib had a big disadvantage going into that. Okay. 3-1, Stallions. All things considered, ha? Ito yung actually pinakamalinis na laro ngayon ng Stallions. And KLP. Disgusting shot.
Expected the push coming through. Pero second layer lang yan, KSC! The KSA K47 shows himself sa loob ng new compound map. Kano dropping dun sa tower as KLR tries to position. Good flash and good spray down. Mapapatay si KLB. Wasak ang pasok ng STS. Virtus.pro up 4-1.
Stallions need a timeout after that kasi Ramon, glaring issue sa Stallions dito. All things considered, mas gusto their steps to taking parts of the map na ginagawa ng Stallions. Tapos hindi na nag-overcommit dito sila Loy. But at the same time, mas nahihirapan sila. Hindi sila nakakapanalo ng rounds. To the point na lumamang na yung Virtus.pro for the first time sa buong serye na to with 3 rounds. Stallions, they need to lock in. Even more so than they already have kasi yung Virtus.pro gising na iwa. Stallions have to step it up even further than they have already. But what else can you do? What else is there to offer? Crunch time, Stallions. At si Coach Shane naman sa kabila, firing up his players. Eto na. Virtus.pro, bibigyan na ba nila tayo ng laban?
Dapat pre. Expected sa level ng Virtus.pro na ilang beses na natin nakita in the grand finals as well as repeated appearances into international side by side with STS. Oo, mas mataas ang nakamit ng STS. Ultimo, nakahanap nga ng grand finals appearance. Pero they were on the same airplane coming through from ACL, from EWC last year. The grand finals, same lang ang experience ng parehong Team Stallions as well as for Virtus.pro. So it makes you question, bakit nakaabot tayo sa set na to na sobrang dehado ang VP nang hindi pa rin natin nakikita yung sagot, yung mga decisive rounds.
Right, timeout done. Virtus.pro, let's see what you got. Anong plano ang inihanda ni Coach Shane para sa ganitong senaryo? And you have to remember as well, no, hindi lang yung strategies yung kailangan puliduhin dito ng Virtus.pro, yung mentalidad din nila. They've been broken dun sa unang dalawang set natin. Need to make sure na makakabawi pa yung players nila dito. Okay, round number 5 is in the horizon. So far so good para sa new compound. I mean, all things considered, di natin alam na maging resulta ng mapang ito. Considering just how much of a beating yung ginawa ng Stallions sa first 2. And we're kind of stepping into the unknown. Virtus.pro seem to have a better plan sa compound. Even in more so than Port at saka Eagle Eye.
Hindi makes you appreciate STS. How they try to still push despite the numbers. Pero VP, Hindi mo pa rin may pagkakaila na may sistema pa rin to hold that mid side to get the first kill doon pa lamang sa may pillars. DP still leading with the charge.
KLP, forward position sa ngayon. Ine-expect niya na magsiswing mula sa EA si Zetra. But after the timeout, it's a solid anchor mula sa Virtus.pro. Ni isa, walang nagpipik. Nasa exit si Zetra, Yobe back on the sniping department. At tatlo ang nandito sa mid. KLR with the pick. Delikado yan. Buti na lang may flash setup yung kasapi.
Triple stack and the peak coming in. We have to go forward push.
Forward push para sa kanila. Stallions not committing yet. And it's a movement para dito sa mid players ng Virtus.pro. Just because of the adjustment or because of the utility used meron ang Stallions. Lengthy default para sa Virtus.pro. Ang problema nila dito, nauubos na ang utility. Well, actually, ng Stallions, no? There's a lot more utility in the bank para sa Virtus.pro. Pero yung Stallions, yung smoke nila, pauti na ng paunti.
Ay, nauubos na. Mga pwedeng mabato galing sa sinturon. And then the only man on that mid side has to control the push.
Wait! Wala man lang pumapalag sa kanila dito. Virtus.pro hindi nakatingin sa exit na tatlo. Yung nanggaling doon, Stallions! What is this execution? 1 versus 5 mula kay Yobib. At hindi nyo alam paano nangyari yun. Ramon, we talked about the abundance of utility na meron ng Virtus.pro pero kahit isa wala silang nagamit kasi pinapak sila ng Stallions doon.
Completely dry sa nagiging swings nila. Sa labas ng mid, sa pag-push nila dito sa A, I mean. Kahit dito sa new compound, pre, hindi bago sa Stallions na i-risk yung sarili ng buhay para makakuha ng mga forward push. Stallions commanding on... KLB, you mentioned it, man. The madman that he is. The strike against the defense of Virtus.pro. Despite them being down the rounds, they are still putting out hat-tricks just like this.
Not just that, KLB putting spice to this matchup. Pinapainit na palalo yung laban. Tsaka napapansin mo ba, every time meron tayong facecam, si KLB sinisigawan niya yung camera dito. He's excited. He's fired up. Virtus.pro, show me the same fire. Okay, Kano, aakit ng tower. Mid presence asserted para sa Stallions. Again, burning through utility. Halos ubos na yung HE nila dito, Ramon. Just to challenge yung mid. And dare I say, successful yung challenge nila dito. No? Yung pinakamalapit na miyembro ng VP dito, nasa loob pa ng B-site. KLB. Pag lumabas siya ng LA, dalawa yung makikita niya. Better decision, just play with the team.
Sure. Not risk it all.
Wow.
Not sa mid priority para sa STS, no?
Oh my God! What an entry mula kay KLB! Nalaglag lang ng walang-wala si Kese, hindi man lang nakapalag. And Yobe will be coming in from the other side. Yobe with a pistol, hindi man lang tatama yon laban kay Jay. And Stallions, perfect execution, papasok ng B-site. 3 people left para sa Virtus.pro, pero tingnan mo naman, Ramon, yung mga posisyon ng Stallions. It is picture perfect. Ang dami pa nilang granadang binabato. Just to buy time. 23 seconds left. Zetra, Elvin, KLR. Drastic approach para dito sa pillar para lang sa desperadong play na ito. At ang unang tatapat sa kanila si Loy. Nagbato ng flash at yung oras mauubos na. VP, you have to push. You have to make a move. At yung Virtus.pro mauubusan na ng oras. Nice shots from Zetra pero wala ka nang mapapala dyan, boss. Stallions. 2 rounds in a row. And again, Ramon, dry execute. All working para sa Stallions.
Man, they do it round per round per round. And this time around that curve position as well. This Stallions brimming with confidence na hindi na kinailangan gamitin yung flashes. Majority of their util nasa sinturon pa rin. Kahit sa gantong mga individual moments para dito kay Zetra, it's not enough. It hasn't been enough from a Stallions that are throwing magic into their executes. It's just overwhelming para sa VP, pare. Wala silang nagagawa kahit sa mga gantong mga push ng STS.
And the thing is, it's always like this. Paulit-ulit yung ginagawa ng Stallions. Latag smoke, tas 3 yung lalabas dun sa smoke na yon. Sometimes they even use the smoke dito ng Virtus.pro. Kaya sila nagugulat. STS putting priority dito sa LA. Oh, we've seen this before. Si Elvin din yung kalaban nila dito kanina.
The very difference. Wala, pre. Si Elvin pa rin yung mag-hold dyan. Although it's not gonna be in an angle na one and done siya. Tulad ng kanina. He has to learn from his mistakes. Definitely doing so. Nandun pa rin yung exit control para sa VP. Mid-priority na ulit para sa STS. Will there be another setup para ma-overwhelm yung exit?
Should be. Kasi ando na yung boba dito. Hawak-hawak ni Loy with KLP. Dry peek na naman laban kay Elvin. And Loy! KLP with the wall bang onto Elvin. Kano with a nice shot onto Kel. It's again isa pang dismantelo ng Stallions laban sa Virtus.pro. At yung boba na itanim na kagad.
4 versus 3 with a retake on VP side na naman. Not even needing you, Util. They're just punching for the kills. Left hook, right hook, galing kay JJ din. At si Cetra na lang, 1v4, napatay si Kano. Pero again, the triangular post plant para sa STS. And a lot of time para sa Cetra, pero maigsi lalo ang oras, pinaigsi lalo ang buhay niya. JJ on the headshot, tablado na sa 4-4.
Parang tinaningan na rin ng Stallions ang buhay ng VP dito. Lead gone. Zetra destroyed. Stallions confident. Slow setup para sa Virtus.pro. Huwag hayaan makapag-granada dito. Zetra makes it work. That's a nice shot.
And that's the Cetra we've been looking for. Try to get JJ on an angle and it works out para sa exit control. Kasi nakahanap pa niya dito si Loy, so we have 5 versus 3 pero STS still willing to take the risk. Nalabanan pa rin ng mid, pero yun nga lang, KSA. Another headshot from the AK. Kano, lalabas. Gugulatin lang si Elvin. They still have control sa parehong A at B site. May lurk pa. Galing kay Yobib. Hawak niya yung TRG dito. Kailangan saktuin ni Kano yung timing para lang ma-realize yung position dito.
And Virtus.pro kailangan din nila sila gumalaw. Maganda na yung SD hold dito ni Yobib. Zetra coming in from A site. Perfect angle pero si Kano, nahuli pa rin siya doon.
Kano? Ang gugulat na lang mga tao dito.
Oh my God.
Hindi safe ang mga tao sa loob ng bahay ng Virtus.pro. A site secured pero yung daga nasa loob lamang ng exit. KLR. Kailan ka lalabas dyan?
Ang layo.
STS. Nakapag-plant na ng C4. Nakapag-ingay pa nga si KLR dyan. Double peek and a spray through the smoke. Mapapatay lang si KLR.
No way.
2 versus 2. Another 3v2 that STS might win despite them down on numbers. KSA, yo, Bib. They have to make the call. Kano trying to relinquish control. He does so with the headshot. KSA susunod sa hukay ng Stallions in a 5-4. They get the lead sa first half.
Ramon, 2 versus 4. Ginawa na naman ng Stallions laban sa Virtus.pro yung duelo na kinatatapos ng buhay nila dito. Oh my God, Virtus.pro. Brutal loss in that last round. At kitang-kita mo sa mga mukha nila, mukha na silang natalo dito, Ramon. This is not the time para ubusan kayo ng lakas. Coach Shane, kita mo ginagawa niya lahat ng kaya niyang gawin para itaas ang espiritu ng mga player niya. But at this point, hindi ko sila masisisi, Ramon, kapag nawawala na sila ng pag-asa. Stallions with a crushing win. A crushing advantage. 5-4 lang ang score natin, isa lang. Pero pag tiningnan mo yung map differential, Ramon, dun mo marirealize na para mo na rin tinaningan ang pangarap ng Virtus.pro for the first time in more than 1 year. Totoo ang posibilidad na hindi lumipad, na hindi irepresenta ng Virtus.pro ang Pilipinas sa ibang bansa.
And that's crazy to think, pre. Kasi nakasanayan na natin na VP at STS lagi lilipad para sa international. And the very idea that only one of them comes towards Paris, pre. In a matter just like this, pre. In a fashion just like this. Is this the VP that you want people to remember, Virtus.pro? STS leading dito sa new compound. They now start on the GR and Cetra starting with a bang.
For the second round in a row. Okay, that's a good start para sa Virtus.pro dito. Stallions getting a little bit frisky again. Nag-peak na naman sila dito laban sa sniper ng Virtus.pro kaya nahuli sila. But at the same time, we've seen this scenario time and time again sa port. I can definitely imagine a world na manalo pa rin ng Stallions dito sa 4v5. Especially with KLP hitting a disgusting shot like that.
On the rotation too, pre. On the way out. Fade away, kumbaga. Para mapatay lang si KSA. 4 versus 4. Not every day that you see JJ on the sniper. And Cetra shows him why. Mas pulido siya on the weaponry. Store B control held up by Virtus.pro. Pero wala sa kanila yung C4. Hindi ata dito yung entry point para sa Tondo.
Pero maganda yung angulo ni Kanu dito, ha. Off angle. Cetra doing everything para sa Virtus.pro. Is it enough? 50 seconds para mag-execute. Virtus.pro minamaximize yung timer. Bait, smoke mula kay Cetra doon sa B site. Pero yung VP luluwag dito sa, or papasok dito sa mid. And that's no noise being made. Okay. KLP kita niya pa rin. And VP pushing KLP. That is the worst idea possible para dito sa Virtus.pro. Lalo na kapag walang smoke na ginagamit. Third kill para sa STS. At tinuldokan na naman ang isa pang round para sa VP. That's 6 on the board para sa mga kabayo.
Maganda na nga yung ending nila on the first half. Mas lalo pang widen yung gap on the way towards the second. The first blood did not matter para kay Cetra. As long as they're able to still blow up with the trades. Yung entrada nila sa pag-hold nila sa site. Making VP sweat on their heels. This is another round para sa STS.
Is it? Virtus.pro getting scared, desperate, confused, lahat na. Two snipers para sa STS dito. It's the KL brothers. Loy, may rat angle din. Tapos may backup pa siya ng angulo ng sniper. Look at Store B, Ramon. Absolute death hold mula kila JJ at KLB. At hindi sila magpipick. They're just gonna wait for Cetra to make a move.
Good place, I think from the jump peak nakita ni JJ. Ang position ni Cetra dun, so info ang STS. VP preparing to strike para makakuha lang ng unang patay.
Sa Store B.
Store B still priority. It's not gonna be that way yet. Nahawakan na lang to ng STS.
Nahawakan na nga lang nila sa ngayon and nobody going down yet. B site, fortress to. Medyo mahirap pasukin to even with plenty of utility. Nagbatapon na ng HE dito yung mga membro ng VP. And look at the response from Stallions. They're gonna move palapit sa B site. So the more time na ginagamit ng VP dito, mas mahirap sila makakapasok sa B site.
Nasanay tayo na nilalaro lang ng VP lagi yung oras, pero this series has proven na hindi kaibigan ng VP ang oras. Kailangan makapag-push. 20 seconds, nakalabas na with the flashes. Spray on down lagi dito sa loob lamang ng curve. Di pa nakapasok ng store pero nakaikot na ng curve. KLB and Kano, nawasak lang yung curve post. Headshot pa galing kay Kano. VP walang nakapasok, walang nakakuha. STS 7-4.
Napa-time out pa dito yung Virtus.pro. Sabi sa'yo, Ramon, pag mas matagal pa yung kinuha nilang oras bago pumasok, mas mahihirapan sila. Kano, proving my point perfectly. Triple kill for Kano. At yung batteries hold dito ng Stallions, ang tagal bago nabuwag ng VP. And that hesitation signals are alarm bells para dito kay Coach Shane. Siya na lang ang nag-iisang pag-asa dito ng VP. Something drastic, something impossible, perhaps even a miracle. Iyon ang kailangan ng Virtus.pro sa ngayon. Samantalang yung Stallions, kalmado lang. Tingnan mo yung mga mukha nilang lahat, Ramon. Tandaan mo kung ano itsura nila going back into the game. May ngiti pang tinatago dito si Kano. They're complacent. And at this point, I wouldn't even call it arrogant, Ramon, kasi kung titingnan mo yung estado ng laro natin, kung titingnan mo yung mukha ni KLR, makikita mo ang diferensya ng Stallions at Virtus.pro.
Pre, forget KLR. Tignan mo si Elvin. Yung laging kalmado. Wala na yung buhay sa mukha niya, pre. Exactly the telling sign for this Virtus.pro roster, pre. Dapat yung time mata to, malaki ang pagbabago. Oo, pwedeng may oras na kailangan, pero nauubusan na sila. Isa-isang round, isa-isang push lagi from the BL side without using utility to another Kano moment, pare. All that, forget about it kung ikaw ang Virtus.pro.
And that's the most crushing thing, no? You take all the time in the world para mag-setup, only to get triple killed by some pesky kid dito sa RS. How do you fight that, Virtus.pro? Yun yung 2 taon, 3 taon na nalang binubuno, Ramon. And yun yung dahilan kung bakit sila stuck sa number 2 sa Pilipinas. It's the curse of Virtus.pro maging number 2. Pero, ito ang kwento. Kapag natalo sila sa matchup na to, hindi na sila number 2. Number 3 na sila, Ramon. And that is the worst thing you can face as Virtus.pro.
Especially with what we expected out of them, pre. We expected them to improve. Pero yung improvement hindi natin nakikita. STS evolved sa playstyle in final form. 7-4 is the score. VP need a reset and they need it badly.
Dead silent on the map. Where is the move? Virtus.pro or Stallion? Sinong unang magkakamali? Sinong unang titira ng 3?
May ingay na nagaganap kanina, no? From how they spray down Kabaong. They're now trying to adjust into the tempo. Virtus.pro. Pillars hold 1 minute and 30 seconds. STS putting all their eggs into just 1 KLB. Doon pa lamang sa may store. Spotted na ni Cetra yan. Noted for Virtus.pro pero hindi pa rin nila ipupush yung store B.
Hindi pa sa ngayon. Still plenty of time para sa Virtus.pro na gumalaw. But you have to wonder, is this too much space given sa Stallions? Tignan mo yung LA, Ramon. 3 players. 2 players from Stallions, ando na. Palapit ng palapit. Konting galaw lang makikita nila yung bomba. Especially if they take down Elvin.
That is the purpose of that stack. Pero ignoring mid could be a problem para sa STS. Lalo na at nakalapit na si Cetra. Kapit Kano dito on the left side at hindi niya na-clear. The Wonder Kid surprised by the robotics of the sniper. Loy picks up the 1-for-1. May sumbong galing sa STS. 30 seconds. Kailangan mag-push ng B-site ang Virtus.pro.
Kailangan talaga. Kailangan din gawin na nila ngayon. KLP spotted. And that's Yobib making the most out of it for the first time. Virtus.pro nakapag-execute sa B-site na walang tao doon. Retake for Stallions.
The tower position na hindi alam si Elvin. Uy! Mapapatay lang si JJ dyan.
Wow.
STS, 1 by 1 they fall but KLP rises from the ashes. Mababatay ang Rat King. But then again, the numbers still favor VP. KSA realizing the flank at papapatay lang si Loy. KLP, isang bala lang. At hindi yan sniper, pre. It's the KSA K47 to claim the 5th round.
Virtus.pro, naalala nila kung sino sila. drawing STS in with a lack of information. Kano ang unang kumagat at si Kano ang unang nalaglag. VP, kailangan ko pa ng mga gantong rounds. Pero si KLP hindi na hayaan mangyari yun. Magpo-push kasama si Loy. And that's 3 quick kills para sa Stallions. Inakyat yung CA, diretso LA, papasok ng RS ng kalaban. Virtus.pro, hindi nyo alam anong paparating.
Pre, the push coming in at dalawa ang tatalon! Sa harap ng Virtus.pro, KLP was the beat all along! At si Loy ang papatay sa Virtus.pro 8-5!
Ramon, I won't even do that sa RM ko. Pero yung STS ginagawa yon sa kanilang EWC qualifying game. KSA malalaglag. Loy, papasok pa kasama si Kano. And it is all out war. All out murder para sa Stallions. Pinapapak ang mga miyembro ng Virtus.pro. KLB, tinuldukan na ang round na ito para sa Stallions.
Pre, walang namatay! Walang namatay sa STS dun! 2 beses nila ginawa yung mid-push papunta dun din sa LA. STS, on their way, the Stampede laban sa Virtus.pro. Nakuha ni Keller yung isa, but KLB will get the double kill. Brutalizing para sa Virtus.pro. At basag ang naratibo sa isa ang tinitindig ng Virtus.pro at STS. Ang pinakaunang pagkakataon na maiiwan ang Tondo papasok sa Paris. 3-0 ang Stallions and world domination starts at home.
Bienvenue à Paris, Team Stallions! Welcome to Paris. At kita mo naman ang bukang bibig KLB. 3-0. Statement made. Domination started. And it's all with KLP back on the helm. It's all Stallions sa taong ito. We have our representatives, ladies, gents, and everyone in between. It's Execration and Team Stallions. Pasok sa Grand Finals. Pasok sa EWC.
It's almost like we expected it na nga pare, but not in the fashion just like this. A group stage that has triggered the butterfly effect from the win on the wave to Execration, laban dito sa Team Stallions, the sub-in towards revenge, and up to the last point nung nakalaban ulit ng STS ang VP. It was the closest that we've seen in the summers, pero dito sa playoffs, iba ang naging tindig ng Stallions ngayon. Tinadyakan lang nila ang Virtus.pro pare. There's no other way to put it. While we can say that statistically, this is the best form of Virtus.pro, parang binasura lang yung mga numero na yon ng Stallions because of 3 straight pushes from mid-con all the way towards CA na may hawak pang Loy na lagi lang dire-diretso dito sa Virtus.pro pare. While you can have the stats, while you can have all of that firepower, you can never deny the magic. Stallions are here to dominate the world.
Absolutely, sila na ang bagong estado dito sa CROSSFIRE Philippines, sa CROSSFIRE Southeast Asia, at tutuldokan nila ang international appearances dito ng Virtus.pro for the first time in a while. Hindi makakatungtong sa international stage dito ang Virtus.pro, and I think this should be a quick reality check para sa mga miyembro ng Virtus.pro na hindi na tapos, na hindi na nila oras dito sa tutuktok ng podium sa Pilipinas at sa Southeast Asia. It's time for change, Virtus.pro.
It's time for change, definitely, pre. And the change has happened right here, right now. Live in CROSSFIRE Philippines, dito sa Facebook as well as the YouTube, pare. We have witnessed history. So, STS dito sa internationals, the Kings of Tondo, mawawala lang din. So, with that said din, no, ibabato na namin sa panel para matapos ng tuluyan ng broadcast day na ito. So, L and Bipolar, take it away.
Rien la charge domination mondial. Bienvenue à Paris, Team Stallions.
Yeah, there's no stopping the stampede. world domination, and welcome to Paris Team Stallions. Amazingness! Yan ang binigay ng ating dalawang teams, pero mas malaki ata ang binuga dito ng ating Team Stallions. Virtus.pro not even winning a single set. It's just like before, 0-3 na naman si 0-2, and as well as VP. Man, oh man, STS making a statement that they are not just kings of CROSSFIRE Philippines. They are here to dominate the entire stage. Man! Nakita natin dito kung gaano nga ba kalakas ang ating STS, and what can you say? JJ dropping guns twice on the face of VP. 3 times pinush ang mid at wala man lang magawa doon ang players natin for Virtus.pro. Man, we saw Elvin switching to the M14 mid-round just because he doesn't even feel confident anymore. Nakita natin dito ang ating Virtus.pro not even breathing. They needed life support pero tinigil dito ng ating players for Team Stallions yung ambulansya na pupunta sana sa Tondo. It's just Cebu once again dominating, and what can we say? Siguro kung nandito na si Mochi, isang masasabi niya. Alam mo kung ano yun?
Ano?
Gong si STS. Man, holy mother of God. It's just amazing.
Ay, grabe. Okay. I mean, pupunta tayo ng Paris, no? So, siguro congratulations dito para sa ating STS. Kasi pa-Paris tayo. Saka na, pag tayo'y pumunta sa Grand Finals, tayo mag-Crossy. Pero well, congrats pa rin naman dito, no? Sa STS. We seen VP get the lead, no? Pero it was just a matter of time, no? It's much like in time bomb dito yung STS. Once they got the angles, once they downloaded, no, kung ano yung ginagawa dito ng VP, we've seen that early timeout from Coach T. Pero what that timeout meant was, guys, do not charge in. Do not rush the goal. Hayaan yung dumating sa inyo yung dapat na sa inyo. And yun nga, yung nangyari dito, bipolar. They were calm, they were collected. At yung mga drop gun na yun, I feel like hindi yun kayabangan, no? That's just confidence oozing. That was actually JJ, no? Challenging VP. Eto na ba yung kaya nyo? Hindi kayo to. Kilala namin kayo, no? At hindi nagpakita dito yung VP na kilala natin for 2 maps. Yes, sa new compound, may nagpakitang glimpses of the Bears. Pero, man, I want the full picture. Not just a sneak peek dito ng ating Virtus.pro. Pero, when it just comes down, no, to that actual fight for the ticket, for the key, no, the keys to victory belong to Stallions, and the stat line says it all once again.
Man, Kano almost getting another 20 bomb. And I feel like I know the reason why polar bears are getting extinct. It's because of horses just like Team Stallions. Look at this. KLB not even getting a lot of kills, pero alam mo, gumagana dito ang utak ni KLB because he just outplayed itong Virtus.pro. 18 kills on Kano, JJ 13, KLP with 11 and 9. And for Loy to have 10 and 7, that is just too insane. Team Stallions, you are one hell of a team, at feeling ko kakatakutan kayo dito sa ating EWC. It's time to show our, possible set MVP. At ngayon, may kita natin ngayon, it's gonna be the one and only Kano, the Wonder Kid, and it's a 2.25 in the KD.
This is another stat line wherein you drop this to the lesser teams, no? Pero no, literally the name is no. He's gonna drop this on Virtus.pro, and no matter how many negatories you say dito for the side of Kano, no, he's just gonna say, yes, I'm going to do it. And he actually did it with a 2.25 KD, 1.2 kills per round. Half the kills were headshots and a rating of 100%. If we were looking for perfection, we should have searched at Cebu, because Kano is dropping 100s dito sa ating laruan ngayon, no? Look at that set summary.
Yeah, you know what? Looking at it, 3-0 for Stallions versus VP. A big shout out to Abdul Aziz. I know you're proud right now. I hope you're watching these boys finally gutting it all out and showing what Team Stallions is made of. Pure gold. Yan ang makikita natin dito ngayon. And feeling ko, nanood ako kahapon ng Deluxe album launch. Ngayon, Deluxe style sa man makikita natin. It's time for our match MVP, and I feel like we know this already. It's gonna be Christopher Robinson on the match MVP. A 2.73 KD, a 1.43 na kill per round, and a headshot that is not his usual ones. Pero what is he usually doing? Killing everybody in the server. 100% rating sa 3 sets. Who is this guy? It's Kano.
Exactly, this is Kano, no? Look at that rating bipolar. Alam mo ba, bihira lang tayo makita ng perfect 100 rating in a best of 5. Bakit? Because usually a player dips down or dips up, depende sa performance niya. Kano played perfect. Perfect Crossfire. With that PRS showing 3 digits, the highlight says it all. EBR, HK, USP, headshots, all around, be it silver or gold, no? But they ain't taking no silver dito, pare. The gold is the sightlines dito para kila Kano and para sa Stallions. Kaya nga sila tinatawag the Golden Stallions, no? They've achieved the highest dito for CFPH and they're not backing down anytime soon. Pero of course, no, you can't do it without this guy. The rest of the team, KLP, JJ, and Loy, they were doing the good stuff din dito para sa ating team. And of course, all of that, no, just commemorates dito sa performance ni Kano, wherein, okay guys, you do the brunt work, I will deliver us the victory.
Greatness. That is what Kano gives you. And I know everybody is powerful. Everybody is packed up para dito kay Kano. Alam niya that everyone is rooting for him and he is giving us a show to look out for every time. From the first set to the second to the third, Kano is just this insane. Isipin mo yun, El. Even Kano in a 1v5, he can win that every time. Lalo na dito sa ating new compound, but even the entirety of STS fired up for this kind of execution. They deny that trophy na hinahanga dito ni Cetra pati ng ating VP, and might as well kausapin natin dito ang nag-cancel out ng ticket ng ating VP. It's coming in from Team Stallions. It's the one and only Wonder Kid coming in from Stallions. It's Kano. And as well as Coach Tanks.
Ayun.
I mean, Kano and Coach Tanks first and foremost, no, mula dito sa Palace and sa buong Pilipinas. Congratulations for securing that EWC key and as well as the final spot na kung saan kakalabanan yung Execration. Coach Tanks, let's start it off for your side, no? Because I know masyadong malayo, hindi naman matagal yung biyahe, pero feeling ko worth it naman.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Exactly. You know? So, this is whatever to Coach Tanks. Pero did you really expect VP to put out this kind of performance? Alam ko nasa mindset niya na okay, they might throw everything at us. They might just, exactly counter us. Pero yung support na pala nakita namin na basa nyo sila, no? The CA take, the adjustment dun sa CA. In-expect nyo ba na ganun ka poor, no, yung performance ng VP laban sa inyo, or was it just another normal day?
We were not expecting any levels of play nung kalaban. I'm just expecting the level of play of my boys to be top notch.
And did that did it surpass your expectations sa boys mo? Yung nasa utak mo?
To be honest, hindi. Kasi I've seen them time and time again do this on a normal . Baka sabihin naman mga tao mayabang. Pero hindi. I've seen them time and time again, kahit sa practice, kahit sa international stage. I've seen them do it time and time again, dominating everyone. So hindi siya parang na-surpass or na-surprise ba ako, hindi. I'm just very happy and proud na we are at our best form today.
Kano, may onti lang kaming questions. First and foremost, congratulations sa'yo, brother, no? 3 sets, 100% rating pinakita mo sa amin. And that's why you're the match MVP. Congratulations. Pero I just wanna know, no, from a player's perspective, mula mismo kay Kano, the number 1 player sa buong Pilipinas, no? You might say otherwise, pero we know it naman. How much does this mean to you? Kasi alam naman namin that VP is one of your target teams na gusto mong makalaban every time. How much does this mean na 3-0 nyo ulit ang VP at na-secure nyo pa yung final spot?
Ano na-feel ko?
How much does it mean to you na may EWC slot na kayo tapos may final spot pa ulit?
Maganda sa feeling. Pero yun lang, maganda sa feeling.
Pero may kasunod pero jobs not done, ganon.
Jobs na. May pa kami bukas finals. Hindi niya
alam. Hindi niya alam.
Any questions?
Hindi niya pa rin alam. Never change ka, no? Never change. So, I'll be asking Coach Tanks naman. Coach, alam ko na going to internationals, parang normal din naman na sa'yo na makalaban yung ibang regions. Like, no matter who you face, you're going to accept na sila yung kalaban mo and then you're just gonna let your boys play it out. No? Pero, personally, sino yung gusto mong makalaban? And feel ko naman, galing sa CFPL kung mga gusto yung makalaban, sino specific team doon yung gusto yung ma-face-to-face?
Kagaya sa local, wala kami pinipiling kalaban. Whoever is in front of us, we will try to dominate them. Yun ang laging turo ko mindset sa mga bata. Walang specific. Pero kung going into EWC, the mindset would be to be EWC champions.
Yun.
Yeah.
That's a big statement, pero alam natin, no, parang with the help of Coach Tanks and these players mula sa Stallions, kaya nila. Kano, one more question for you, brother, no. Nakita natin first set dito sa ating court side. Parang you guys were pushing mid a lot, no, especially actually sa BL side nyo specifically. What was the plan there para sa inyo ni Kano? Kasi you're always the second player to go in. Tapos palagi na i-clear out yung Z. Was it parang confident lang kayo na makuha niyo yung site na yun without even checking itong high mid position natin? What was the game plan basically sa point?
Ano yung game plan, coach?
Hindi niya alam yan eh.
Hindi niya alam yan. Ano na lang yung parang nagbigay kay Kano ng lakas lalo para mag-push lang every time. Tapos you're always getting double kasi yung nakakabilib.
Sige, sagot
Ano yung tanong?
Bakit daw malakas loob mo sa port?
Kanina sa port?
Ba't daw ang tapang mo, ganun ba?
Ba't ang tapang ko kanina sa port? Wala eh, VP kalaban eh.
There you go. There you go. Good answer, Kano. Good answer.
Okay. Kano, ito pa, may isa pa akong tanong, no? Sino yung may pasimuno ng drop gun?
Si KLB.
KLB. So, ano yun? But sino, paano niya sinabi na, uy, tara, drop gun natin. Ano yung pumasok sa isip niya?
Wala kaming ganyan na, drop gunin natin. Ano lang, sa sarili
talagang
lang.
in the moment lang, no? In the moment lang. So, kung in the moment lang yon, kailan nyo na-realize na parang, hala, hindi na sila nakakapalagtas, sinagasaan nyo na tuluyan? Uy, hello, Kael.
Ano?
Kailan nyo na-realize na parang kailan nyo na-realize na
bulihin daw.
ay, hindi
kaya
na
bulihin?
sila pumapalag.
Hindi, simula ng round. Simula ng game, first game pa lang. Alam na namin yun agad. Hindi naman sila makapasok eh. Sabi nila, napaka-tactical daw nila, kaso ang bilis silang basahin.
Ayun! Yan! Kung si Kano madalas, ganun sumagot Kano. Kung madalas hindi mo alam, ba't alam na alam mo yan?
Wala eh, lagi nilang pinagmamayabang yung pagka-tactical na nila. Tas, pati yung,
nabuksan din natin si Kano, bipolar. Nabuksan din natin.
Yes.
Napaka-disiplinado daw nila. Kaso yung oras, dali lang basahin.
Alam ko, feeling ko Kano, okay lang din si Coach Tanks pati si El dito na may bago ka, hindi lang MVP award na kuha mo, best in answering din sa entirety ng CROSSFIRE Philippines. Sa ganda ng mga sagot mo. But, you know what? Coach Tanks, nakita naman natin nung matagal ang preparation. Sinabi mo sa akin beforehand, obsession. Yan ang inangat ng ating players for Team Stallions in every aspect, from utility usage towards, execution, from discipline now and aim. Pero I would like to ask, what's the next step now? Obsessed kayo sa lahat. Utility usage has been at an all-time high. But what will Team Stallions and Coach Tanks add to the system ng buong team?
Ayoko na sabihin domination. Di naman niniwala yung mga tao eh. Okay lang.
So anong susunod na step, Coach Tanks? Meron ba or in process pa muna tayo?
We'll keep the hard work at the highest level still. Diba, sabi ko nga, I take pride na we are the hardest working CFPH team dito sa bansa. And seryoso, I take pride on that. And siguro it shows din na even me na ba't ako nandito ngayon. Sabi ko nga kanina, whatever it takes for us to win, yung obsession to win. No? I knew na if I was here, that yung energy na makita ko ng mga bata, yun yung presence ko as their head coach ang makaka-boost ng confidence nila, and I hope na na-boost nga yung confidence nila kanina, and we're aiming to get the championship.
Okay, that's good. You know what, Coach Tangs, one more, no? Kasi you're still here naman. I would like to ask, no, nakita natin the entire group stage, mas maraming games dito si Revenge. But now, pinakita mo dito yung lakas ni KLP. First game pa lang sa quarterfinals, up until here, he never faltered. Was there any parang lumakas na ba confidence mo na parang magamit ngayon si KLP, or was it really just time?
Gusto ko lang i-address, no? Dahil pag parte ng team namin, parte ng pamilya namin yan. Doon sa lahat na nagbabash kay Revenge, pakitigilan na. Lahat ng nakikita nyo na performance ni Kael is malaki ang naitulong na Revenge para lang sa kaalaman ninyo. No? And yung mga time na naglalaro si Revenge actually gave KLP such time para ma-reinvent yung si KLP mismo. So, sa lahat ng ito, I just want to call out, no? Kasi pamilya namin yan eh. Parte ng team namin yan, kasama namin yung lilipad sa Paris eh. I just want to address na hindi nyo pwedeng bashin yung player ko or kahit sino sa amin. Ako ang unang makakaharap ninyo or kami na ma'am or ano. Hindi pwede. Sorry pero hindi naman sa galit ako, pero family kami, and kindly dun sa mga tunay na nakasuporta, hindi lang pag nananalo kami. Sana manatili kayong what you call this, merong
may tiwala.
What's the word? Well, isa yan. Tsaka merong
would you say
I'll put
respect?
it this way. Yeah, I'll put it this way. Think before you click, no? Kasi may emotions din ang players ko eh. No? And yun. Yeah, gusto ko lang address, sorry, pero I just wanted to address. Dahil malaking gusto ko lang sabihin na every single player and every single person in this room is parte ng pamilya namin dito sa team. And every one of us is a part of why these boys are performing. Yeah.
Any questions, man?
So, Coach Tangs, welcome to the Grand Finals. It's not the usual VP since kakalinis nyo lang, kakawalis nyo lang sa kanila dito sa semis, and then you and Execration are going both to Paris, no? Parehas kayo masaya as a team, pero I would like to challenge you on the hardest working team quote na sinabi mo. Execration has shown us na kaya nila kayong talunin, na kaya nilang linisin din, masweep din tong kalaban nila na Fervid, and now magtatapat kayo. Any words of encouragement for them na okay, para sa yung lilipad ng Paris, good luck, and then any words to challenge them naman sa Grand Finals?
Hindi mo ako mapipigasan yan. Wala akong words of banter for them.
We tried.
That's a witty way to put it, no? Na para magkaroon ng banter or bad blood. But those boys are somehow brothers at arms kami yan. Hindi kami
okay, kosa.
Yeah.
So enjoy nyo lang yung Grand Finals and still aiming for the win. Yun yung vibes natin for tomorrow.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Kano, Coach Tanks, in behalf of everybody sa CROSSFIRE dito sa ating mga desk, no, sa caster and panel desk, congratulations for securing that EWC slot, pati na rin itong ating final spot pagdating sa Masters Summer. Kano, it's your time to give a little bit of talk support sa mga sumusupport sa Team Stallions, kay Kano, and for the entire team. Basically, it's your time to give shoutouts.
Shout out. Dami akong listahan dito. Wait
Sige
lang.
no problem.
We have time.
Wait lang, hanapin ko. Hindi, una sa lahat, salamat kay Lord.
Tama.
Kay God.
Tama.
Sa pag-guide sa amin, sa itong panalo. Lagi kami nagpe-pray, kaya alam namin na Yun. Tapos tsaka sa teammate ko, deserve namin to. Dami namin problema pinagdaanan eh. Hindi pa kami nakapunta ng playoffs. Yun lang. Tsaka sa pamilya. Shoutout sa pamilya ko, lalo na sa tatay Tikyo. Tsaka yun lang. Tapos ito sa listahan ko
sige.
Kay Kuya Chris, tsaka kay Ate Kisia, Coach, tsaka kay Boss Abdul, tsaka Boss Khalid, tsaka kay Kuya Nick, Annel in Heaven. Tsaka kay Sir Thomas George, tsaka kay Kuya Idnel, tas sa inyo mga caster. At sumusuporta namin. Ay, tsaka kay Dadong, ito. Tsaka lang yung predict sa amin eh.
Yan.
Thank you so much, Kano. Coach Tanks, any words, brother?
Hindi, wait lang, meron pa ako daw.
Marami nga eh, marami.
Sorry, Kano. Go back. Sa'yo ulit. No problem.
Tsaka sa may tugpahay, show sa Tisa, tsaka sa Uncle Bra, Backboy for the Hub, tsaka kay, Bostino, sa SGG, tsaka sa asawa niya, si Ate Julina, tsaka sa pamilya nila, at tsaka kay Iwan, tsaka kay, sino nga yun? Wait lang.
Sino yun? Laki muna. Sige lang.
Tsaka sa mami niya.
Ayaw.
Uy,
Bibi.
Shoutout sa Ate Abby.
tsaka si Ate Abby. Asawa ni Coach Tax. Ang dami pa dito. Alam ba?
Sige, sige.
Sige lang.
Sige lang. Sige, tuloy mo lang.
Tsaka Kuya CJ at Kuya Batoy, manager ni Andre. Kay Arb, sa acceptance, kay Dre. Tsaka sa, rin. Sino ba yun? Wait lang
Sino yun? 5, 4, ay?
Tsaka sa mga kaibigan ko na mga taga
Ayun.
Manila. Sa shoutout sa Tigidong. Lalo na kay Parky, Laika, Saurian, Sai, and Tash. Yun lang, tsaka sa shoutout sa coach ng kabila. Sabi niya, hindi kami magkasama sa Paris X eh.
Yan.
Okay na, may resulta na. Yun lang. Dami na.
Okay, Kano. Thank you so much, Kano. Final words, Coach Rax.
Gusto mo nang pasalamatan si Lord lagi. Yung asawa ko, Team Stallions, nanay ko, si Boss Chris, itong mga boys na lahat na nandito. Yung mga friends ko na lagi nakasuporta. Yun. Tsaka sa inyo, sa buong TNC, TNC Prod. Tapos mayroon akong pinag-aralang Ano bang language Paris? French. Meron akong pinag-aralan pwedeng banggitin ko.
Sige, go, Coach Tanks.
Hindi ako magaling pero
Okay lang.
Okay. Yeah. Ano ka naman medyo ninote ko naman siya Futi muna kill Zepares.
Dale. Again, that's Team Science, everybody. That's Coach Tanks and as well as Kano. Maraming salamat. Pepiesta na muna sa Cebu. So oras na para magpahinga ang Team Science para mapaghanda din sa final spot nila tomorrow. Again, congratulations Kano and Coach Tanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Grabe yun.
What an interview, man. That was very fun to see na Team Science happy that they just, had their dreams keep on going. At ayun na nga, any words yet? Any other words?
I feel like, Bipolar, we've reached an ending where not everyone, most are happy. Pero I just want to say sa ating viewers na tanggal na ang Luzon, tanggal na ang Cebu. Pagdating sa EWC, isa lang or rather dalawa lang sasabihin natin, Laban Pilipinas.
Tama ka dyan, we are gonna be looking forward to these two teams, getting that EWC championship. Pero a little bit of a throwback lang tayo, Simulan natin yan dito sa ating round number 1, which happened on July 10, a full 3-0. And guess what, Inulit na naman yun ng ating teams. It's Team Stans and Execration gunning out for a 3-0 as well. At ngayon, makikita natin third place matchup natin will be FERVID versus Virtus.pro, which will happen tomorrow. And one more fight to end all. Master Summer Execration and as well as Team Stallions for our grand finals.
It's gonna be a bittersweet day tomorrow for FERVID and VP. Meanwhile, all the celebrations dito sa Cavite at Cebu will be held for Execration and Stallions, So yeah, we're still going to have that third place match and that grand final kahit nakapag-qualify na itong mga teams natin for EWC, Execration, and STS still have a score to settle and we'll be finding that out tomorrow. Enemies tomorrow, but after tomorrow, they will be allies in EWC.
Yes.
At sasabihin ko ulit, yung sinabi ko, Bipolar, Bunal, Stallions, Shot, Laban, Pilipinas.
Tama ka dyan, Laban Pilipinas, kasi we have secured our 2 representatives for Esports World Cup. Again, it's Team Stallions and Execration, pero bukas, abangan nyo pa din ang ating players for FERVID and Virtus.pro gunning out for our, third placer. And last time na nakita natin, FERVID, it claimed that spot. They can hopefully get that spot as well. Pero FERVID, man, they might just be very absent tomorrow. Let's see kung ano nga bang ilalantad ng ating kinabukasan dito sa ating Summer Masters. Again, this has been Bipolar and L sa buong panel desk natin. A big shout out to Boss Alex, Sir Alex, and as well Smilegate. Big shout out to Mochi din. And as well sa ating TNC Production and TNC Group. We love you guys so much. And for everybody out there, maraming salamat sa pagtutok at pagbigay ng mga maapoy na comments sa atin dyan. Pati na rin yung mga viewers natin. Maraming salamat po. One more fight before we go into EWC. Sino nga ba ang angat? Sino nga bang pinakamalakas? Pero all we have to say is keep the fire burning and we'll see you next time.
Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Namaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Purple and Trace here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.